Good morning. This is the introduction to the workshop on the role and mechanisms of mind-altering substances. We have an extraordinary panel of people who are actually doing the work, who are measuring it, who have done it for a long period of time. And we are doing this actually on a day that the preliminary results of the MDMA study came out, and I'm sure that Vic will talk about it to some degree. And I want to start a little bit sort of to set the stage of how all of this is relevant to trauma. And so I'm going to start with this slide from all these beautiful Italian names, talking about consciousness. And what we are really studying here is how we can change the internal world that people live in, and how we can administer substances that helps them see the world in a different way. And these issues are multi-layered. They have to do with the brain, with the mind, with the context, and also with the substance that we take. And one of the big questions is, if you have an extraordinary experience that really makes you see a whole new universe, does it last? And we're going to be talking about that. So when we put the diagnosis of PTSD together about 40 years ago, right now, we focused on the memory. But what we really learned is that trauma changes the brain and changes the mind. And after you have been traumatized, you live in a different universe. And the way that I discovered that, most of all, is through a method that is not very popular these days, but that we're going to pay some attention to during this workshop. And that's through the Rorschach. Many years ago, when I first started to work with veterans, we gave Rorschachs to veterans. And their responses to this card really blew my mind, in that in contrast to non-traumatized people, our veterans over and over again saw traumatic images in this of people's necks being blown up, people's bodies being blown up. Our rape victims would oftentimes say, this is the torn vagina of a rape victim. So that's not something that the rest of us see. And so one of the first studies we ever did in PTSD is to do, to really look at how trauma changes people's perception. And one of the most profound findings we had was this particular dimension of the Rorschach, the FC plus CF dimension, and that is, how do you process information? And what we discovered is that when you're traumatized, your emotions run the show. And how you feel about something determines how you experience the universe. And that
a sound check on the Zoom. Austin, can you hear me? Hello. All right. I'm going to keep talking just to make sure there's enough audio for you to hear. So this is my basement. You can see my wonderful bookshelf and all the junk on my desk. And my red chair. And hopefully that's enough to test it.
Good morning. This is the introduction to the workshop on the role and mechanisms of mind-altering substances. We have an extraordinary panel of people who are actually doing the work, who are measuring it, who have done it for a long period of time. And we are doing this actually on a day that the preliminary results of the MDMA study came out, and I'm sure that Vic will talk about it to some degree. And I want to start a little bit sort of to set the stage of how all of this is relevant to trauma. And so I'm going to start with this slide from all these beautiful Italian names, talking about consciousness. And what we are really studying here is how we can change the internal world that people live in, and how we can administer substances that helps them see the world in a different way. And these issues are multi-layered. They have to do with the brain, with the mind, with the context, and also with the substances that we take. And one of the big questions is, if you have an extraordinary experience that really makes you see a whole new universe, does it last? And we're going to be talking about that. So when we put the diagnosis of PTSD together about 40 years ago, right now, we focused on the memory. But what we really learned is that trauma changes the brain and changes the mind. And after you have been traumatized, you live in a different universe. And the way that I discovered that, most of all, is through a method that is not very popular these days, but that we're going to pay some attention to during this workshop. And that's through the Rorschach. Many years ago, when I first started to work with veterans, we gave Rorschachs to veterans. And their responses to this card really blew my mind, in that in contrast to non-traumatized people, our veterans over and over again saw traumatic images in this, of people's necks being blown up, people's bodies being blown up. Our rape victims would oftentimes say, this is the torn vagina of a rape victim. So that's not something that the rest of us see. And so one of the first studies we ever did in PTSD is to do, to really look at how trauma changes people's perception. And one of the most profound findings we had was this particular dimension of the Rorschach, the FC plus CF dimension, and that is, how do you process information? And what we discovered is that when you're traumatized, your emotions run the show. And how you feel about something determines how you experience the universe. And that, so-called normal people think about things, think about context. Traumatized people cannot think clearly because they have all these feelings. And then one of the really striking things, it's the data we never published, was that we did the very first study on Prozac for PTSD ever. And we did Rorschachs before and after. And what we noticed is that what Prozac did, it changed the way that people processed information. And that after people got Prozac, they were able to think about what they felt. So they were capable of taking some perspective of themselves. And this seems to be a lasting change in how they took in the world. And then all this technology came online. And the technology was odd in some ways, because the technology of neuroimaging is that you put somebody in a scanner and you put your head in a vice and you tie them down in basically a very scary environment, which was interesting for me, because when I started in medical school, I did my first studies, when we wanted to traumatize a rat, we held a rat down. Immobilization is one of the ways you really mess people up. So our paradigm for neuroimaging is to tie people down in a basically traumatic situation. But we learned a lot of stuff. And so I happened to be part of the first team that took the first brain pictures of people experiencing their trauma. And what did we see? It was all located in the temporal lobe, the temporal parietal lobe of the brain. That's where you feel things very intensely. So the right side of the brain, the left side of the brain disappeared. The left side of the brain is cognition, context, all that stuff disappeared. And what we discovered most profoundly in my mind was that when people are reliving their trauma, Broca's area, the verbal area of the brain, disappears, meaning that Shakespeare was once again right, because whenever somebody is messed up in a Shakespeare play, he talks about people being dumbfounded or being struck with speechless terror. And so what we really found is that when you're in the middle of your trauma, you have no language and really no way of conveying in a coherent way what goes on between you and other people. And then lots of brain scans were done, including the default mode of the brain. And what Ruth Lanius and her group actually found is that when you are traumatized, that default mode of the brain, which really tells you, I am here, this is what I believe in, that's what's important to me, disappears. And that this group of traumatized people in Canada, they no longer had a frontal lobe, and there was no self there to really tell them. So this is supposedly a desirable state where you do meditation, but to have no self there is really problematic. And maybe part of the treatment of PTSD is to bring the self back online, so you can say, this is what's important to me, this is what I believe in, etc. And then another very important study was done by the man I call my best friend, Alexander McFarlane, who showed a regular stimulus, like to a bunch of Australians. And what first they did, brain scans, and what they saw is that the left brain of normal people goes like, what is he talking about? What does it mean? When you're traumatized, your left brain is offline, and your right brain that makes you feel is the only thing that works. And then he did the first EEG analysis, and what turns out that when you're traumatized, when you're not traumatized, your brain creates a coherent pattern where every part of your brain is working with every other part of your brain, and it allows you to filter out irrelevant information and to focus and to concentrate on what's going on. While if you're a traumatized person, your filtering system doesn't work, anything can come in, it's very hard to say that's not important, it's not relevant, so you're constantly bombarded by stuff, and it's very hard to take in new information. And so it's incredibly complex what trauma does to the mind and the brain. And then substances came in, ketamine, MDMA, psilocybin. And then the big question is, what do these things do? And when do you give them? What are the indications for them? And to my mind, and I think my colleagues may disagree with me on that, at this point, different people are advocates of different methods, but we really don't know very little about whether one substance is better than another, and what the indications are to give one over another. And so what these substances do is so many different things. You can look at this list over here. It makes you feel better, it makes you feel warmer, all these things. And then the question is, how do we measure this? Like Rick and Michael did a beautiful paper that MDMA makes you more open. Yes, it makes you more open. What else does it do? And the question is, if you have an experience like that, how long does it last? Does this carry over into other aspects of your life? And then some people have started to compare different agents and what different agents can do. We're very much in the infancy of that. And then for me, one of the great questions is, and I'm sure Michael will talk about it, Michael Mithofer, was the question that when we did a study on EMDR, it turned out that EMDR was a very effective treatment for adult onset trauma. And we had about, over time, 6 months after the study, it turned out that about 80% of people with adult onset PTSD were cured of their PTSD, cured like the PTSD was gone. But if you have early childhood trauma, which has much more to do with the safety of your attachment system and whether you're seen and being known, a subject that we'll talk about throughout the conference, particularly on Saturday morning with Adtronic and myself, if you have early childhood trauma, the EMDR didn't work very well at all. So for me, a big question is, can these psychedelic agents not only deal with trauma, but can they deal with the imprints of the earlier pain and the hurt of not having been seen and not having been heard by your primary caregivers early on in life. And in fact, when I joined the MDMA study, I made quite a bit of noise to exclude those people from the study because I thought they would really not benefit from it at all. And much to my amazement and delight and wonderment, that turns out to be not the case. And maybe these agents may work for developmental trauma, which opens up a whole other dimension of the work that we will talk about at some point. So how did it work? Well, one clear thing about MDMA is it increases self-compassion. It allows you to tolerate yourself much better. And that's terribly important for both developmental trauma and PTSD, because in both those conditions, you tend to despise yourself and to hate yourself and to be very nasty about your own feelings and your own reactions. And so this is Robin Cathcart-Harris, who finds out that with MDMA, your good memories increase and your bad memories decrease. So why is that? Maybe it's because of oxytocin. Maybe it's because of something else. And so it's really intriguing what these things actually do. And our most contemporary way of thinking about the brain is about the networks in the brain. How do we pay attention to things? What is important to us? What makes us move? What makes us do things? And again, these networks are clearly changed. And the latest research from Robin Cathcart-Harris's lab is particularly interesting to me because it shows that MDMA changes insula activity. Now that's music to my ears because the title of my book on trauma that many people have read is called The Body Keeps a Score, because the body and the bodily sensations are the engines of these feelings. And what does the lab find is that when you take MDMA, you have a different attitude towards the sensations in your body and you get different connections, and somehow your body feels more safe. Something I'm also very much interested in advocating more in the work that we do is to pay more attention to working with the body and working with bodily sensations. So that's my introduction from a trauma perspective. And now we'll go to we'll go to Rick Doblin, who is the head of MAPS, and without whose energy, none of this would have happened. Basically, it is Rick's spirit, his enthusiasm, his intelligence, and his vision that has put this whole field on the map. And he will give us his talk now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. This is a picture from 1984. This is when I was working. This is Marcela Otalara, who's now one of our lead therapists and trainers of other therapists. And she had PTSD, and this was the first person that I ever worked with when I was learning to become a therapist. And this is where in 1984, I discovered, or I didn't discover, I saw in my own eyes that MDMA was very, very helpful for PTSD. So I've known that since 1984, before I even started MAPS. MAPS I started in 1986 after MDMA was criminalized in 1985 with the goal of moving through the FDA drug development process in a nonprofit context. In December 2014, we started the MAPS Public Benefit Corporation, which is our pharmaceutical research arm. It is a for-profit company. It will sell MDMA for a profit, assuming we get approval, and then the profits will be reinvested in the mission of MAPS. So the nonprofit is the 100% owner of the for-profit Public Benefit Corporation. So we're trying to make MDMA into a medicine, but we're also trying to demonstrate a new way to market pharmaceuticals where you maximize public benefit, not profit. Since its founding, we've raised over $80 million, all in donations for our research and education efforts, and we've got a bunch more money still to raise. But demonstrates that there are philanthropic opportunities to develop these substances into medicines, although it's much more challenging to raise money from donations than from investors. So 30 years after MAPS was started in 1986, we had completed our phase 1 and our phase 2 studies, and we met with FDA for what's called an end of phase 2 meeting. And the purpose of this is to present your data to FDA and see if you can get approval for moving into phase 3, which is a large-scale placebo-controlled multi-site double-blind studies where you must prove safety and efficacy in order to try to get permission for marketing a drug. So it took us 30 years to get there. The lessons that we learned in our phase 2 studies, Bessel talked about his concerns that maybe MDMA was not good for, or EMDR didn't seem to work for childhood trauma, and he wasn't sure that MDMA would work. But what we discovered in phase 2 is that our approach of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy works regardless of the cause of PTSD. Zoloft and Paxil, the drugs approved by FDA for PTSD, worked better in worked better in women than in men, and failed completely in combat-related PTSD. So we discovered that the cause of PTSD was irrelevant to our treatment. It worked regardless, and we could enroll people with PTSD from any cause. A big part of our research was also trying to figure out how to do a double-blind study, and we looked at low doses of MDMA, which we thought would enhance the blinding. And the challenge for us was going to be to find a low dose that enhanced the blinding but didn't have so much of a therapeutic effect. And what we discovered instead, to my surprise, was that these low doses, they succeeded in enhancing blinding, but they made people uncomfortable. They activated people. They were in a therapeutic environment trying to work on trauma that they'd not been able to get through before. But the low doses didn't reduce the fear enough, so that they actually had an anti-therapeutic effect, meaning that people still got better, but not as much as if they had therapy with inactive placebo. So that resulted in our recommendations to FDA and also to the European Medicines Agency, which they accepted, that the phase 3 designs be therapy with inactive placebo versus therapy with active MDMA. We also learned in phase 2 that we could demonstrate safety, that we were able to use the clinical settings and avoided any kind of problems with people overheating and getting hyperthermia, or people drinking too much water and getting hyponatremia. We demonstrated safety. And we also showed in our range of studies a medium to large effect size on the CAPS. And with our pooled data, we had a large effect size. The other thing that we learned that is interesting is that we looked at the mystical experience, and we used the same questionnaires that are used in the psilocybin studies and other research, LSD research. And what we showed is people scored surprisingly high on the mystical experience questionnaire once they had active MDMA. 0.6 is considered to be a full mystical experience. And you may have heard that in the 50s and 60s, the research with psychedelics, with alcoholism, with cancer patients, with heroin addicts, demonstrated a correlation between the depth of the mystical experience and therapeutic outcome. And the modern research that's been conducted with psilocybin for the last 20 years and also with LSD has demonstrated similarly that there is a correlation between the depth of the mystical experience and therapeutic outcome in the treatment of addiction and depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, various clinical indications for the main classic psychedelics. However, that's not the case with MDMA. We discovered that there is no correlation between the mystical experience and therapeutic outcome. You need to really revisit the trauma with an intact ego about the actual event, and where it was overwhelming before, you need to work through it to process the emotions. And so our therapeutic method, which you'll hear more about later today, is not aimed at trying to help people have a mystical experience. The data that we presented to FDA from our phase 2 studies in order to get permission to see if we could move to phase 3 was that in our control group, and these are people that had either a therapy with inactive placebo or low dose MDMA, that 2 months after the last experimental session, 23% no longer met PTSD diagnosis. Now, these are people that were on average severe, chronic, treatment-resistant PTSD. So for therapy alone, essentially, this is really pretty good and compares well with other treatment approaches for this hardest to treat group, 23%. But when you add MDMA, they were at 56%, more than doubled, that no longer had PTSD. But what we find even more remarkable and more important is that when you look 12 months out at the 1 year follow-up, 2/3 of the people no longer have PTSD. So people are learning how to process trauma. They're learning that if you suppress it, it's not so good, but if you open up to it, that you can withstand it, you don't need to be overwhelmed, and that you can actually continue to heal yourself after you're no longer receiving therapy or MDMA. And of the 1/3 that still had PTSD, most of them had had clinically significant reductions in their PTSD symptoms. And if we were able to give them 1 or 2 more MDMA sessions, maybe they also would have no longer had PTSD. So on the basis of this data, the FDA said that they would let us go to phase 3. That's what we were hoping for. And what we then did is we didn't go directly to phase 3. What we entered into was a process with the FDA called special protocol assessment. Most pharmaceutical companies don't do this because it delays things 8 to 12 months, and they're worried about their patent life, things like that. But for us, because of the controversy, because of the challenges of how to do a double-blind study, it was really important that we engage in the special protocol assessment process. And at the end of it, we managed to reach agreement with FDA. So we have an agreement letter, and what that means is that the FDA is legally bound to approve the drug if the design gets statistically significant evidence of efficacy and if we have an acceptable safety profile. And so neither we nor FDA can change this protocol, the design, or our statistical analysis plan without mutual agreement. And then shortly after that, we were able to obtain breakthrough therapy designation from the FDA for PTSD, for MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. So this is the most important program that the FDA has for the most important drugs that are being evaluated. It's a coveted thing. 2/3 of the applications from pharma for breakthrough therapy are rejected. Only 1/3 is accepted. And so we managed to get accepted as a breakthrough therapy for PTSD. And so we have special meetings with FDA, shortened timelines. It's very useful. This is the design that we agreed to with the FDA. There's 3 day-long sessions, either with MDMA or inactive placebo. And there's 12 90-minute non-drug psychotherapy sessions, 3 more or less on a weekly basis, 3 before the first MDMA session, and for preparation, 3 after each MDMA or placebo session for integration. And then at the 2-month follow-up is when the primary outcome measure is taken. We agreed that we would do 2 100-person studies and that we would be able to do an interim analysis, which means that we would have a unblinded data monitoring committee look at the data after 60% or 60 had completed their primary outcome measure and all 100 had been enrolled. And this was for sample size re-estimation to see if we were on track, if our hypothetical data that we used from phase 2 and extrapolated to phase 3, our power calculations. The interim analysis takes you to look at the actual data, compares it, your hypothetical, and then if you need to add more subjects to get statistical significance, you can do so. And so we reached this point in March 2020, where we had all 100 people enrolled in the first of 2 phase 3 studies, and we had 60 people had reached their primary outcome measure. And we had set the study up with a 90% probability of statistical significance, and that's conservative. Most industry studies are done more or less at 80%. And we had also set it up at a medium effect size, even though we had gotten a pooled study all of our pooled phase 2 studies were a large effect size. And so the outcomes that you can get from the interim analysis, often sometimes called futility analysis, is the best outcome is that you are told to continue the study unchanged, that you don't need to add any people, that your actuals are consistent with what your assumptions were, and that we would, in this case, still have a 90% or greater probability of statistical significance. Or you're told to add more subjects to the study, and depending on how many more subjects you're told to add, that would mean that your effect size is not as big as you had thought it was, but that FDA approves on the basis of statistical significance, not effect size. They figure the marketplace and insurance companies will sort that out. And the worst outcome you could get is that you are told to stop the study altogether for futility, either for safety or efficacy reasons, that it's just not going to generate significant results. And just to let you know that even if you're a breakthrough therapy drug, and even in phase 3, these interim analyses, you can often fail at them. So there's Tonix Pharmaceuticals, which is the only other drug that the FDA has given breakthrough therapy designation for PTSD, is a drug called Tonmya, marketed by Tonix Pharmaceuticals. It's a repurposed older drug for sleep. The thought was that this drug might help people not have nightmares and to sleep better. And so in February, Tonix Pharmaceuticals did its interim analysis, and it failed for futility. And this is after they spent well over $100 million on the study. So our interim analysis was in March, and we got the results the best possible, that we are continuing the study unchanged, that we are on track, and that we had at least a 90% or greater probability of statistical significance and at least a medium effect size. Now, this was just written about in Forbes, a great article on how this was the most important reality check in MAPS's 34-year history. Now, the FDA, because of COVID, came to us and said, we would give you the opportunity to consider ending the study early before we had 100 people reach their primary outcome measure. And so we're in negotiations with FDA right now. We've proposed that we would end the study at 90 participants, where we had at least one outcome measure after at least one experimental session. And we think this will happen at the end of June. And we're waiting to hear from FDA, but we think they'll approve that. If it's approved, these are the risk evaluation and mitigation strategies. MDMA will only be administered by therapists who've been trained by the sponsor, because it's not MDMA, it's MDMA-assisted psychotherapy that's the treatment. That'll only be administered in clinic settings under direct supervision. There'll be a centralized pharmacy and safety screenings. There may be a patient registry and a lifetime limit of doses. We're not sure, but we're going to try to avoid that. We are negotiating with FDA also now on the criteria of the qualifications for the therapists. For psilocybin, they're imposing MD or PhD as the lead person, second person bachelor's degree. We're now in our special protocol assessment, we have a lead person is either licensed master's level or a psychiatrist, and bachelor's and doesn't need to be a license. The second person can be in a process to get a license. I'm really proud that we have a police officer, Zarko Gagarian, going through our therapy training. He's a therapist who works for the police, and he's going through our training program to be able to administer MDMA-assisted psychotherapy to other police officers suffering from PTSD. And then just to show how well this is becoming mainstreamed, this is the issue of the Disabled American Veterans magazine. There's 1.3 members of it. This just came out May 1st, and their cover article is about MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD. And it's a very promising article, and in it they endorse this research. So this will be really helpful going forward. So that's the big picture. Thank you very much for your attention. In 2000, at the first conference that ever took place on ayahuasca, organized by Ralph Metzner, Michael came up to me. We'd never met before. He said that he was a trained holotropic breathwork practitioner, that he had studied with Stan as well. He was a member of MAPS, but we had never spoken. And he said that he was interested in setting up an offshore clinic somewhere and working together with us on where we could maybe set up a clinic to bring people for treatment. And the more we talked, the more I shared that I really wasn't wanting to set up offshore clinic, that we could work through the FDA, and that the door was open there and that they would let us do research. Michael was an expert in PTSD. And I said, phenomenal, that's exactly what we want to research. And so Michael and I agreed to work together. And that was now 20 years ago. Michael was a psychiatrist and also board certified in internal medicine. And he had been previously board certified in emergency medicine as well. And so it was just one of the most important meetings of my entire life to run into Michael at this ayahuasca conference. And we've been great partners ever since. And he is now our lead therapist with his wife, Annie Mithofer, and is helping direct our training program. And I think the last thing I just want to say is that for phase 2, Michael and Annie treated the most patients of any team, but we took Michael and Annie out of phase 3 just to show that it wasn't dependent on exceptionally talented therapists, and so they focused on training new therapists. And so we were able to train over 70 new therapists. And the fact that we got such great results in the interim analysis suggests to me that this whole process really is scalable, and that with Michael and Annie and Marcella now and her husband Bruce leading our training program, we will eventually be able to train thousands and tens of thousands of therapists. And so now I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you, Rick. That was certainly one of the most important phone calls of my life, too. So it's been quite an adventure, and that I'm very grateful for. And as Bessel said, none of this would be happening without Rick's efforts. And you mentioned his intelligence and energy and foresight. I also want to mention that you work harder than anybody else I've ever met. So it's been not only your enthusiasm, but your very hard work that's made all this possible. So this is the only qualitative data I'm going to show today, but this is what Bessel was referring to, the fact that we, in our open label lead in to the phase 3, which is, a small pilot, what we saw was there was no correlation between improvements in CAP scores and whether or not people had had adverse childhood experiences. This was the first time we looked at that. Bessel encouraged us to start looking at that. And for both males and females, we saw no correlation. So I think that's exciting and interesting, and maybe all the more reason to step back and take a look at, well, if this works for a population that other trauma therapies don't work for, maybe we should step back and just really try to understand what's going on that's beyond what happens in other therapies. So there are 3 questions that I'm going to pose about MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. One is, does it work to reduce PTSD symptoms? Rick's talked about that. We're in the process of trying to prove that. It looks very promising. And the other question, another interesting question, is how does it work? And Bessel talked a little bit about that. There's a lot of ongoing research that's very interesting about, does it have to do with the changes in default mode network or the decreased activity in the amygdala, opening a social learning window again, memory reconsolidation, many interesting ideas about what some of the underlying mechanisms might be. But today I'm more interested in talking about, like, what is the it? What is it? The MDMA? Is it the therapy? Is it this process? Is it something bigger that we want to get curious about? What is actually going on here? And, the fact that I'm not going to talk in detail about our therapy today, we talked about that before, but the fact that we use an inner-directed approach, or relatively non-directive on the therapist's part, gives us a chance. We encourage people gives us a chance to discover, what is this process? Because if we encourage people to go inside and have beginner's mind and not have an agenda, and the therapists don't have an agenda about what this particular person's process needs to be, then that presents an opportunity to discover what will arise spontaneously from that person's own inner healing abilities or intelligence. And we described the therapy in detail in the manual. You can get that free of charge on the MAPS website for more details. This kind of fits nicely with this quote I've always loved from Irvin Yalom: the therapist must strive to create a new therapy for each patient, recognizing, he obviously recognized that each person has a unique chance for a unique healing process. It's not the same as anyone else's. And in a way, we take this one step further to say that, or maybe the therapist must strive to allow and encourage each patient to create a new therapy for themselves. In other words, let's not lose sight of the forest by focusing too much on any one tree. So I'm making a plea for us to try to avoid reductionist thinking, so we can really learn something new from watching what people are doing with their own healing process. I've talked about this before, the fact that even though MDMA-assisted therapy appears very different from other therapies, a lot of what we see happening spontaneously are these elements that we recognize in other forms of therapy. Safe supportive setting is important in all of these trauma therapies. We often see people doing imaginal exposure. A lot of cognitive restructuring happens. The transference can be very powerful. People inevitably do some psychodynamic processing. Relationships and early life issues. There's a big somatic component of what's happening in the body. People often become aware of parts, the normal multiplicity of the psyche, and start talking about their parts. As Rick said, about a third of the people have a mystical, transpersonal, or spiritual experience, which for them is important, but doesn't correlate overall. People with outcome, people that don't have that do just as well. And there's usually powerful corrective attachment experience for people because MDMA helps trust the therapist, and people often have powerful archetypal images like Jungian active imagination. So we see all that happening when we set out to not have an agenda. And excuse me, I mentioned the body part is very important. Bessel has written and talked a lot about the importance of bottom-up processing, and so we engage the body. So with all that going on, what is actually the active ingredient? Which of these therapies do we think MDMA is catalyzing? And as I've said before, I think it's a little bit like the blind people describing the elephant, that there's this process going on. These are all elements of it that different people have figured out and described. And they're all accurate to some extent, but they don't describe the big picture. So today I'm more interested in thinking about, what is the whole elephant, or what is the forest, depending on which, I'm mixing metaphors, but whichever one you like. It's, I think, important to step back and look. Some of the work that's been done to try to look at this in a bigger way is very interesting. This is a paper by Robin Carhart Harris about this idea that these medicines cause relaxed beliefs under psychedelics, rebus. This paper is about LSD and psilocybin, but I think it applies to MDMA too. And the idea is that these medicines, compounds, increase the entropy of spontaneous brain activity, and therefore less control and less confidence and weighting of prior beliefs. so that people become more sensitive to new information, surprises, bottom-up signaling from outside and from the limbic system. And all this increases the richness of conscious experience. So I think this is really interesting because it's more like this much bigger process that's opening up for many things to happen rather than just focusing on one aspect of healing. And Mendel Kaelin and Robin Carhart-Harris's lab is, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is a diagram from the paper, Robin's paper, and the idea is in this top image, that big blue arrow on top is the top-down control, the existing beliefs that people, unconsciously have so much confidence in that we ignore. This little arrow of the bottom-up information doesn't get through. But with psychedelics, it's this bottom picture where the new information can come through much more strongly when the influence of the prior beliefs is settled down. So I think that makes a lot of sense based on what we see. And Mendel Kaelin in Robin's lab has used the analogy that's like, when you're sledding down a snowy hill, once you create a rut, it's very hard to turn out of it. And that's kind of our normal state of affairs, especially if you have PTSD or other psychological problems. But to some extent, for all of us, we get caught in a rut. We can't have a new response, or we don't register information that doesn't fit with our prior beliefs. So the MDMA or the other psychedelics are kind of like a new fallen snow, where there's a chance for somebody to have a new experience or have a different response to what's happening. And there's been a little bit of qualitative look at this. This is a paper where William Barone and others did phenomenological analysis of semi-structured interviews at the end of our study with veterans and firefighters and police officers. And they discovered people were describing increased self-awareness, better relationship and social skills, less substance misuse, and more openness, including to continued therapy. And we did, on our paper, we looked at the NEO, we also saw more openness and less neuroticism. And then we actually published a bit about this in our long-term follow-up questionnaire from our first study. And we also saw people reporting increased self-awareness and understanding, enhanced spiritual life. And they described this ongoing process or an ongoing journey and benefits lasting well beyond the participation in the study. People talked about having gained tools. So, Rick showed you that data that the percentage of people without PTSD was greater a year later than it was at 2 months. So that kind of fits with what people are describing. And in the paper, this is a sentence from the paper where I said, it's what's striking is people don't just say, I processed the trauma and I feel better. They describe a much deeper and richer, coherent process that you would expect would be very helpful in terms of healing and growth. So people are telling us that there's a lot more going on than just trauma processing. So I'm going to give you kind of run through the progression of what happened for one of our people in our study. And I've showed little clips of this person before, but now I'm going to describe the whole sequence of events that happened for him to just kind of give a glimpse of kind of the breadth and the depth of what happens. So I've always hated the term index trauma, but that's the term we're stuck with. So we record that, and his index trauma was that his Humvee was blown up. He thought he was going to die. His friend did die. But he had lots of other war trauma as well as other issues in his life, as we all do, that you'll hear a little bit about. His baseline CAPS this is the CAPS 4, 75, and it was 4 at 2 months and 12 at 1 year. So he did very well. He ended up getting 3 75 milligram sessions followed by 3 125 sessions. That was the design. Each dose with half the original dose as a supplemental dose. So he had 6 sessions that I'll tell you more about. One of his most troubling symptom, he had a lot of PTSD symptoms. The thing that bothered him the most was that this rage would come welling up, and he'd yell at his wife. He was never physically violent, but he'd get enraged, and then he'd feel very remorseful afterwards, but he couldn't control it. So he described in the preparation sessions, he described this image of, he said, it's like there's a monster coming out of my torso. I'm trying to choke it out. It's trying to stab me in the side. That's how he described his image of this rage that kept erupting. So he told us about that in the prep sessions. And here's what happened in his MDMA sessions. So about an hour into the first MDMA session, well, at first he felt quite anxious early on, felt his heart racing, and then told us he was surprised. It felt like a panic attack, which he'd had, but he said he was surprised how effectively he could kind of use his breath and have it settle down. So he got through the first initial anxiety, and then he came out after being inside for quite a while. He came out and said, I want to tell you what I just experienced. He said, I saw that part of myself that I've been describing as a monster, and it had bright red eyes and looked very evil and dangerous. But then when I walked up to it, the eyes faded, and I realized it wasn't a monster at all. It was a warrior. It was the warrior aspect of me. And I had locked it in a cage he said, when I was in Iraq, I saw what it was capable of doing. And I think I was so afraid of it that I locked it up in a cage without realizing it. And of course, if it was locked up in a cage, whenever it came out, it was going to be mean and angry and hurt people. So I went up to the cage and I unlocked it. And the warrior came out and we hugged each other. And then we just sat around and we were catching up. And I realized, this is not a monster. This is a valuable part of myself. And it'll be so much better if we can work together. So that was a really profound period of time that, in any therapy would have been very, very striking that he was able to do that. So then he went back inside and he came out a while later and he wanted to talk about the explosion when the Humvee was blown up. And he had told us about this during the prep session in a fair amount of detail and had cried a lot. And he said he had talked about it a lot and cried, but it didn't change anything. But this time it all slowed way down. And he said he spent a really long time describing the whole episode of the firefight, truck being blown up. He thought he was going to burn alive or be shot for sure. He survived, but his friend ended up dying and he couldn't get to him because of the firefight. So he told us when he was doing it, he said, I've never been able to remember this so clearly or feel what it was like so much before. So that was some really powerful trauma processing, after which he felt a lot better. And he had never been able to do that effectively before, even though he could talk about it. He was never able to do it in a way that connected him enough to it so that it changed things. So the next day, I didn't mention, these green lines mean that they're an MDMA session. And this width of green line means 75 milligrams. Later, when they get thicker, it'll be the 125 milligrams. So if there's no green line, it means it was an integration session. So he felt really good at the end of that time, and his wife came for dinner and then spent the night. And he stayed overnight with the night attendant, but his wife came too, which sometimes happens. And they were having trouble that night, and the next day he told us that he said, I feel really interior. He felt like the rage was, he wasn't feeling the rage. He actually was feeling pretty good, except he just felt as if he needed to be inside to stay with this unfolding process. And we had prepared him and his wife for that, you know, it's important to take time afterwards to integrate it. But the problem for them was that in the past, whenever he was quiet and withdrawn, it meant he was struggling and maybe about to fly into a rage. So she was having trouble with it, and he was feeling terrible that he was not communicating with her more, but he just needed to be inside. But he said, it's striking because I'm not angry. I'm just needing time for myself. So we worked with both of them that morning, and then over the next week or so, they really processed and moved through that very nicely. So it was a big challenge, but he processed it with his wife. We helped him with it, and it turned out to be a good thing for them. So they were feeling, the next time we saw him about a little over a week later, he was feeling really good, and he drew this. This was part of his processing, he was an artist, so to draw, and that was a self-portrait of him staring death in his session. So the next MDMA session he thought was going to be really easy and fun because he processed all this stuff. But lo and behold, he spent a lot of time revisiting and periodically talking about the challenges of poverty as a child, being bullied as a kid on the school bus, and a lot about the transference. If he said, it's like, I feel like I'm spilling the beans to my parents. So it was pretty difficult, but he processed a lot about his childhood, his parents, transference. And then he came to this place, he said, there's part of me that's calling myself a murderer. And it was very, very painful. And he worked with that inside, and we talked about it, and he got to the point of having, more perspective that, yeah, I was a soldier. I wasn't just a murderer, but he made some movement with that. It was still feeling pretty stuck, and then he finally, he said he was really blah for a long time, just no energy. He said, I don't really feel bad. I just feel blah and stuck. And that went on for well over an hour. And then finally he said, I just thought I was going to go over there and die. And I said, is that what part of you wanted? And he said, say what? Like suddenly he perked up. And I said, is that what you want? Is that what part of you wanted, to go over there and die? And there was a long pause. He said, yeah, I think so. And then finally the tears came, and he sobbed and sobbed for a long time. We just sat with him for a long time. There was really, the feelings really came finally. And after that, so by the end of the session, he felt quite a lot better. It was, I felt it was really useful to process all that. But the next day, he was very fragile. And he said, I feel as if my defenses are ripped away. And, that can happen with MDMA. People's protectors or defenses step back, and they're able to process vulnerabilities in a new way. But then sometimes the protectors get very concerned about that afterwards. So he felt very raw, very vulnerable. He's like his defenses had been ripped away. And as we were talking about it, he said, I thought after that first session, I thought that was so powerful. I thought the rest would be easy, but it's not, obviously. And I said, well, the inner healer doesn't always give you what you want, but in our experience, it gives you what you need and not more than you can handle. And he thought about that a little, and he said, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I can see that based on the first session. I feel like yesterday I opened a door that I kept closed. But I know, I realize now that we're talking about it, it would have had to be opened eventually. And it's good that I went there, because if you're going to clean the house, you can't skip the stuff in the attic, is the analogy he used. But he was still very anxious. He felt a lot better, but still a lot of anxiety was coming up. So we said, well, when we meet later in the week for our next integration session, let's see how the anxiety is doing. And if you want, we could consider working directly with your body on a mat to do some body work for a chance for you to release some whatever's coming up in the body. So we ended up doing that. He was still having a lot of anxiety coming in waves, and we worked in an integration session for about an hour and a half, allowing his body to directly shake and hit pillows and push against resistance and rage. He started with the anxiety, but once he started working with his body, waves and waves of rage came up. And that was really helpful. He said at the end of that, he felt like a great weight had been lifted. And then next time we saw him, he was feeling really good. He, without our having suggested it, he was engaged in better self-care. He was eating vegetables after never having, before MDMA, he never put even tomato and lettuce on his hamburger. But suddenly he was trying broccoli and different vegetables. And he said he was exercising really well. He'd always worked out, but he said, before I would work out to try to deal with the rage. Now I'm doing it because I feel so good and I want to take care of my body. My body is my temple and I want to take care of it. So I'm pushing myself even harder running because I want to, not because I have to try to control symptoms. Then his last third and last 75 milligram session was a lot about processing moral injury again, kind of like he did the second time with calling myself a murderer. Now he asked to listen to a very moving song that he used to listen to in Iraq that always made him cry. And he felt tremendous shame, remorse for all the people that he had killed. And tears came. And then eventually he said he had the powerful experience of the people he had killed one by one coming up to him and forgiving him and saying, it's okay, war's a mess. So it was a really powerful chance to work with his shame and about the moral injury. Then this is his first full dose session. You can see the lines thicker. And it started out with very vivid imagery of dismemberment. He was around in this clearing around a campfire, and it was very shamanistic feeling. He said he was being torn apart, but it was good because he needed to be. And then it went on, and eventually he found himself around the campfire with three parts of himself: the sage, the boy, and the warrior. And they were all sitting in council and appreciating each other and connecting with each other. Later, he told us he had this experience of being at a desk, and he said, I'm like the director of a company, but everything's running in the background and taking care of itself, so I don't need to do anything. So I'm sitting at my desk, and then periodically the MDMA materializes and brings me something that I need to process. And he said, my MDMA brought me my service record and said, this is your service record. You need to review it from the beginning with Michael and Annie, and then so it can be refiled properly, which I thought was a really interesting image that actually 3 people in all in our studies we did used that kind of image. So let's see, I got to move this. Then in his third full dose session, or no, this was, yeah, in the beginning of his third full dose session, I think it was, he had the experience of just being. He said, you know, I've tried to meditate, my thoughts won't stop, but this time, for the first time in my life, my thoughts stopped and I was able to just be. And when I was able to just be, I felt one with everything. A really, really beautiful and nourishing experience for him. Then after he had that profound kind of mystical, spiritual experience, then he asked to, then he asked to listen to some Arabic music. And he talked about the way, he said, when I was in Iraq, I loved it when the mosques lit up for the call to prayer. It was so beautiful. And he said, people of faith. He had this just profound sense of compassion and connection with the Iraqi people and their faith. And later, when we asked him how he was doing toward the end of the session, he said, doing great. The warrior is on his knees. He finally let himself feel. Time to dust off the camis, hit the showers, and hit the rack. So that's what he did. Then in the prep sessions, he had drawn an animal card somewhere along the way that had some readings that went with it, suggesting that he write a list of the things he loved about himself. And he was resistant to it. His wife had been trying to get him to do it for a couple months, and he hadn't been willing to do it. He thought it was too conceited. But finally he thought, well, maybe I should try it. And so in an integration session, he read this list of the things that he was finally able to say he loved about himself, being a great artist and sacrificing for other people, having a incredible relationship with his soulmate. Very beautiful to see. And then his last session was, you know, he kind of hit the jackpot because he had 6 sessions altogether, 375 and 125. So the last session, he just kind of wanted to celebrate, and we were okay with him bringing his own music. And at the end of that session, when we asked him how he was doing, he said, happy to be alive, grateful for the experience. So that was his journey through the forest. And just looking at maybe one way to think about some of these things that happened, you know, what happened, just running through them quickly. First, he had an experience of respecting the protector and recognizing the protector for what it was, his warrior. Then he did very powerful imaginal exposure, after which he needed a lot of time for integration, which led to some powerful couples work. Let me move this thing. I can't get it. There we go. So they did that powerful couples work. Yeah, then he, you know, part of his integration was self-expression through art. It was a beautiful part of it. Then next time, a lot of childhood issues, transference, processing moral injury and self-judgment, going through the death wish and the protector that was making him blah. The next day, the current concerns, addressing the concerns of the protectors, the kind of backlash he got from the protectors. Somatic processing, working with the body, was really important in clearing the anxiety and rage. And then that led to more self-care, enjoyment, which, came as a spontaneous result of that. Again, another episode of processing moral injury in a different way. Then this kind of shamanistic, transpersonal, archetypal experience of dismemberment and then integration of parts. I thought, the idea of memory reconsolidation, that something comes up and forms new associations to a safe setting and then is reconsolidated. The refiling his folders properly sounds kind of like that. Then he had that mystical experience of, mindfulness, basically, profound experience of mindfulness. And then that episode of compassion, connection with his former enemy. And then kind of having a new perspective, and a perspective about what the healing process has been. The warrior's on his knees, and satisfaction, just feeling really good about it. And that led to his ability to connect more with self-love and more joy and appreciation for his life, and ending up in that nice place to be at the end of therapy. So that was his process, and it's a little different from, say, a more linear approach to things. How am I doing for time?
It's good to wrap up at this point.
Okay, I won't go into this one then. So I had others, but I knew I wasn't going to get to them. So I think that gives you kind of an idea of the richness and the complexity and the unpredictability of what can happen if you take an inner-directed approach to processing. And I think it would be very hard to boil this down to just one or the other of those elements of therapy that we talked about before. It strikes me that it's a much richer and more complex story than that. So thank you.
Albert Garcia, who is part of the team at Johns Hopkins, has done extensive psychedelic research and research in psilocybin and mystical experiences, and he'll be talking about his experience there.
Great, thank you very much, Faisal, and thank you, Michael and Rick, for your talks. I'm going to be, let me share my screen here, talking a little bit about the classic psychedelics. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about the classic psychedelics specifically, and what we know about them in terms of their potential as treatments for post-traumatic stress. And when I'm talking about these classic psychedelics, I'm specifically referring to these drugs which are primarily serotonin 2A receptor agonists. And that includes drugs like psilocybin, LSD, DMT, and ayahuasca. And these substances, have many of them have been used spiritually or sacramentally among indigenous people for centuries or millennia, really. And of course, there's been reemergence of interest in their therapeutic potential in the last 20 or so years. And a lot of that work has been focused on their therapeutic potential in mood and anxiety and substance use disorders. But unfortunately, in terms of the classic psychedelics like psilocybin and LSD, there are really few major sources of recent data. There haven't been any focused clinical trials looking squarely at psilocybin, for instance, as a treatment for post-traumatic stress. And so really what we're going to be looking at today, just to lay out some of the basic information that is available, is preclinical work, neuroimaging results, research on related mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression, and anecdotal reports. So that's really where a lot of the data that we have currently are coming from. And so there's a pretty robust preclinical literature looking at animal models and really showing that these classic psychedelics like LSD can have robust impact on learning and memory, and specifically that they can facilitate learning even after a single administration, as you can see some of those results here as an example. And from a therapeutic standpoint, these drugs can also have therapeutic-like effects, so antidepressant-like effects in animal models. Bessel was talking earlier about traumatizing or models of trauma where you would hold the animals down to evoke some sort of traumatic type of response. So similarly, in models like that, looking at depression types of behaviors, depressive behaviors in rodents, for instance, these serotonin 2A agonists seem to have antidepressant effects. And also, importantly for PTSD, they seem to facilitate extinction of the fear conditioning. And so this is something that, from a mechanistic standpoint, would be a particular interest for post-traumatic stress treatment because it's really helping, in theory, the person to relearn how to respond to stimuli that they would consider fearful and to really reprocess that type of information. In addition to that kind of relearning process, there's also some more work to suggest that these drugs can have some bearing on neurogenesis. So that's the birth of new neurons in the brain, as well as synaptogenesis, and just generally promoting structural plasticity in the brain. And so, again, this really all goes along that path of learning. And so when we're talking about learning new things, that's a process that involves memory, just like memories of the traumatic event are involved in post-traumatic stress. But learning new responses to fearful stimuli can also be potentially associated with these types of structural changes in the brain, where we're actually seeing the growth of new connections between different areas of the brain. And Michael was talking about this very nice metaphor of the ruts that we have on the hill as we kind of slide down there, as we slide down them. And I believe that this type of structural plasticity can also be related to sort of cognitive and emotional plasticity in terms of allowing us to work around those ruts and create new connections, not just physically in our brain, but also in the way that we respond to things that previously might have evoked a fearful response in people with post-traumatic stress. So there's, of course, been a lot of work looking at some of the neurobiological correlates of these psychedelic states. In particular, right now, we're looking at some data from Robin Carhart-Harris in the lab at Imperial College London, who are showing that when people are asked to have autobiographical recollections, to think about memories from their lives, that their brain is acting differently under the influence of psilocybin than it is under placebo, and that the ratings of vividness and the visual component of those memories are amplified under the influence of psilocybin. And this paper in specific is suggesting that these types of effects can have some bearing in terms of the therapeutic implications of using psychedelics for treating both post-traumatic stress and other types of mental health conditions. And specifically, the idea that people may be able to engage with autobiographical content, for instance, memories of past trauma, may facilitate the therapeutic experience in helping to get through some of the more difficult aspects of exposure therapy, for instance, where a person is asked to actively engage with some of those memories from their past traumas. In terms of the neurobiological mechanisms of these substances, we've also seen that psilocybin in particular can reduce amygdala reactivity, and specifically it can reduce amygdala reactivity to negative emotional stimuli. And so by reducing that type of response, the idea would be that a person who's undergoing some form of, for instance, exposure therapy may be more able or amenable to engaging with some of those difficult memories in the psychotherapeutic process. So their brain may be less charged in terms of its response to certain types of memories that may otherwise bring up very difficult reactions, and you may make it almost impossible to complete a treatment of exposure therapy for post-traumatic stress. At Johns Hopkins, we've done a number of research studies, both in healthy volunteers and in a number of different clinical populations. And I won't go into detail on all of this, but some of these findings are relevant for PTSD. And we do have a forthcoming study specifically looking at psilocybin for PTSD, which will be run by Dr. Matthew Johnson at our laboratory. So that will be something that we'll be working on in the next few years. So we hope to have more rigorous data in this area soon. But going back to some of these psychological mechanisms that have been discussed by some of the other speakers, one of the findings that's come out of the work with healthy volunteers in psilocybin has shown increase in openness. And personality openness is a trait that's associated with aesthetic appreciation, imagination and fantasy, life, tolerance of other viewpoints and values. But really, it's kind of thought of as a way that a person is able to open themselves up or engage with new ideas or think in new ways. And so after a single mystical type experience with a high dose of psilocybin at the laboratory, we're seeing these long-term changes in personality where people are more open to new ideas and more open to others' viewpoints. And so this type of openness can go hand in hand with facilitating a therapeutic process where a person, for instance, who may be suffering from post-traumatic stress may be locked in some rigid patterns of thinking or behaving as a sort of defense mechanism. Similarly, we've seen ongoing reductions after a single high dose of psilocybin, where people with life-threatening cancer diagnoses have shown reduced depression and anxiety, which are obviously very often comorbid with post-traumatic stress. People are usually dealing with these mood and anxiety symptoms concurrently with their PTSD. And so the idea that these substances can create this sort of existential experience that can help them to reframe their past traumas and to see them differently and to respond differently to themselves and the world could potentially also translate to PTSD. And so we found this in other clinical populations that are not specifically people with post-traumatic stress. However, we do think these are clinically relevant, and we're hoping that this will translate as well to people with PTSD. Of course, there's been a lot of anecdotal evidence. I've seen more and more work really looking at people who are, for instance, traveling to ayahuasca retreats to deal with trauma in combat, for instance, among veterans. What we have here is a account from one of our online surveys, which really describes a person's experience after getting traumatized, and then using a psychedelic in a naturalistic environment, so outside of a laboratory setting. But what they said was that after a life-altering traumatic experience, they experienced prolonged numbness, agoraphobia, nightmares, flashbacks, anxiety and panic attacks. So really a lot of the classic PTSD symptoms you can see emerged after this traumatic experience. The person also described having depression and suicidal ideation, and using a large amount of marijuana and drinking alcohol to help themselves deal with those symptoms, but with no real lasting relief from that substance use. So this person was describing using psilocybin, again, outside of a research laboratory setting, but that they said that after the experience, after the trip ended, I felt removed from and caused by being able to feel happy or relaxed for months on end. So really removed from a rut. And so that's, I think, a big indicator of the way that psychologically people view these experiences is being able to break out of their rut and allowing them to then see the world and respond to the world differently. So while they still experience acute PTSD symptoms, they're also experiencing more of their what they consider normal feelings of sadness, anger, excitement. These are the types of anecdotal reports that have been accumulating that really point to potential for these classic psychedelics as therapeutic agents in treating post-traumatic stress. Of course, the data are still very preliminary, but we're hoping to learn more as we undertake some clinical trials at our lab and others. I've also talked a lot about mystical experience, and others have mentioned that as not being directly correlated with efficacy of MDMA for post-traumatic stress, though we have seen that to be correlated with outcomes, antidepressant and anxiolytic outcomes of psilocybin, as well as treatment of substance use disorders like tobacco and alcohol use disorders. And you know, one of the ways that I have thought about this is that these mystical experiences are kind of like an inverse PTSD-like effect. And the reason that I think that is that there's a sort of specific experience that people can point to in the laboratory that has these persisting benefits after the fact, which is somewhat like the trauma, where you have the particular event which then leads to ongoing negative effects for many people. And so the idea that we can kind of see something like this in reverse, and particularly after these mystical type effects of psychedelics like psilocybin, is one that you know, we're exploring further with neuroimaging and other research. So just to summarize, this is a very nice paper by Erwin Krediet and colleagues, really reviewing potential of psychedelics for post-traumatic stress. And if you look at these serotonin 2A agonist classic psychedelics, there seems to be a lot of overlap with their potential for treating PTSD with MDMA. MDMA is a slightly different pharmacologically, but there seems to be, from what Michael was saying earlier in terms of the process, some real overlap with the potential psychological effects of these substances that can help facilitate cathartic experiences and healing process in the psychotherapy. So some of that may be more mechanistic in nature, increased synaptic plasticity, reduced amygdala reactivity. Some of it may be more psychological in nature, such as increased insight, divergent thinking and mindfulness, reductions in avoidance, and reductions in existential distress. So we think that there's a number of different mechanisms that are coming into play here. This is not necessarily a simple process, but it's one that seems to have a lot of promise and that we hope to learn more about in the near future. And really to wrap up, I like to just end on a cautionary note, because there's been a lot of popular media around psychedelics of late. And I think when you're trying to sell books or sell magazines, it can be great to have these very eye-catching headlines like, can psychedelics save the world? Or are psychedelic drugs the cure for depression? But when you're dealing with people who are struggling with mental health conditions like PTSD or depression, and they see the word cure, I think that the expectations there can be really high. And so it's something that needs to be managed in a way that's responsible. And so you really need to explain to people who are clinically struggling with these types of symptoms that this is not a magic bullet. This is not going to whisk away their symptoms and bring them directly into a mental health panacea. But it's a tool that we can help them with, and potentially. And so that's really where I'd like to end today. And so thank you all for having me, and looking forward to seeing the rest of the panel here.
Thank you, Albert. Of course, our experience to some degree that it is a magical bullet. The magic is part of the whole thing. And I think people have magical experiences when they are on drugs. And so I think we should not discount the magic and the magical possibilities. It really is very different from taking your Prozac or your benzodiazepines. And new realities do get opened up, as you well know, because as you know, one of my close friends, who is a major person in the trauma field, has terminal cancer. He was in your study. And I think he's still alive in part because he had his psilocybin experience and really had a very profound effect on the way he viewed himself, the meaning of life. They're very profound things, actually. Very different from the old sacrifice research. As you well know, that's why you're doing it, I'm sure. So our next speaker is Phil Wolfson, who has vast experiences working with MDMA, with ketamine, a combination of it. He wrote the ketamine papers, and he's going to give us a brief synopsis about the combination and the difference of these different agents. Phil.
Thank you so much, Bessel. Great to be here. I'm going to share my screen if I can. We should be set. So it's interesting. It's great to be here. And in a way, Bessel, you have introduced me as kind of Michael's talked about the index trauma. I'm sort of the index clinician here, since my age has moved me into the splendor of having had almost more experiences probably than almost everyone else with a broad variety of substances. So I come from that space, okay? We've been amassing data and clinical experience with psychedelic medicines for over 100 years. I like to treat cannabis as a psychedelic because that's been my experience of it. So I put that in the box. I don't love the title of classical psychedelics. When we look at the history of ketamine, psychedelic phenomena occurred right from the beginning in 1965. And the initial trials of ketamine as a congener, really a related substance to PCP. And it was very disturbing to Domino, who was developing it. And then it got picked up by the underground. So ketamine as a psychedelic has been known really since the late 60s, 70s, popularized by Roquette, demonized by Lilly. And my own experience with it began in 1990, and I had the most profound experience of my life, as have many people who've done ketamine who are totally experienced practitioners, because it's a sudden jolt out of this reality into other realities of our mind, and they're unrelated basically to this experience. So I did that substance in 1990. Friends administered it to me, and I thought I knew what death was about. I entered the formless realms, which supported my Buddhist work, and I had an experience of being an energy format, characteristics of which have occurred in remarkable frequency in the people we see. So I don't believe there are any better or worse psychedelic medicines. I call that proprietary nonsense and hype. What we've seen is allegiances to particular medicines fostered by the illegality occurring with MDMA in 1986 that we supported to keep legal for very good reasons. And what happened, I don't call it the underground. The underground occurs only after we get substance illegalized. Before that, it's a ground. And it's a fluent, boundaryless experience between people doing research and people experiencing it. They're one and the same. And then illegalization takes the ground and shoves it underground, and people get arrested in vast numbers, but it also blows up extraordinarily. So I don't think that, I tend to be into demystification and deconstruction around this, because I think the allegiances to particular substances come out of FDA necessities for proving the value of these substances, come from allegiances of particular fundraising groups, et cetera, of which I've been a part. And they create false senses of separation, because there's no clear overarching general theory of psychedelic consciousness. We've been looking at that in this set of presentations. Neurotransmitter studies, fMRI, other imaging tend to be reductionist still. They're explanatory of certain levels of function in brain. But really, as a clinician, and like with Michael's work, it's the clinical aspect which tells us so much about what is going on, and that's always subjective. So succinctly, if we go through the different major substances, leaving out ayahuasca, 5-MeO-DMT, and the variety of other other psychedelics that are being used and could become legal, hopefully, for prescription. MDMA is the model for empathogenesis in psychedelic psychotherapy with available consciousness. I started doing MDMA work after being introduced to it by Sasha Shulgin in 1983. Rick and I met about that time, 1984, and we were doing vast amounts of psychotherapy, some of which really continues to inform my view of MDMA currently. And thanks to MAPS, we did an MDMA study for life-threatening illness here with 18 subjects, a fantastic program in which really we had 100% results for traumatic PTSD, mostly caused by illness and its aftermath, people suffering with survival, because survival in modern medicine creates trauma for many, many people. And then we're still hoping to publish that study. It's out, and we hope to get it into the literature in the next months. So in terms of MDMA, we've never had great difficulties with it. The day after phenomena bothers many people and reduces its use over time. Many people initially don't have a day after, but the day after is problematic because, in my experience, you lose a day or more to headache and flatness, etc. Not everyone gets it, but too many people get it. So these spacing of sessions. And if you take MDMA in too great a frequency, too near a session to each other, there's tolerance and attenuation of effect in that near period. But MDMA is a classic for creating empathy, compassion for self and others, and ability to tolerate traumatic memories and relationship difficulties. It has pronounced antidepressant effects and pronounced effects for treatment of PTSD, as we've been talking about. So if we do mushrooms and psilocybin, people have used this since forever, since the 50s, really, to engender psychedelic experiences that are tolerable and assimilatable and not so difficult that it throws people into great psychosis afterwards. So it's a very good entry into the deep spaces of mind and heart, and ego dissolving, much as we'll talk about. Ketamine. Experiences lead to balance and new integrations. So the downsides are very few. There are some people with difficult experiences, and nausea is a common component of it, but it's a really safe and effective medicine in the psychedelic land. Then we come to ketamine. So ketamine for me is the model for rapid ego dissolution. With intramuscular injection, we use two forms. We use sublingual lozenges and intramuscular injections, and we do call them trance and transformation. There's a rapid ego dissolution, a timeout from ordinary experience, an emptiness sense, and a relief from the reactivity that people experience going into it. And the work of the psychotherapy is to prepare and then to create integration sessions afterwards in which there's a sense of newness. And since people have experienced relief from depression or trauma, there's a break in it with consciousness and a sense of the deep nature of one's being. So coming back, we, in the integration phase, to help people to hold on to that and anchor that. It's dose related, so we can use it in a psycholytic sense, as a partial empathogen, and as a powerful hallucinogen. And its format for our psychotherapy is about 3-hour sessions, and there's an hour plus for recovery. There's little in the day after sense of things, so most people recover quickly and can go about their lives. So it's an ideal psychotherapeutic tool in many, many ways. And you'll see from our slides in our study coming up, we've used it in a variety of ways. We published in March a paper of 235 patients in three different practices, and the data from that is pretty convincing. We haven't put together the MEQ data, but we did have a great sense that mystical experiences were conducive to benefit in terms of depression and anxiety.
Phil,
Yes.
we have to stop now. Remember you had 10 minutes?
Oh, I got one more. I want to show you one more.
Yeah, but-
Okay. So here is the CAP slide that you asked about, Bessel. MDMA and ketamine-assisted psychotherapies. I'd use both together. I think they're both ideal therapy tools. And this is the sense of how I would put them together. I would start with ketamine twice a week to promote relief from trauma and other preoccupying mental states, a reduction in reactivity. Begin with ketamine, MDMA after a week with CAP, opening wide the emotional door. And then I'd continue that for 3 weeks with both going, and then move into a maintenance phase as appropriate. So that would be an ideal psychotherapeutic format for my use, and I hope others. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. We'll have real time for questions and answers later. So our next speaker is Gregory Meyer. And specifically asked Dr. Meyer to talk to us because many years ago, as I showed you in the introduction, we used the Rorschach for looking at PTSD. And I and my team, Libby Call was a member of the team at the time, were really blown away by the capacity of the Rorschach to show what the mental capacities are and the mental sets that we can measure way beyond self-report. And I am very eager to see us learn about the Rorschach again. And Doctor, there's no better person to tell us about it. So he's a professor in Toledo, Ohio, University of Toledo, and a very experienced researcher in Rorschach and the measuring of the Rorschach.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit today about what the Rorschach task might add to the assessment of PTSD treatment with mind-altering substances. And I'm going to start by just talking about the Rorschach task itself. There's a lot of mythology around the Rorschach test or the task, and so I want to say a few words about how I understand it and why I think it works the way that it does. And then move into talking about how it might help us to assess the effects of these substances for PTSD. Just contextualize the Rorschach. There's really 4 main ways of knowing someone, and 2 broad families within that. We can ask questions as one way to know people. When we ask questions of the target person, him or herself, we're getting self-reported information. When we ask others who know that person, we're getting informant report. Or we can observe behavior. So we can put people into situations and see what they do in those situations. And there's 2 kinds of performance tasks that I'll say a little bit more about. One, maximum performance, the other, typical performance, of which the Rorschach is one. And psychological assessment measures, they mine these procedures or these methods as ways of knowing. And they do so by presenting standardized stimuli, standardized administration, coding, norms, and interpretive routines. Within the performance measures, the maximum performance measures are things like intelligence tests, all neuropsychological tests, achievement measures, and so forth. They have a correct and desirable way of responding, provide clear guidance about what constitutes success and how to obtain it. They give a limited number of response options and provide testing conditions that foster motivated performance, successful performance. These measures show what a person can do when they're motivated to perform optimally. Typical performance measures are very different. They encompass things like the Rorschach task, strange situation, a variety of other procedures. Participants respondents are given general guidelines for completing a task, but there's no clear standards for what is correct or desirable responding. These tasks provide wide latitude for responses, and testing conditions that foster individualized solutions. As a result of how they're construed, they show what a person will do when that person is left to their own devices, their own preferences. The Rorschach is a visual spatial lexical conceptual problem solving task. It uses a standard set of 10 ink blots. 5 of them are shades of gray, like on the left. 2 are shades of gray with bold red in the middle, and 3 are fully chromatic. Rorschach really worked at developing these. He carefully created them, he pilot tested them, and he refined them over time. And what he was building into them are suggestive but imperfect perceptual likenesses that form competing visual images. This is an illustration of some of the iterations that he went through to get the final version of his third card, which is in the lower right there, where he was working on developing the composition and the color scheme that he thought would be most evocative. He didn't write about what he was intending very much, but it appears that his intent was to embed at least one reasonably recognizable object into each card. And in addition, he tried to embed an array of suggestive but contradictory critical bits. Critical bits are elements of the inkblot stimuli based on their form, their color, their shading, their symmetry. And they are contradictory. Some parts look like one thing, other parts contradict it. A couple of his drawings and paintings are on the screen here. He's got a squirrel that is painted like a rooster, a cat that's colored like a frog. And so he was fascinated by these contradictory elements. These critical bits, they're perceptual hooks, and they work in very individualized ways automatically. People visualize things and something clicks into place and they see it in a particular way. Produces an almost limitless number of individualized responses. So there's this combination of internal structure and ideographic richness. Creates a particular kind of distribution of the kinds of objects that are being seen in the inkblight stimuli. It's a kind of distribution that characterizes a lot of natural phenomena, but not the normal curve that many psychologists are used to working with. This is an illustration of this kind of a distribution. This is data drawn from 600 non-patients from Brazil, and among them they saw a total of 6,459 different objects. And this is known as a Zipf distribution or Pareto distribution. The frequency with which the objects are being seen is on the y-axis, and then their rank order of those frequencies is on the horizontal axis. What we see over on the left-hand side is that near vertical arm there. That's the embedded structure of the test. So there's just 30 percepts that are reported by 50 people or more in the sample of 600. At the inflection point, there's just 262 things that are seen by 1.5% of the population. And then the horizontal right tail of this distribution, this is an immense string of ideographic, unique responses where there are a total of 4,538 out of these 6,459 objects that are seen by just one person. So again, part of the richness of the Rorschach is that it provides this embedded structure plus these perceptual hooks that lead to very individualized responses. So how it works in practice, the assessor hands the card to the respondent, just asks the question, what might this be? Records those responses verbatim, follows up with some clarification questions, then classifies the behaviors, the visual attributions, the communications. Did the object fit the inkblot contours? Was the color or the ink saturation important to generating that object? How cohesively structured and logical were the elements of the percept? Things like that. Um, all those codes are then counted across responses. Some summary scores are created, and then those scores are compared to normative standards about what most people see, say, and do while completing the task. And then that data is all interpreted nomothetically as well as ideographically. The respondent, when they're going through this task, they scan the stimuli looking to answer the question, what might it be, select locations for emphasis. They go through a process of comparing what it could be to recalled object images. They filter out responses that they judge to be imprecise or inadequate in some way, less than optimal or potentially offensive to an examiner. And then they articulate the ones that they select for emphasis to the assessor. This whole process is fully dependent on the meaning-making activity of the person who's actually completing the task. And it parallels the decoding process that occurs as people make sense out of complex situations in day-to-day life. And neurophysiological studies reveal that the Rorschach is a whole brain task. It encompasses left brain activation, right brain activation, frontal processes, occipital processes, and it's gray matter as well as limbic structures. So it's cortical and limbic. It really encompasses everything. A few things about what it's not. It's not an X-ray of the psyche. It's not a test of projection. It's not a psychodynamic test, and it's not a way to know everything about a person. But there's some things that it provides and that it uniquely provides that we can't get from other sources. And we get the visual attribution, verbal explanation, and interactions with the stimuli as well as with the assessor. Based on that information, with normed information, we're able to infer likely behavior in everyday life when the person is left to his or her own devices to understand, to represent, to make meaning about complex environmental stimuli that legitimately can be seen from multiple perspectives. And so we assume, the key assumption is that the things that we observe in the microcosm of the task, that they generalize to parallel mental, verbal, perceptual, and interactive behaviors in the person's daily life. Importantly, the Rorschach test, like other performance tasks, it can provide information about qualities that are not recognized, that are not part of the verbal narrative of somebody's self-report. And in this regard, they're like memory tests, and the correlation between how people think of their memory and their actual memory performance is 0.15, and so a very small degree of correspondence. The Rorschach is like that. It's a complement to consciously recognized self-reported information. And as a result of that, when we're using the Rorschach and we're using valid scales from the Rorschach, provides unique psychological data that adds incrementally to what people are able to say and describe about themselves. Now, there's been a long-standing controversy about the Rorschach, its reliability, its validity. There's a large number of studies that support its reliability, so I'm not going to talk about that in the time that I have here. But I will say a little bit first about global meta-analyses, looking at the validity of the instrument, and then more specific meta-analyses. There have been several that were published in the 1980s and 1990s. Myself and Bob Archer summarized them in 2001, including some very large edition from one of the other data sets. And all of these analyses, they compared the Rorschach, which was considered to be questionable validity, to the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, which is a self-report measure of psychopathology that many view as being robustly valid. What the findings indicated is that both instruments were equally valid in a general way, relevant to, compared to their relevant criterion measures. The critics of the Rorschach looked at these findings and said, okay, well, fine. In general, they're the Rorschach is valid, but we don't know which specific scales are valid and which ones are invalid. And therefore, it shouldn't be used in clinical practice until there's meta-analyses of every individual scale, which of course there's not for any measure out in the literature. But my wife and colleague, Joni Mahura, and myself, and two of our students, Nikolai Dimitroscu and George Bombell, we reviewed the 68 primary variables that were in use for interpretation and published in 2013 a synopsis of those meta-analyses. What we did is we identified every finding in the literature that an author said, I hypothesize this association to be present. And then we found every other instance where that same thing had been studied by somebody else, whether they hypothesized it or not. And then we classified how relevant those were to assessing the core validity of that construct. As we anticipated, we found that the validity for the Rorschach data was stronger when we were using externally assessed criteria, things like observer rating, psychiatric diagnoses, cognitive tests, than self-report criteria. Self-report criteria are pretty close to near zero, but the externally assessed on average are robust and very similar to the prior findings. However, what we found is that some scales really had strong validity and other scales that had been used in the literature did not have validity for the ways that they had been interpreted. And our findings led some of the most vocal critics of the Rorschach procedure to rescind their call for a moratorium on its support. There's a number of other meta-analyses out there that I'm not going to talk about in any kind of detail, providing support for other individual variables. The upshot of all this, though, is that probably because of the criticism of the instrument over time, the Rorschach has more meta-analytic validity for supporting the scales that are used in clinical practice than any other instrument that we're aware of in psychology. I want to shift a little bit, talking about changes in psychotherapy and then more trauma-specific issues. The Rorschach as an instrument for measuring change in psychotherapy, it's been studied multiple times. This meta-analysis by Kato Gronnerard in 2004 pulled together 38 samples where it has been used, found a medium effect size for quantifying degree of change, and equivalent to other tools that were used in a multi-method assessment study. The most kinds of change, or excuse me, the largest changes were for the kinds of things that you would anticipate: distress variables, or the ability to manage and cope with distress, modulation of emotional reactions. Some of the least change occurred for variables that encompass reality testing and disturbed thought processes. But a key moderator across these findings was that longer treatment led to greater changes, larger effect sizes. There's a decent literature looking at trauma in Rorschach responding, and Bessel earlier today mentioned some terrific examples of that. One of the things that really is noteworthy for people who've been traumatized, when they complete the Rorschach, they'll either respond in a mode of inhibition, cognitive constriction, or in a way where trauma-related imagery just floods the protocol. And so that's seen in various kinds of things that are coded and classified. The stimuli and the nature of the task then provide this in vivo picture of how somebody copes with the trauma that they've experienced, often in very highly personal experience near terms. We also see a lot of evidence for trauma-related cognitive disturbances and perceptual distortions that tie into the trauma, as well as disorganized, incomplete, fragmented thought processes that are associated with trauma representations. There's also evidence in the literature for increased stress responses, and some evidence, a little bit less well researched, for dissociative processes. There's a number of markers for that in Rorschach data. Finally, as well as contributing to the assessment of treatment outcome, one of the things that I think the Rorschach might be able to do as well as or even better than is to contribute to psychotherapy. Again, because the task shows how clients deal with deal with trauma, again, in often highly personal experience near representations that can provide a touchstone for therapists to work with clients in mind-altering substance associated treatment. All right, so I think I went through that in record time, Basil.
Thank you. I can't wait to see a good Rorschach study on the effect of our agents to see how people can live in a different world because of the agents that we give to them.
Yes, yes.
Which actually is going to be the next subject what clinicians we're going to talk about. And what we see in our daily work is that people really have profound alterations in how in the world they live in some ways.
Yeah.
Self-report doesn't capture that. And yet, as we will hear, when you see people go through their experiences and you get to know them over time, very much like Michael's presentation, they come to inhabit a different world.
Yeah.
There is no better way, to my mind, to see how that world that they live in changes besides the workshop. If anybody can come up with a better instrument, I'd love to hear it, but I've never seen.
I'd love to be involved. Yeah.
So we're going to go on. Thank you. And so we have a lab in Boston where we give people MDMA from PTSD, part of the larger MAP study supervised by Michael Mithofer. And we have a team of 6 people. And each one of them is going to now present an aspect of what has struck them most of that particular experiences.
Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Jim Hopper. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I'm here on the MDMA team, the MAP study for PTSD in Boston. And I'm delighted to introduce Libby, who is my co-therapist on the project. Libby is a very experienced trauma therapist who's been working with EMDR and IFS. She's also a long-term meditator, which really informs her clinical practice. And she's done a lot of training of people around the world in different psychotherapies, EMDR and IFS in particular. And she's one of the wisest and most loving people and clinicians I know, and I am delighted to introduce her and to hear from her now.
Thank you, Jim. And I do not have slides. I'm just going to give some reflections on my clinical work, both from the MDMA phase 3 trials and also from ketamine-assisted psychotherapy that I've been doing in my office. Let's see, I'm often asked what differences there are in working with the different medicines, and a lot of people have touched on this. I really look forward to the research and clinical experience that eventually, hopefully, will lead to some strategies for matching protocols to presenting problem. But I suspect that in medicine work, as has been true with EMDR, there will remain significant mystery to the mechanisms of healing and an element of art in finding our way forward. This has certainly been my experience as a clinician. What I'm finding is that my trust is deepening, that the medicines truly take you where you need to go, wherever that is, no matter the molecule. To this point, I've heard people say that ketamine was life transforming and MDMA had little effect. And I've heard the inverse of that. And I've seen that ketamine leads to an experience of freedom from the body, and also that ketamine leads to deepened embodiment as the interoceptive noise is quieted. For example, one client reported during a medicine session that she felt for the first time the yearning for her depressed mother as a child. This was a yearning she had suspected in her mind, but she had not actually felt in the course of our therapy together prior to the medicine work. We call this in EMDR the journey of one foot. It's from the mind to the head to the heart. And this step in healing from trauma makes all the difference. I've seen MDMA open a person to terrible sensations in the body and recall of memories that were only suspected. But I've also seen MDMA awaken people to profound love and interconnectedness, most importantly toward themselves. All of that is to say there's a wide range of responses between and among medicines in my experience. So these medicines seem to take on the characteristics necessary for the next step, whatever that is for the person. And experienced journeyers say that no two experiences are alike, even with the same medicines. This has been borne out in my experience as well in my office. And another observation is that the interior architecture of a psyche is consistent, reflecting our common humanity, no matter the method of access. So all of this invites us to remember the limitations in a model of matching treatment to disease and healing the soul, and instead points to entering into the interior world in whatever way we can, and trusting that the body-mind's essential capacity to move toward healing once this deep state is accessed under compassionate and safe conditions, appropriate set and setting. With attention to set and setting and solid preparation and integration, even entering the hell realm of trauma memories and affects of fear and sadness, guilt and shame becomes bearable. And importantly, it has purpose. I think it's a hard sell, as are all of our powerful modalities, because there has to be a certain amount of faith that going deep and through will lead to something good, to the increased capacity for connection with oneself and others, for instance. This is the negotiation we make up front with protectors in IFS, and it's helpful to acknowledge in preparation for and during medicine work. So in choosing which medicines to use when, we're left shaping what we can with the more mundane aspects of the differences between medicines, such as the length of session required, drug interactions with ongoing medications. MDMA is not as effective with SSRIs, for example. Medical considerations, the client's experience with journeying, client's experience with different medicines, and the quality and transigence of protectors. For example, a profound ketamine experience can last an hour and a half with a clean entry and exit from the expanded state so that people can transition into conventional reality and going about their day. And we schedule 3-hour visits for those sessions. MDMA, in contrast, lasts about 8 hours, almost 4 to 8 hours, and we have clients spend the night at the study site. And generally, emergence from the medicine itself, psychological gains aside, is more protracted. I believe medicines are tools that we learn to tailor to the needs of our clients, and that we need to make room for clients to navigate these with their own discernment. I always say after a stretch of EMDR or use of a particular medicine, so now you know how it works for you, it's available. And this I found is profoundly empowering for clients to turn back some of the choice making and really have it be a collaborative process going forward. So then, what essence do these sessions share? It's always an adventure in that you never know what will unfold. And I always feel an element of excited anticipation prior to a session, and clients have told me the same. We're not used to explicitly talking about spirituality and treatment, but consistently the word sacred comes to mind because the work is often awe-inspiring and humbling for everyone present. Time slows, the past is brought into the present, the future falls away. And often from this place, dare I say, the divine in its myriad forms and however you describe it emerges, even in the midst of deep suffering. So ultimately, this is the path of the shaman and healers from all traditions. And I'm aware that through science in this day and time, we're joining an ancient tradition. As with EMDR, the processing unfolds on its own, and my job generally is to stay out of the way unless the person gets stuck, needs connection, or needs guidance. And that is when I might offer a carefully crafted question or observation, an invitation to focus the attention on a sensation or a particular thought. Otherwise, the process reveals just what needs to be known, and I've come to trust that humans have a remarkable ability to move toward healing on their own, especially once medicines help their protectors to soften. I believe as a culture, we're thirsty for this kind of depth and transformation, and perhaps even more so under the current circumstances with COVID. The medicines allow us to carve out time, longer sessions to dig deep in and meet the suffering that presents itself. The work involves long stretches of sitting. This is not for everyone. I've found my meditation practice really has prepared me for this, but I sense that everyone adjusts to that aspect of the treatment differently, and there are many ways to get comfortable with it. During medicine sessions, body memories have surfaced in the form of aches, nausea, tightness, hand gestures, to name a few, as well as details of trauma that have been blocked previously. I've witnessed people feeling reconnected with deceased loved ones, a sense of inner cohesion, of forgiveness towards self and others, of opening to aspects of trauma memories in new ways with new details or perspective, handing intergenerational trauma back through time, seeing the role of fear and other protectors clearly, unblending from parts in a way not previously accessible, and getting clear about life choices and values. All of these might happen with other modalities, and I've witnessed them there too, but the medicine sessions have allowed people who could not access these states and processes through other means to go there. And it's allowed the rapid emergence of multiple aspects of trauma to come forth in a day rather than in years. I see the medicines as enabling access to the inner world. One risk I see in the work is in messianic expectations, the sense that one experience can solve every problem, or that these medicines are a quick answer to mental health struggles. Sometimes one session is sufficient, but most often the medicine session is part of a larger process, facilitating movement toward healing and self-knowledge. Let's see. For many people, especially those processing trauma, the experience is neither ecstatic nor euphoric. Instead, it evokes a state relatively free from fear and shame, or at least clarity about the role of fear and shame. Once they soften, the inner landscape gets complicated and interesting, very rich. In one medicine session that I did, fear and shame had quieted, and the client was able to share his trauma story, start to finish, matter-of-factly, without being acutely self-conscious about the response of the therapist or anything he was saying. This was something he had never been able to do, to tell the whole integrated story. I would stress the importance of safety during the journey inward. And this, of course, is true across modalities. But nurturing touch, nonverbal signals, verbal reassurance, the importance of cadence in voice, and really holding that the client is not in a conventional state of mind is extremely important. I would say the client has an opportunity with medicine work to know and see in a different way from the intellectual, rational, and chronological frames a kind of linear path that one of the slides earlier had shown. There's a tender sweetness that happens and a softening, and clients begin to see and know their most open, unburdened selves, which is beautiful to behold. And I want to end with a quote from a 45-year-old client about his medicine work in one of our sessions, because I think it beautifully captures a lot of what can happen. He says, quote, "I was completely immersed in the experience, and it moved me in a way that I cannot express in words. It was like going into a portal and seeing your life before your eyes. Some of it was good, but since I have trauma in my past, most of it was terrifying and left me in deep despair during the sessions and afterward. I cried with intensity in the sessions. The pain came from a place that was buried deep inside. I don't think I've ever cried so much in my life, but they were tears I knew I had inside. And when I released them, I felt that big black box of sadness had been removed from my body. I was able to connect with my mother and father who had previously passed away. They were both sending me love, and I could feel their presence as a stream of white light emanated from their souls toward me. I also saw myself with two guides in another lifetime or universe. We were all together looking down on us in this room, and we were laughing. I saw that we existed at the same time on another plane, and the experience was life-changing. Thank you."
Wow. What a pleasure and privilege to work with you, Libby.
Thank you.
It looks like Susan is next. And Susan is a psychiatrist until very recently with the Cambridge Health Alliance, another valuable member of our team, who also is involved in both the MDMA study and the ketamine research. So Susan's next.
Thank you, Bessel. I'm going to be talking about a participant, Charles. I'll call him Charles, from the MAPS MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for PTSD trial, MAP1, who went on to do additional ketamine-assisted psychotherapy CAP work with me afterwards. Of note, MAP1 is still blinded, so it's unclear as to whether Charles received therapy only or MDMA-assisted psychotherapy during the study. After his first CAP session, which followed completion of the study, Charles wrote about how, quote, "The medicine and the music are but vessels for the journey or vessels for the soul, just as the body is the material vessel for our spiritual existence." In this talk, I will use Charles's metaphor of medicine as the vessel to illustrate some core aspects of MDMA and ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, and describe the unique aspects of Charles's journey using two treatment modalities back to back. MDMA and ketamine can be thought of as vessels for the healing journey. It can facilitate access to, but is not in itself the source of healing. The participant or the person is the source of their own healing. The vessel, like a boat, is guided by the person's own inner healing intelligence, and this is how it takes her where she needs to go. The person using the medicine's thinking mind is not synonymous with her inner healing intelligence, nor should it guide the vessel. Often the deepest, most effective healing experiences take a course that is quite different from what might be predicted by our rational minds. Important insights in healing often arise through nonlinear processes that may shift and resolve in unexpected ways. This process is enhanced by the person's trust in her own inner healing intelligence. In conjunction with the medicine, will bring forth whatever experiences are needed for healing and growth, so that anything that arises is viewed as part of the healing process. In this vein, the person taking the medicine is encouraged to surrender to the process as fully as possible and not get ahead of the medicine or capsize the vessel with efforts to direct it. The therapists largely follow behind and support the person's unfolding experiences on the vessel as the person taking the medicine explores new and unexpected perceptions and realizations. Therapists work with the person to establish a sense of safety, trust, and openness. At times, the therapists remind the person that facing painful experiences is actually a path toward healing. Fully feeling, exploring, and experiencing whatever emotions, memories, images, body sensations arise can lead to the resolution of deep-seated patterns of fear, powerlessness, guilt, and shame. MDMA and ketamine are vessels that might be used to transport somebody to the same destination though the journey might look much different. Each vessel has similarities and unique qualities that set them apart from one another. However, just as Libby pointed out, caution must be used when describing generalities because there are large differences between people and within the same individual, and one must take into account the set and setting that's brought to the medicine. That being said, we believe that MDMA-assisted psychotherapy may be an effective treatment for PTSD because it decreases obstacles to treatment, including fear and defensiveness. It increases trust and empathy. It can slow things down and bring us to the present moment. It allows the processing of trauma within the optimal arousal zone, where we're neither hyper nor hypo-aroused. It allows movement towards difficult experiences without fear, remembering them clearly with compassion and new insights for healing. Ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, or KAP, may be helpful for PTSD by offering a timeout from pain and suffering and the burdens of everyday life. It may facilitate psychotherapy by allowing us to turn off parts of the brain that can control us and fill up our days, the so-called monkey mind. It may allow for clarity and a connection with deeper truths. It may allow us to feel heart opening and tenderness for ourselves and others. It may allow us to connect with what feels whole and loving. It may allow a direct experience with the collective unconscious, the sacred, or divine. While we don't know whether or not Charles received MDMA, he says that participating in the MAP1 trial allowed him to be fully seen for who he is for the first time in his life, to know and understand himself, to love himself and trust others. Charles says that the study allowed him to move toward and through several of his traumas so that he no longer feels burdened by them or stuck in the past. He says he's able to cry again and feel things fully. For Charles, the KAP work he did afterwards was of a deeply spiritual significance. His first KAP session in particular connected him with the joy and sacredness of life and the connectedness of all living beings. As a result of his traumas, Charles carried the burden of believing that he had to forsake his species and gender. And then during his KAP experience, among other profound experiences, he said that he was reborn as a mountain daisy, phytoplankton, a lemur, a snow leopard. And then as he returned to himself and his memories flooded back in, it was also with a sense of newness, awe, joy, and gratitude. He said, "How could I have forgotten the sacredness of life? I need to remember this afterwards." And most beautifully to me as his therapist, he said that he also understood the sacredness of being a human being and a man. He wrote, "I find ketamine-assisted psychotherapy to be helpful and a tool for understanding. I've always believed that my conscious mind is much too strong for its own good. It's built for war and trauma, to keep those thoughts and memories at bay, to protect me from the damage of these memories. But in peacetime, it doesn't work so well. It simply can't step aside and let me have access to deeper or more fundamental truths, which are easily lost. Ketamine has helped me with that immensely. It makes the conscious mind step aside and then allows me to connect with more fundamentally important things, such as the joy of being alive and the joy of being our species. Charles said that being in the study saved his soul. I wonder if ketamine-assisted psychotherapy allowed him to fully appreciate why this matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. It's great. Michael, a budding psychoanalyst, extraordinarily gifted musician, and somebody who speaks Chinese like a native, and marvelous member of our team. Michael.
Thanks for the intro, Bessel. Welcome, everybody. My goal today is to explain to therapists who are not familiar with psychedelic psychotherapy how I myself have gotten to work with patients with severe PTSD who are undergoing treatment with MDMA. And I'm not going to discuss any specific cases due to this being an ongoing research study, but I have worked with several patients and have also gone through the MDMA therapist training and seen multiple videos of people with this process. So in my residency training in psychiatry, my teachers were part of a department at the Cambridge Health Alliance that reacted against the rigid and removed stereotypes of analysts in the previous generations and emphasized the importance of making contact with their patients, validating their traumatic experiences, and emphasizing the social and structural barriers underlying the individual clinical encounter. So for me, I haven't had to develop a whole new set of tools to work with these patients, but instead figure out which ones I learned in my non-psychedelic training that are most effective in this particular setting. And I found that as I worked with more patients with this particular treatment model and felt more comfortable with the treatment, I shifted my style in a way that lets me develop a better rapport with patients and better facilitate these experiences. I was struggling to explain what exactly shifted when I came across a paper by Thomas Ogden that clarified it for me. I went from what Ogden would call a psychotherapy of knowing to a psychotherapy of being. Now, what do I mean specifically by this? Psychotherapy focused on knowing or knowledge is what we think of with Freudian or Kleinian therapy that focuses on insight as the cure. And the mechanism of therapy is to understand a patient's unconscious thoughts and feelings and experiences in order to help facilitate change. A psychotherapy of being, on the other hand, is more what we think of with Winnicott or Bion, a therapy that's focused on helping facilitate patients becoming more of themselves. So more alive to their thoughts, their feelings, and their bodily states, to sense their own creative potential and develop it, to find and speak their own voice, their authentic voice, and to become a larger person in their relationships. With this form of psychotherapy, therapy is seen as being an interpersonal context where states of being can come alive that were previously not even thought possible by the patient. Winnicott, a pediatrician turned psychiatrist, discussed how this can come alive in various ways, such as through playing. In his words, when playing is not possible, then the work done by the therapist is directed towards bringing the patient from a state of not being able to play into a state of being able to play. We're still able to offer interpretations to patients, like Libby was talking about, but with the goal of helping people become more themselves rather than just for the sake of self-knowledge, and helping them out, as Libby was saying, where they feel stuck. Now, to me, a psychotherapy that's focused on being seems to make a lot of sense for patients with severe PTSD, many of whom find themselves stuck in a rigid, narrow way of dealing with the world that's bound up with their painful past experiences. It certainly resonates with my own personal experience with MDMA as part of my training. What stood out to me from my MDMA session as part of my training was the deep feeling of love that I had towards the therapist and that I felt that they had towards me. After some then recent difficult personal experiences of my own, it was as though that MDMA session reawakened for me the capacity for deep human connection and reconnected me with what this feels like. In the days, months, and even years after that experience, this has allowed me to form close bonds with friends, family, and patients, deeper than I had even thought possible before. It also applies to my experience both working with patients and from what I've observed in the training videos. So as we've heard described earlier in the day, patients can go inside for anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours, where they put on the headphones, listen to music, wear an eye mask, and experience themselves in a completely new way while under the influence of this profoundly transforming medication. They might not always be able to articulate what is happening or what has happened, but when they do find words for the experience, those words can be profound. One patient, after being inside for about an hour or so, remarked on how they thought it was going to be so difficult, but was actually easy. It just takes practice. The patient, someone who'd escaped from a traumatic situation but continued to feel trapped by it, was then able to practice, in the patient's words, trying different ways of experiencing the world by specifically trying out new ways of seeing, hearing, and touching all of the things in the room and having a heightened awareness of the present, much like Bion's attention to one's present bodily states. Rather than having the patient free associate to those sensations, the therapy team encouraged the patient to experience them fully while in that altered state. And this practice, being fully mindful of the present, eventually led to the exploration of the patient's trauma from multiple angles that the patient hadn't been able to see before. Additionally, I've found that I've become more comfortable in this particular kind of therapy with self-disclosure. I still maintain professional boundaries and avoid putting patients in a position of taking care of me, but this unique modality of medication-assisted therapy does put patients in a vulnerable position after only knowing them for a few sessions. And I found that sharing more about myself helps patients feel more comfortable entering into this space with me. And it models for patients how I tune into my present feelings and put words to the experience. For example, if a patient asks if I get nervous before medication sessions like they do, I'll model authentic disclosure by saying, yes, I do get nervous going into this intense, prolonged, and unpredictable experience. And I try and prepare for it by curating a musical playlist that's tailored to the needs of that patient. Having said that to a patient once, the patient at the end of the day said that my response had really helped them get into that experience after learning that I felt nervous too. If someone's feeling stuck in a session, trying to rationalize or understand or know, as we would say earlier, a difficult experience from the past, we as therapists might offer an intervention that opens up a path back towards awareness about their feelings in the present. So for example, if a patient is discussing a difficult life decision that they continue to second guess, we might name the conflict that they experience, restate the consequences of both options, and then invite the patient to sit with their ambivalence and to see what it feels like in their body. Once patients become more familiar with this altered state, it's also possible to see their creativity expand. They might, as Winnicott encouraged, use the therapy space for play by drawing or making music, sometimes even together with us therapists. Patients may also use their own creativity to come up with tailor-made experiences to address their PTSD. So someone triggered by a particular sound, for instance, might ask to listen to that sound during their session in order to see if they respond differently while under the influence of the medication. Afterwards, they might not experience this as triggering in the same way as before. And this idea of an exposure to a known trigger was something that was generated by them rather than put on them by the therapy team. And I will say something else about the timing of this. Traditional therapy often requires months or years of intensive work, but after just several sessions working in this manner, it is possible to see major shifts in patients' ways of being in the world. As one person put it towards the end of their treatment, after having had 3 medicine sessions, in the final one, they said, "It's as though I were a canvas that was covered with all of these layers of paint. And I thought that the bottom layer was all gone. But now I see that it's still there underneath and I can give it room to grow." So while this just begins to scratch the surface of this work, I hope that my talk has given clinicians in the audience some ideas about how to apply your training and experience to this work. And I hope it helps us build bridges between a range of therapeutic schools and demonstrates how we can draw from a wide variety of disciplines and backgrounds as we further develop this treatment.
Thank you, Michael.
So I'm going to focus on a particular aspect of MDMA and psychedelic assisted psychotherapy that I've observed and that is something I'm very interested in and something I've experienced. And that's what I'm going to do, focus on this, on values and how these experiences can help people access, you could say, human values, transcendent values, and how that's central to a lot of the healing that I've seen in this work and that I've experienced. Real quickly, there's 3 different kinds of sessions in this work. There's the preparation sessions, which I'm not going to talk that much about. There's the medicine sessions where people are under the influence of the medicine. And then there's the integration sessions after those medicine sessions and in between them when you have multiple medicine sessions. And those are incredibly important as well. And, people have referred to this phrase of set and setting. I don't have time to elaborate that in a 10-minute talk, but it's worth, delving into if it's not familiar to you. And one way of thinking about set and setting that I want to focus on here is that they're bases for letting go or surrendering and receiving. So we try to create the conditions, as others have said, Michael Mithoefer, Libby, Susan, a lot have talked about this access of one's inner healing intelligence. And it's very much about letting go or surrendering to and receiving that inner healing intelligence. And it's something that we can experience within ourselves, that we see emerging in our clients in this work. And not just in the therapy context, but in ritual and other contexts. But it's a really central concept that runs through the work and the experiences that is so important. And so what is it that one receives when one lets go and opens oneself to one's inner healing intelligence, or you could say the wisdom of one's soul or spirit, in which one can access, or the divine, as Libby said. And there's so much that people can receive. And one way to think about it in very simple terms, and this is mirroring some things that have already been said in different ways by researchers and clinicians today, is that sometimes you receive the bad. And I put it in quotes because, I don't think it's bad per se. It's painful, it's difficult, it's part of life, right? Pain, suffering, trauma. And when the set and setting are in place well, and the therapists really know what they're doing and are competent and loving and attentive, then they can provide this space where people can safely experience and heal in very deep ways some of their most traumatic experiences or their most extreme shame and other things that have been spoken of earlier today. But at the same time, when people are opening, not necessarily at the same time, but in a particular session, though sometimes this too, but people can also access the good, right? People can access incredible love and joy and beauty and other truly good aspects of existence and our human being. And these can be deeply experienced and embraced. And this is one of the most powerful things of this work with these medicines and the expanded states of consciousness, that not only are we able to delve into the suffering and the quote bad parts of life, but we are able to open up to, surrender to, receive and embrace these incredibly good things of existence. And that's really what I'm focusing on here, the good and the values, and we could say the virtues too that people access in this work and that I've experienced myself in this work. And so what are some of the things that people tap into? The sacredness and beauty of life and nature, the preciousness of human life and every unique human being. Over and over again, I've seen people having these experiences and had these experiences myself. People access through that inner healing intelligence and surrendering universal values and virtues that humans can embody, including love and kindness and courage, compassion, creativity, playfulness. The list can go on. But these are universal values and virtues to which we all potentially have access in our daily lives and to which we can have very heightened and powerful access in these expanded states of consciousness with these medicines in the right set and setting. And people also have, particular values and virtues that they really tap into in these sessions. Sometimes there are things about themselves that they come to appreciate, as Michael Mithofer talked about with one of his MDMA therapy people. At the end, they're writing about and talking about those aspects of himself that he so appreciated. And it took him until the end of the process to really get there. But also in other people in one's life. I find myself in some of these experiences and other people I see really just accessing and honoring the good in the people they love, whether it's their parents or their children or their colleagues or their friends, even people they've had difficulties with. In these expanded states of consciousness, at times we can really tap in to the good in those people. It could be their sense of humor, it could be their generosity, it could be so many different qualities. But a very important transformative aspect of these experiences can be really tuning into and honoring and embracing the good and the virtues in the people we know and love. And then finally, I've witnessed in these experiences and experienced it myself, that people can really access these values and virtues that are especially important to what's going on in their life and their relationships right now, what's happening with their son, with their daughter, with their spouse, in their marriage, with their colleague. And that can be a really important part of the work, is tuning into that relationship and what is called for and what is emerging from within oneself to be more loving, to be more wise, more playful, more generous, more whatever the qualities are and these virtues that we have potential to access within ourselves. And so when we think about integration, some of the questions we ask as therapists is, what did you experience and receive in that medicine session? What insights did you have? What resolutions did you make? And we often find that people make these resolutions in the session. I'm going to be this way toward my daughter or toward my son or my spouse. And another thing that comes up in the integration work is we support people to not just surrender to and access these things in the sessions, but to bring them into their lives afterwards. That's so key. It's not just about what happens on the medicine, but afterwards. What values and virtues do you want to embody? People ask themselves this. What habits do they want to cultivate? Again, it's not just about a revelation. It's about what are we going to bring into our bodies as new habits? And these are key questions and practices for integration. Another way of thinking about this is that integration, the integration process, is supporting people to remember and embody the healing and the moral and spiritual goods and values and virtues that they have received in that expanded state of consciousness. Quick couple comments about the brain. There's many things we could say about this, and a few have been said today. Turning off the default mode network, Robin Carhart Harris's work especially, this can help us to surrender, to access that inner healing intelligence, and to receive these transcendent goods and values and virtues to which I've been referring. And as was mentioned earlier, neurogenesis, synaptogenesis, and generalized neuroplasticity can help facilitate new learning. So these are models that are already out there. But I want to emphasize too, that these goods and values and virtues that people access in these states, they transcend biology. These things cannot be understood or explained through biology. Our access to them and our ability to integrate them, I think there's biological things that we really need to understand about that. But this goes way beyond the brain and biology. We're talking about what I would call these transcendent goods and values. And so we need a neurobiological model of integration too. So a lot of the neurobiology is focused on what's happening in the medicine sessions, which is very important. But we need to think about what is going on biologically in the integration process. And for that, we really need to think about what has been called the seeking circuitry of the brain, which underlies all wanting and longing and motivation in our lives, and also the incorporation of things into new habits, new ways of being and embodying these values and virtues in our lives. And I think we really need to think about the neurobiology of that as well. And this is just an image of that seeking circuitry. It's part of the reward circuit that Jaak Panksepp has talked about. Now, how do we measure these values, right, in research? Well, I've looked into this, and honestly, right now, the measures that people are using that are available they don't begin to capture the richness of the experiences and transformations that I've witnessed and experienced with these medicines. But here's some of the things that have been used. A card sort on values can be very helpful to look at how people's priorities of their values change before and after these medicine sessions and in the integration process. There's a couple other scales I'm going to mention: the Schwartz value scale, the valued living scale that people with ACT have used, and the neo-personality inventory, including the openness dimension, which includes openness to values. I think these have some things to offer, but again, I really don't think they begin to capture the complexity of this. And to the clinicians, I just want to say, we don't necessarily need measures. We just need to be open to and have this on our radar, and a tremendous respect for the values and the virtues that people can access and integrate through this mode of therapy. And finally, for people who are interested in some of my thoughts about values and how they're central to trauma and also healing from trauma, including with MDMA and psychedelics, this is an editorial I recently wrote and published on these issues. And at the end of that editorial, and one of the key things that I emphasize about trauma is we hear so much about dysregulation in these neurobiological models and other models of dysregulation in trauma, which is very, very important. But one way we can think of dysregulation is habits of seeking. And people are seeking things when they're dysregulated that tend to be demoralizing, quick fixes. And a lot of what good therapy is about in these psychedelic and MDMA experiences is helping people find new things to seek that are remoralizing, that are true values and virtues that are really transformative and helpful in people's lives. And finally, this is a quote from that paper I wrote, where I end by talking about the promise of this work with MDMA and psychedelics. I say, I can personally attest to not only the profound healing these treatments can bring to traumatized people, but the huge transformations of their values and lives as moral beings. You could add spiritual beings as well. And importantly, those reorganization of values and remoralizations emerge spontaneously from within as part of an inner-directed healing process that therapists support, but never prescribe or direct. And that is one of the beauties of this work, is we create the conditions to support people to access, surrender to, embody, embrace, and integrate these transcendent values and virtues that we can have access to as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That is certainly, the issue of values is terribly important and underrated, and of course very central this day and age when we see such horrendous things around us and being condoned, and a moral stance, which will be a subject through much of the rest of the conference. We'll come back, so thank you for this. So our next speaker is Francis Guerrero, who is one of our very personally and therapeutically experienced members, who has and really engaged in studying and investigating a number of these substances very well, and he will talk to us about his experiences. Francis.
Thanks so much, Bessel. Honored to be among this crew of amazing minds and deeply generous hearts. Astonished again and again each year as we do this conference, how simultaneously humbled and lifted I am to be in this company, and how grateful and proud I am to call each of you mentors and colleagues and most of all friends. So it's with a very full heart and a very stimulated mind that I attempt to make a few comments today. No screen sharing, but just a few comments, hopefully from the heart. Consolidating a bit of what we've heard today from everybody, and offering a certain emphasis upon something Jim talked about just a moment ago, which is integration work in the psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy model. I speak as both an MDMA-assisted psychotherapy psychotherapist on the phase 3 trial in Bessel's lab, and also as an outpatient psychotherapist who for the last 2 years has seen clients almost exclusively who are somehow involved in psychedelics. their own personal work, which I take a harm reduction view to and an integration view to. And also ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, which I've been doing in my private practice for 2 years now, being trained by Phil Wolfson. This model, which Rick emphasized, is not about psychedelics, about psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, and that is an integrative model, as we saw with Michael Mithoefer's beautiful rendition of Nick's treatment, that this is an integrated model. That is to say, this model embodies, incorporates, and expresses the core values and techniques of many different therapies. You saw in Michael's presentation, existential psychotherapy, psychodynamic psychotherapy, CBT-oriented exposure therapy, IFS therapy. You saw mindfulness-based therapies really get their due. And beyond that, you saw a certain element of what we call the transpersonal. And several of my colleagues have courageously used this word soul today, or the spiritual. The word psychedelic, of course, means mind manifesting, but psyche, as in the beginning of our field, means soul. So when we speak of somebody as a psychonaut, an explorer of the mind, really the psyche is the exploration of the soul. And with the example of Charles, Susan's client, psychedelics as the vessel for exploring the soul. And the therapist is in that a kind of companion and midwife to the soul, a kind of fellow explorer companion in this very soulful work. And when I hear the word soul or spiritual, I always think of connection, a sense of connecting. And that is what is so beautiful and gripping about this work, that this is essentially a work of synthesis of both the medical and the psychological, of psychiatry and psychotherapy. We're seeing the blending of these for the first time in our field, a field that has been largely stuck in terms of integrating all of its many riches. That is one of the most exciting things to me about this work. Trauma is an existential break, and it calls upon us, as we are all being called upon now during this time of COVID, to seek and embody the most resilient part of ourselves. And that is also what we might call the soul. We can go to Dick Schwartz's phenomenology of the self, that it's an experiential phenomena, that the self is calm and the self is curious and open. It wants to know. The self feels embodied belonging, a sense of connection to the world, to all people. It's courageous in its venturing forth, and it's deeply compassionate towards itself and towards all others, with a sense of confidence and a creative playfulness, always bringing some sense of perspective to the situation we didn't see before. In this way, the self is not something we might talk about in obscure terms, but something that's directly experienced. And in that sense, this is an experiential psychotherapy. As Mike talked about, it's moving from knowing to being. This experiential psychotherapy is offering a direct experience of this inner resource we call self, or spirit, self-energy. I like to think of it as a kind of orchestral conductor or an internal integrator. We've heard the terms inner healing intelligence. This sense of carrying forward or birthing this most resilient and most present part of ourselves is the ultimate fruit of this work. And as a therapist, it's endlessly fascinating and enlivening to be witness to and companion to. There was an interesting discussion. Phil gave us a gorgeous perspective of putting together MDMA and ketamine. And just prior to that, Albert had talked about an inverse PTSD phenomena. There was a nice little piece there where Bessel was wanting to make sure we didn't lose the magic, and Albert was making sure we didn't overemphasize the magic. And right in between there, I think, is where the integration happens. Not letting go of the magic and the mystical, honoring this, what Maslow called a peak experience, a moment, just a glimpse of self-actualization. And then the hard and painstaking work of integration, of realizing that through behavior, through the incorporation of values, as Jim put it, into our lives, so that we have a direct experience of, I'm becoming the person whom I want to be. I'm realizing that. It's not a fantasy, it's not something I'm reaching towards or hoping for or yearning about. There's a sense of confidence that this is happening, and I am in full presence with myself. So I've been seeing this again and again in my integration work, and it's beautiful to behold. And what we do there generally is help a person to anchor their psychedelic experience through some image, through a phrase, and most importantly, through a felt sense. And then we invite them to re-inhabit that felt sense and let that unfold the rest of the therapy. I've seen it both in our MDMA work, in the study, and in my private practice. And what I can say to any therapist who's interested in this is pursue it. It is a beautiful and passionate form of therapy. And with that, I'll end because my colleague Anne is going to talk to you all about training. So thanks again very much for having me.
Thank you, Francis. Yeah, I think the last point you're making is very important. This is not a play. I don't think it's going to be a lot of burnout doing this work because things happen. And I think what all of you have emphasized is how people get freed up to explore their internal experiences, and that you really are a servant to it. You don't need to carry it. It's not because of how smart or how well educated you are. It's really about lending your presence for other people's growth. And that is indeed a very privileged experience to have, isn't it? Thank you. So Anne is our last speaker. And many people would consider Anne the dean of psychedelics studies in the Boston area. She has worked on this for a very long time, has trained many people, and she's a physician. She's not a mental health professional by background, but by adoption, which is probably the best thing to be for many people. So this is Anne St. Gore.
Thank you, Bessel. Thank you to everyone. It's such an honor to be part of this group. And the talks by my fellow therapists were very, very moving to me. And my job as the cleanup person is to talk about different training possibilities. And I must say, it almost feels mundane after hearing such heartfelt stories from everyone, but I do think it's important. And I'm sure that after hearing all these stories, many of you are interested in how you might be able to get involved in this. So I just want to share some thoughts with you about different ways to get involved. First, a little bit about my background. Bessel alluded to, I was a primary care physician here in Boston for about 30 years. And during the last 10 years or so, in my practice, I became aware of how many physical and psychological ailments could be traced back to trauma. And in searching for what could be done to help people with PTSD, I came across the amazing work that MAPS was doing. Their results so surpassed anything else that I had found that I became intrigued and wanted to get involved. So I left my practice in 2013, and I wasn't quite sure how I was going to get involved in the work beyond spreading the word as best I could. I was lucky enough to be part of the first cohort at CIIS, the California Institute of Integral Studies, to become a certified psychedelic therapist and researcher in 2016. and then was asked to complete the MAPS training to become a therapist for the phase 3 study, and here I am. The CIS Psychedelic Assisted Therapist and Researcher Certificate Program, CPTR, is a great place to start if you're interested in learning about the many different modalities in the field, and it's the only comprehensive course of its kind. This program's run out of San Francisco now, but we hope that we'll be able to help it expand here in the East Coast in the next year or so. It's open to all licensed medical and mental health professionals and to ordained clergy and chaplains. The course leaders believe that to be a competent psychedelic therapist, one must have an empathic, abiding presence, know how to engender trust from their clients, understand transpersonal intelligence, have a knowledge of the physical and psychological effects of the psychedelics, have a self-awareness and ethical integrity, and have a proficiency in complementary techniques. The training includes 5 weekend workshops and 1 week-long residential retreat filled with teaching from Annie and Michael Mithoefer. In addition to these 120 hours in class, there's 60 hours of online video instruction, volunteer work, and mentoring. The teachers include most of the leaders in this field from all over the world. Also, being part of a cohort of folks with a passion about this work is inspiring. Our cohort was 42 people, and the 5th cohort, which is happening now, is over 70 people from all over the world. So far, they've trained 226 professionals. These days, they're able to do all of this training online and virtually so far. To learn more details, feel free to ask me any questions, and please look at the CIIS CPTR website. Our MAPS therapist training included 2 one-week retreats taught by experienced MAPS therapists, mostly Annie and Michael Mithoefer and Marcelo Otalara from the Boulder team. We spent time reviewing hours of videos from the phase 2 studies and discussing them, and then role-playing and community building. There was also online work, and we had to write a paper about a learning experience that enhanced our skills to become an MDMA therapist. We were all also offered a chance to receive the MDMA therapy that Michael alluded to from one of the experienced phase 2 teams. We had 1 all-day session on MDMA and 1 all-day session off of MDMA, both with the same therapist team. Most of us chose to do this protocol and found the experience profound, often life-changing, and hugely important before actually becoming an MDMA therapist. Personally, my biggest learning was experiencing my brain on MDMA and off of MDMA in exactly the same setting. On the MDMA, I was able to process whatever came up without my judgmental inner critic commenting on the material that I'd spent plenty of previous sessions thinking about and trying to figure out. What a relief and what a huge opening to look at some very difficult stuff without being held back by self-doubt and self-judgment. The 2 therapists, along with the MDMA, provided a safety network, which allowed me to relax and trust that I could handle whatever might come up. Without the MDMA, I was concerned I wasn't interesting enough to the therapists. I was worried I was taking up too much of their time and generally not feeling worthy. I could not get out of my own critical way to take full advantage of having the support and caring of these 2 wise therapists. This made me want everyone who's interested to be able to have an MDMA session in this supportive and healing setting, and I hold on to this conviction as I am now a phase 3 therapist. In 2019, MAPS trained 340 therapists and chose 10 sites and 40 therapists for the expanded access sites. After 2021, or maybe 2022, as we're slowed down now, though Rick gave us very hopeful information today. When we hope this will be legal, this therapy can be offered across the country and the world in MAPS-sponsored psychedelic clinics. The training program is currently being redesigned so it can be scaled up to train many more therapists, so it's not active right now. The online application form is still live, so people can apply, but the applications will not be reviewed for a while. The training website is mapspublicbenefit.com/training, which is a good reference for more information and where the application can be found. I would also suggest learning about and experiencing holotropic breathwork to understand more about non-ordinary states of consciousness. This is a form of breathing in a supported setting with evocative music that induces non-ordinary states in most people. It's through this form of work that Rick and Michael Mithoff were connected, as they mentioned earlier. It was developed by the visionary psychiatrist Stanislaus Grof and his late wife Christina after psychedelics became illegal in the 1970s, and it's now been experienced by thousands of people all over the world. There are many groups in most part of the world, and they have many different training modules, so check out their website, which is holotropic.com, holotropic.com. If you're interested in learning how to add ketamine-assisted psychotherapy to your practice, Phil Wolfson's Ketamine Research Foundation has an excellent 4-day training program, including some experiences with ketamine, so that you can learn about, and this you can learn about on their website, theketaminetrainingcenter.com. Sadly, they're on hold for now, but they hope to get started back up as soon as they can. Another way to get more involved in supporting this research is to form local groups to learn what's going on in your area and around the world in this field. We've done this here in Boston and currently are helping folks in other parts of the country to get similar groups going. We call ourselves the Boston Psychedelic Research Group, the BPRG. We're committed to education, promotion, and advancement of psychedelic research to facilitate the development of evidence-based, legally accessible treatment for all those who could benefit. As a MAPS therapist and a longtime member of the Boston medical community, I was getting many emails and calls from people interested in this work, and I realized most of them did not know each other and could benefit from doing so. So in July 2018, 12 of us gathered for a potluck supper in my Cambridge backyard. We were a mixture of young clinical researchers and others interested in figuring out ways to support this research. For our next meeting 2 months later, I added to the invitation my fellow MAPS Boston team and any who were interested in being part of this gathering, and we had over 30 people. We've now been meeting every other month for 4 hours, and our list is up to over 400 invitees, all word of mouth. Our attendees include therapists who hope to either do some of this research or use these modalities in their practices in the future, more seasoned therapists and leaders in the medical world, and folks who think they could support this work in different ways. We've had a range of outside speakers from all over who were involved in this research. We met on Zoom for the first time earlier this month and had over 100 people from all over the world. We were lucky enough to have Bill Richards from Hopkins and Janice Phelps from CAS as our keynote speakers. We also enjoy hearing from folks in our local community. And at our last meeting earlier this month, we got an update from a group that's starting a psychedelic studies center at the Mass General, people working at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, from our MAPS team, from local therapists who are providing ketamine-assisted psychotherapy, a group looking at contemplative practices in psychedelics, another group looking at diversity, outreach, and inclusion in the world of psychedelic research, and finally, from a group about to launch a large online survey for retired vets who have used these medicines to help them reintegrate back into their civilian life. We now have a web page and a presence on YouTube and Facebook. I would encourage all of you to think about doing something similar in your community, and we would be delighted to help you do so. The more we talk about this research and the more we find kindred spirits in this field, we will advance the general acceptance of this powerful, important work, and this will ensure that this therapy will become available to more and more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And thank you, all of this team. Now we're going to answer some questions. Hi, This is time for some reflections. We only have half an hour, and later on this month, we'll have a more extended discussions. I had hundreds and hundreds of questions, most of it quite relevant. The first question I'd like to, that people ask is, where are these treatments currently legally available? And I think that's an important thing to address, and how we see the progress of people getting access to this. Maybe Phil can start with that one.
No, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Bessel, for requesting that. Well, as we've said earlier, ketamine is the only legal psychedelic available broadly. It's provided in all kinds of settings, and routes of administration are part of the controversy. Our niche, our growing way of providing ketamine is as an assisted psychotherapy, much like MDMA is an assisted psychotherapy. And we stand behind that as a way of processing and growing and doing psychotherapy. And we tend to run 2 to 3.
So where can people go?
People can go to the Ketamine Psychotherapy Associates website. There is a reference to people even online like Francis here, and centers all across the country in which we are practicing ketamine-assisted psychotherapy.
Rick, would you like to give us a vision of how you see things develop and become accessible to larger groups of people? Rick was on and suddenly disappeared. But Michael can speak for.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to stand in for Rick. Hopefully he'll be back. Well, right now we're almost finished with our first phase 3 trial and about to start a second phase 3 trial. One of the sites is many of you in Boston. And then we're hoping that MDMA can be approved for clinical use in 2020. And so
2021.
I'm sorry?
2021, I imagine.
Well, we've revised it to being probably more like 2022.
Okay.
COVID has not sped up the research, but we're keeping it going. It slowed things down. And, one of our concerns that we've already been focusing on really for the last couple of years is how is this going to be made affordable for people? Because the upfront cost is high, even though the cost effectiveness is also very high in the long run. So we have consultants and a whole group of people who have been working for a couple of years to pave the way for getting insurance coverage for this and trying to figure out how to do that. And we'll also, of course, be looking at ways to have economies after approval. Some people won't need as long a session with 2 therapists. Some people may be able to do it in groups. So there's a lot going on to try to already be fit. We've been thinking for a long time now about, okay, when it gets approved, how will it be accessed?
Bessel, I just want to add that we have an access to care program, which reduces costs significantly. It's privately funded through our Ketamine Research Foundation, and therapists in our group can apply for support to patients. So we are actively engaged in reducing costs in a variety of ways.
There's quite a few questions about issues of accessibility for people of color. Looking at the faces that are assembled here, that seems like always like a very reasonable thing. There's certain populations that are systematically don't make it in this. Are there any thoughts about it? I know that MAPS has been working very hard on training therapists of minority groups. And, you want to say something about that, Rick or Michael?
You want to say something, Rick?
Yeah.
Looks like you're muted, Rick.
Yeah. Somehow I'm getting an echo and a lag. So it's
What's the stream you're listening to?
We don't mind hearing you twice.
Okay, so what was your question? Sorry.
chronic issues in mental health, access to minority and poverty-ridden populations.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Okay. All right. So one of the big issues, of course, is that a lot of the people that are most traumatized have the least resources to pay for this kind of treatment. And so I think insurance coverage is going to be a big part of that. The other part is that we've been very deficient in terms of having African Americans and other minorities really volunteer for the study. And so we've had a training for therapists of color, and I think that's what will help a lot, is to have therapists that look like and come from the communities that we want to reach out. There's been a Native American therapist in our training program as well. There's interest in working with Navajos and others who are traumatized. So I think that's going to be one of our big challenges, is really bringing into the training program therapists from various minority groups. But that's a priority of ours to do so.
Great. So another question is concern about drug addiction parallel with the use of these agents for drug addiction. And that's a huge topic, of course, and I think many people may want to address that issue.
Well, I'll just say that Ben Sessa in England has done an incredible study with MDMA and alcoholism. And he's got very good initial results. We're working with him to try to do a longer term follow-up. But I think the main understanding is that trauma is what drives people to run away in drug abuse from their powerful emotions. And if you can address trauma, then that should have a reduction in drug abuse. And at the same time, MDMA in therapeutic settings isn't like just a pleasure drug. You know, Michael has talked about how a lot of our patients have said that I don't know why they call this ecstasy.
I remember during my experience, I kept saying, this is a party drug? This is a party drug? That wasn't fun at all.
Yeah, so we do track it, and we have not seen that people who are in our studies go on and become recreational users of ecstasy. So I think that the abuse potential of MDMA and other psychedelics, I would be most concerned actually about ketamine, because of all the psychedelics, ketamine is the most addictive of all the psychedelics because it's a dissociative anesthetic. It's more of a reliable escape for people. And we've had a lot of the lead advocates for ketamine become addicted to ketamine themselves in the past. So I would be most concerned about ketamine, particularly the way it's being marketed by Johnson & Johnson and Janssen without psychotherapy, so that you don't have the chance to preparation, you don't have the chance really for integration, and you end up needing frequent administrations of S-ketamine, the isomer of ketamine. And so people are getting it weekly, sometimes multiple times a week for months at a time. So I think the solution for me is going to be blending therapy with ketamine, and I think that will reduce the abuse liability of ketamine. But I don't see a real problem with MDMA used in therapy, or certainly not psilocybin or LSD or other psychedelics. They're not drugs of abuse in that same way.
Anyway, somebody's microphone is not muted, and we hear somebody's.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Another issue that keeps coming up, and I don't think people quite heard it as clearly as several of you pointed it out, is the process of MDMA or ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. And I don't think we can emphasize enough what the process actually consists of. Also, given again what you just said about Johnson & Johnson marketing as ketamine. I have a friend who I sent to one of you who actually had chronic depression, went to ketamine clinic, went through very difficult personal circumstances, was given a bunch of ketamine, sent home to his new apartment that he had rented while he was separated from his wife. Like, I can't think of anything worse than that. Huh? And so can somebody, again, emphasize this issue of MDMA or ketamine-assisted therapy and how the therapy and the drug actually interdigitate with each other?
If I can speak as a ketamine person and an MDMA person, I would take issue with Rick to some extent in that street use of all psychedelics exceeds far and wide anything that we do in the clinic. And in fact, in the ketamine clinics at large from IV on, there's been no street use from people, and there are tens of thousands of people who've received ketamine, Spravato, et cetera. When you do it as we're doing it and as an assisted psychotherapy, we're constantly in support of people, and we do have innovated the at-home use of ketamine. We're even doing it during COVID on 3-hour sessions online. We have had nobody go to the street. We don't expect anyone to go to the street. And we help people process the experiences of ketamine, which are very deep, short, much shorter than MDMA. And I don't see abuse coming from the clinical sector, even including Spravato, because that's defined as having to be in a doctor's office. The problem with ketamine not used in a psychotherapy setting is that we're really not helping people to have their experiences spoken, understood, or processed, so there's no integration. So I think the MDMA, psilocybin, and ketamine groups doing assisted psychotherapy are doing the work of really integrating psychedelic experience into people's daily lives and consciousness.
Would somebody, and I think any number of people can say that, once again emphasize the whole context issue and how also I think the whole plan of MAPS is to not get this MDMA license without the context of the assisted therapy. Can we just say that once again, that how you create an environment where people can deeply go into oftentimes quite harrowing experiences? I think came out very beautifully in Michael's talk, is that this is not picnic. People go through very, very difficult, painful experiences, including some of us who are involved in this study. And how much the environment of holding people is so critical. And maybe we can talk about how you're planning to specifically do that also.
Yeah, well, this is part of a negotiation with FDA as part of regulations that are called REMS, stands for Risk Evaluation and Mitigation Strategies. So the FDA can customize their policies for each individual drug post-approval. And one of the things that we've proposed and that FDA is really accepting is that the only people that can prescribe and treat patients are those that have been trained in the psychotherapy. And it can be only administered under direct supervision. And so it's always going to be paired with psychotherapy. And that's going to be by agreement with FDA as part of the REMS. So we believe that it will never become a take-home drug. There'll be a central pharmacy. It will be shipped to the prescribers, not to the patients. Like a lot of people normally think about a prescription drug, the patients get it themselves. This is not going to be like that. So that I think we'll do a very good job of ensuring that it's only used as a medicine in conjunction with psychotherapy.
See, to me as a psychiatrist,
could I add to that, Bessel? Can I add to that after you've finished adding to it?
No, I'll add to it, and I'd love to hear. But I really want to add this because, to my mind, to such a large degree, psychiatry lost its soul. And having done the first approved drugs trials on Prozac and Zoloft, somebody said to me recently at some party, he could have made a great career for himself. He was the first psychopharm researcher in Prozac and Zoloft. And the tragedy for me is that with the advent of those drugs, psychiatry lost its soul and became drug dealers. And the idea that these psychedelic agents or mind-altering agents can bring the soul back into our profession is just deeply moving to me. And the psychiatrists will once again get trained into the mind and how the mind works, along the lines of what Michael's beautiful case history showed about how multifaceted it is, and you cannot capture it by one of these stupid diagnoses which have no scientific value in the first place, but to really see the deep process that people go through. Michael, your turn.
Thank you, Bessel. Well, that you inspired me to say something I wasn't going to say, but yeah, I agree with you about the soul of psychiatry. And we've had psychiatrists, very experienced psychiatrists in our training programs, watching videos and bursting into tears and saying, this is why I went into psychiatry and I haven't been able to do what I set out to do for years. And so I think along the point that Rick was making, one of the challenges for all of us as therapists in the research is to orient the participants to what this approach is about, and that it is, it's people come focus on, oh, I'm going to get MDMA 3 times. I've got to get all my work done during the MDMA sessions. And what we really try to prepare them for is the reality. It's not at all just about what happens during the MDMA sessions. A lot of valuable things happen during the MDMA sessions, but that's just a catalyst that starts an ongoing unfolding process. And a lot of the healing happens outside of the therapies, outside the MDMA sessions, and in the integration sessions, and in the work that people do to work with their own process from day to day. So it's a process. It's about, the drug is just a catalyst for the process. The process is where the healing comes from, is how I think most of us see it.
Albert, you're over there in Hopkins or Miami right now, but you want to talk something about your guys' experience with that?
Yeah, I would say that our experience is very similar, even though psilocybin is somewhat different than MDMA and ketamine. At the same time, a lot of what Michael and Rick and Phil have been saying is exactly the case for doing any sort of psilocybin or even LSD-assisted psychotherapy, which is basically when we do work with people, we don't administer the drug usually for about a month after beginning working with them. We spend a lot of time developing a therapeutic rapport, understanding what is the presenting situation that brought the person in, understanding their life history, and also preparing them for the drug experiences. And a lot of the work is, as Michael was saying, not done during the drug session, but it's a kind of a process that happens both before, during, and after. And the integration is something that typically goes on for weeks, if not months, after we do a single or sometimes multiple drug administrations. And I think that that's really how we aim to turn an altered state of consciousness, which is a temporary thing, into an altered trait or a change in the person that's more of an ongoing transformation in terms of helping them to process some of the material that can come up, whether we're dealing with trauma, whether we're dealing with addictions, mood, anxiety. It's really about kind of having an overarching process that's not just about the drug sessions, but it's really about this whole therapeutic container, which it's not an 8-hour day; it's a multi-week at least.
I'd like to raise one more important question. There's a lot of questions about.
Bessel, may I say one thing as well about that too?
Yeah, we have very limited time, and there's some urgent questions that people want to have answers on. Because we covered this too pretty well. A lot of questions about what are the contraindications, what are the bad effects you see, what populations would you exclude? I think those are important questions. And my own reaction is that there were quite a few people who entered our study who I had severe misgivings about coming into our study. And I was actually wrong in most cases where I said, oh my God, let's not do this. This is too dangerous. And it worked. But can we hear something about untoward side effects and worries we've had? And people have gone off the deep end, and it does happen.
Should I start with ketamine? Our experiences luminous now, just briefly. In adverse reactions have been an occasional agitation during the deep part of a ketamine journey. We've seen one person who was entering a manic phase who was accentuated in manic phase by his ketamine experiences in our training group. We don't treat people in active schizophrenia or in mania. We don't treat people with ketamine alone for addictions or alcoholism. We always regard that to be done with support programs. In fact, the side effects of ketamine are minimal nausea and vomiting being a principal one, which sometimes excludes people. hypertension occurs rarely and is not of significance.
Rick, Michael.
Okay, well, with MDMA, there's kind of two categories of contraindications. One is medical, non-psychiatric medical, and the other is psychological and psychiatric. We've been very conservative in the clinical trials. So we've excluded anyone with history of heart disease or cerebrovascular disease. Those are the main contraindications because of the blood pressure elevation. Having said that, it's very rare in recreational use for people to have cardiac complications. So I suspect in clinical use, we'll be able to back down from, people will sort out what are the ways you could possibly safely work with some of the people we've excluded. But that's the main thing. Any kind of serious medical problem that would make it hard to tolerate the sympathomimetic effect of MDMA.
About psychiatric issues. What we do see is that this ain't no picnic. And for a lot of people, as you say so beautifully in your beautiful case, very, very painful stuff comes up. And sometimes you really hold on to your seat, how much pain people experience during these experiences. And I wonder if there have been any side effects of people who really had a very hard time, who may have actually killed themselves afterwards and stuff like.
We have not had anyone kill themselves, but this is not a trivial matter. We have had some people have increased suicidality. We've enrolled people even with the history of serious suicide attempts in some of the studies. So we've taken a population where that's a risk anyway. And it is true that after a session in which a lot comes up, if people have been numb from their feelings and suddenly they're feeling a lot of things or processing a lot of traumatic material, they can get despondent and they can get suicidal. So part of the approach to that is evaluation ahead of time to see, is this person actually stable enough? Are they well informed about this fact that things might get harder before they get easier? Are they willing to sign up for that? And do you think that they can have enough support, internal and external, to be able to go safely through this kind of process? And a lot of the solution is the very good integration support afterwards too. So, but it's not trivial. This can be a very challenging process, as you alluded to the fact that we've had a number of people say, I don't know why they call this ecstasy. It's not a cakewalk. So really a lot of attention, just as in, any trauma therapy, this requires really good skills of the therapist to evaluate and support people getting destabilized and even suicidal when they're working with deep material.
I'd like to mention one more thing before we stop. Quite a few people say, how do you push people to go into the trauma and how do you do that exposure treatment? But my reaction is that in our experience, it comes up spontaneously. Basically, we as the holders, combined with the drugs that we give people the courage to go and visit places where they didn't dare to go before. And I think none of us really would push people to go further into their trauma, because we trust the process and trust that people will be able to bite off what their minds will be able to bite off at any particular time. And I don't think any of us would push anybody to go any deeper than they're ready to go at that particular point. That is not our job. And I wonder whether there's any...
That's a foundational principle of this approach to therapy, is we don't push people. We respect their protectors, their defenses, their own choice about where they go. And we also don't have an agenda about when someone should approach the trauma. Sometimes they'll go to something quite different before they go to the trauma. So we think that the best guide to what they need to do is what spontaneously comes for them. We may encourage people and we always support people, but we never push people.
Good. Okay, I think that's enough for the discussion for today. I'm very touched by all of your presentations. We haven't heard anything from Greg, but I hope Greg enjoyed this discussion also. I hope people heard what Greg has to say about the Rorschach, which is still my favorite follow-up instrument, as it is Libby's, who was part of the original Rorschach study. Anybody who wants to do the Rorschach, you're in love. You know, like it's magnificent. It really captures the richness of people's experience better than any psychological measure does. Anyway, I hope we'll get together again later on this month for a longer discussion. I'm sure we have stirred up a lot of thoughts with people, and so we hope to see you all later. And thank you for listening, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Bessel.
Thank you. Hi. The next workshop is a workshop on the neurobiology of self and self-experience. This is really a frontier of understanding trauma and self-experience. And I'm very proud to introduce the chair of this meeting, who is Ruth Lanius, who is a professor of psychiatry at the University of Western Ontario in Canada. And her crew, a whole group of people of various ages and experiences who have been studying, who I personally consider about the most advanced people in the study of the neurobiology of trauma and self-experience. It's an extraordinary group, as you'll see. They have had a long range of publications, and I luckily can say at one point, because Ruth briefly studied with me, I can say she's a former student of mine. I think she would have done fine if she had not been a former student of mine also, but she has done an extraordinary body of work that we're going to present this afternoon, together with some of her colleagues and Wendy D'Andrea from the New School. So here comes Ruth.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Bessel. It's a pleasure to be at the Trauma Conference again, this time virtually, and I really would like to express my sincere thanks to you for your leadership, your vision, as well as your ongoing mentorship. And so I'm extremely pleased to be here to talk about the neurobiology of the self in trauma, but also to really relate it to what we see clinically. All right, so as Bessel mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the sense of self in the aftermath of trauma and really talk about lessons from one of the major brain networks that is active at rest, called the default mode network. And my talk is sort of going to provide an overview, and then my PhD student, Braden Terpue, will talk in much more detail about what happens in the brain and what is related to this default mode network and what can trigger the connectivity of this default mode network. And then Shireen Harisharan, who's currently doing a postdoc with our group, will expand further on how sensory experiences, both internal sensory experience and external sensory experience, can be critical in the formation of the sense of self and trauma, and what can go wrong in that, and how we can think about treatment in the restoration of the self. But before I start, I'd like to thank all my collaborators without whom this work would not be possible. And I'm really proud to be here with my student and postdoc, Braden and Shireen, to be presenting together, and other members of our group that are really represented in the talks today include Paul, who's of course talking, giving his own talk, Wendy D'Andrea, and Bessel. So when we think about the sense of self and the origin of the sense of self, of course, this takes us right back to the attachment relationship. And Alan Shore has written eloquently about this, how the attachment relationship is really at the core, not only of the development of emotion regulation, but also at the core and the origin of the sense of self. And when we see these pictures here of the caregivers looking after their infants and children, we see that all these children in these images have a secure base. And of course, this is what's sorely lacking for a lot of our traumatized individuals. And so their development of a sense of self is frequently profoundly impacted. So let's talk about and move into the sense of self in the aftermath of trauma. And I think we need to really think about a cognitive sense of self. So what are thoughts that present our sense of self? And often we hear trauma survivors saying, I feel dead inside, I don't know myself anymore, I'm bad, I don't deserve to live, or the world will never be the same. And those are really the thoughts that are representing a very negative sense of self. And of course, the thoughts are very much linked to emotional experience, which are very much linked to bodily experiences. And so we also, of course, have to think about the bodily or the somatic sense of self. And we know all about this from Bessel's book, The Body Keeps the Score. And so how is the somatic sense of self represented in trauma? Often our traumatized individuals tell us, I feel detached from my body. I feel like my body does not belong to me, or I feel as if there are no boundaries around my body. But also we're learning more and more that there's many physical symptoms that really are reflective of the somatic sense of self in trauma. And Alexander McFarland has recently published an excellent paper really describing that variety of physical symptoms, including having flatulence or burping, faster breathing, feeling short of breath at rest, having a rapid heartbeat, feeling that your bowel movement is not finished, having pain in various parts of your body, and all these symptoms are very much tied with the bodily self-experience in the aftermath of trauma. And of course, our traumatized individuals also often tell us, especially if they have, significant symptoms of dissociation, when I look in the mirror, I don't recognize myself. Or when I look in the mirror, I see a monster, right? Reflective of that intense self-hatred that's so much associated with experiences of shame. And when we have intense experiences of shame, our traumatized clients often tell us, I cannot look anyone in the eye for fear that they will see the stain on my soul. And this is a quote from a Vietnam veteran that Paul Froon and I interviewed for our book. And I think that quote really represents the essence of intense feelings of shame and moral injury. So how can we think about the sense of self in the aftermath of trauma neurobiologically? And of course, we all know that the sense of self is a very complex phenomenon, but we have to start somewhere. And so what we became aware of years ago was research on the default mode network. And the default mode network is one of the major brain networks that's very much connected when we're at rest, when we're just kind of self-reflecting and really focusing on internal experience. So what are the functions of the default mode network? One, as I just mentioned, really focuses on self-reflection and looking inside of you. But a major function also involves autobiographical memory, so remembering experiences from your life. But it's also critical in the interaction with another, so perceiving the perspectives of others. And it's also critical in the experience of having an embodied sense of self existing in space. And so all these different functions of the default mode network really lay the foundation of having a continued experience of self across time and into the future. So let's look at the specific brain regions involved in the default mode network. So you see the region here, the back part of the default mode network, that's the posterior cingulate cortex and the precuneus. That area allows us to recall memories of the past. And it also helps us to figure out what's self-relevant to us. And when we think about trauma, of course, we know that a lot of our traumatized clients are stuck in the past, right? They're really stuck in that back part of the default mode network. And often they can't really figure out what's self-relevant. So many things become self-relevant because they become triggers that remind individuals of the traumatic experience. Now, if we look at the front part of the default mode network, the dorsomedial prefrontal cortex, that is an area that helps us to know what we feel, right? And we know that traumatized individuals have incredible difficulty knowing what they feel being in touch with their internal world, their internal feelings. Often they feel disconnected, completely disconnected from their internal world. But this frontal part of the default mode network also allows us to see into the future, right? To have future-oriented thinking. And as we also know, our traumatized individuals have great difficulty seeing a future, right? Often they're just in the past and there is no future. We also have the parietal cortex that's part of the default mode network, and that really helps us to have an embodied sense of self in space. And as we talked about when we talked about the somatic sense of self, that's really impacted in trauma. And so what the default mode network, when it's connected appropriately at rest, really helps us to do is be in the present and look into the past and into the future. So be in the present in the context with a past and a future. And of course, as we think about trauma, that's something that's often very impacted by trauma. So let's look at the default mode network at rest in post-traumatic stress disorder in individuals who've really suffered chronic early life trauma and who are highly dissociative. And a lot of you will have seen the slide, some of you won't have. When we first started doing research into the default mode network, the first thing we wanted to do is study quote unquote healthy individuals, and to see whether we could replicate previous findings of how the default mode network looked in populations from other laboratories. And what you see in the top slide here is that we really see an intact default mode network. You see all the areas that we've just talked about, and they're connected. So we see the back part of the default mode network, the posterior cingulate cortex, being connected to the front part of the default mode network. So the back was really about the past, and the front was about looking into the future, knowing what you feel. And it's also connected to the parietal lobes that help you to have an embodied sense of space. So these are default mode networks from individuals who've not been traumatized. Now let's look at the default mode networks from people who have had chronic childhood trauma with symptoms of post-traumatic stress. And this is what you see. And again here, you don't need to be a neuroscientist to see that there's significant differences, right? And what I think this really shows is that these traumatized individuals are stuck in the past. They're stuck in the back part of the default mode network. They have no future, right? They have no capacity to reflect on what's going on internally. And they also lack connectivity to the parietal lobes that help them to have an embodied sense of self in space. So really a profoundly disrupted default mode network. What's also interesting to note is that this default mode network develops over time after you're born, and it's not completely connected until late adolescence. And the default mode network of traumatized individuals you see here reflects the default mode network of children ages 7 to 9. So one hypothesis is that early life trauma really impacts the development of the default mode network. But what happens to the default mode network under threat? And this is really the work of Braden, who you will hear from in much more detail about this in the next talk. So what happens under the default mode network under threat? And when I say under threat, what we studied in our lab was if we exposed people to trauma triggers, words that represented their trauma, for example, rape or assault or whatever they chose, under subliminal conditions. So they weren't consciously aware of the word. It was just presented to them for 16 milliseconds. And we wanted to see what happened to the default mode network under those conditions. And this is what we see. So in traumatized individuals, what you see here, all of a sudden, when they're under threat, even if the threat is presented subliminally, you start to see some connectivity of that default mode network that was totally absent in the slide we just saw. So this was a big surprise to us originally, and we really needed to start thinking about, what on earth is going on? So when you're under threat, all of a sudden you start to see some connectivity of this default mode network. And we were also really interested in figuring out what drives that default mode network connectivity when you're under threat. And so we started to think about what could drive this default mode network connectivity under threat. And we started to look at the reptilian brain, which is critical for survival, which is critical for innate and reflexive responding. And we started to ask the question whether a particular area of this reptilian brain, called the periaqueductal gray, may be driving the connectivity of this default mode network at rest. And any of you who've read Jaak Panksepp's work will be very familiar with the periaqueductal gray. Jaak created a wonderful body of literature on the periaqueductal gray, and he really taught us how important this region is to generate raw affective responses like fear and terror, and how it's also very important in generating defensive responses, both active and passive defensive responses. And so what we found was that under threat, that periaqueductal gray was really driving that connectivity of the default mode network in individuals with post-traumatic stress. Whereas in healthy individuals who haven't experienced trauma, that default mode network is connected at rest and is not connected to the periaqueductal gray or the reptilian brain. And Braden will go into this in much more detail. So what are the possible clinical implications of this? So let's step back again and think about what the default mode network does. It helps us to be in the present and experience the present in the context with the past and the future. So really help past experience guide future actions. And under conditions of threat, the only condition when this default mode network seems to be connected in post-traumatic stress, a more intact default mode network may act to guide actions based on previous experience. And so, for example, if you're in a situation of domestic violence and you've learned that a certain person hurts you, you may be able to use this information for survival and to guide future action. But also the ability to mentalize or perceive the emotions and intentions of others may be critical to survival. And again, if we're in a situation with an individual who hurts us, really being able to read that individual may be critical for survival. And getting that default mode network online under conditions of threat may be absolutely crucial to do so. But as we thought more about this, having an intact default mode network under threat may also have significant implications for reckless behavior. And so when we talk to our traumatized clients, often they tell us when they engage in reckless behavior, they feel this sense of threat just prior. And I had the opportunity to talk to an individual who had really suffered complex trauma, who engaged in shoplifting repeatedly. And she really gave me critical insights into how experiencing a sense of threat just prior to shoplifting made her feel like she had the semblance of a sense of self. And so I want to quote to you what she said to me. What she said was, I started shoplifting when I was 5. I'd pretend to add the quarter my mother gave me to the collection plate, then sink it deep and hot into the pocket of my Sunday dress. On the long walk home, I'd pass a pharmacy where I'd steal a Clark bar or a Milky Way, pantomime leaving the quarter for my Coke, and with a mix of terror and thrill, leave the store, sugar happy and known to myself. I shoplifted well into my adulthood, at great risk to me were I to be caught. She then continued and said, "It was always confusing why I did this. It was so risky. I knew that. But I think the adrenaline organized me. Rising, it seemed, from my belly, through my brain, from the back to the front. I felt my feet. I knew my hands and fingers. I had eyes. I was agency. It lit me up. It was essential. At 5 and still at 50, I didn't exist to myself except as the artful dodger. At these moments I existed, all of me, in the act of stealing. I would come online." And I think this is an absolutely incredible quote that really helps us to see how experiencing that sensation of threat, that adrenaline rush prior to shoplifting, really helped to get that sense of self and that sense of agency online, when at rest, this individual never experienced a sense of self. And so I think we really need to think about clinically, how may this underlie different forms of reckless behavior, and how can we uncouple the sense of self from the reptilian brain so it can be active at rest? So this brings me to the last part of this talk that's really about restoring the sense of self in the aftermath of trauma, and really moving from just having a very disconnected default mode network that's stuck in the past, that's not connected to regions that help us to have a future or an embodied sense of self in space, to a well-connected default mode network that allows us to know what we feel, to know that we have a body, a sense of agency, and a future. So we're really trying to get to this intact default mode network, and we're trying to get to it at rest, not solely under conditions of threat. And we know as therapists that we can do this, right? None of us would be here today if we knew that we couldn't do this. So we see it clinically all the time that we can restore this default mode network and the sense of self. And this is also what we're starting to see neurobiologically. And these are 2 studies here that I'd just like to show. One is after neurofeedback. We see that the front part of this default mode network that helps us to know what we feel and that helps us to have a future comes online. This is from our own lab after 1 session of neurofeedback, but we're also showing now that the default mode network comes well online after 20 sessions of neurofeedback in a randomized controlled trial that we're just writing up. And we also see it come online after mindfulness. And the slides on the right is a study done by King et al. That shows after treatment, the anterior part of the default mode network comes online. So that helps us to have a future, and that helps us to know what we feel. So we see it clinically, and we see it neurobiologically, that we can restore that sense of self. And to end the talk, I would like to again present a quote from someone who's recovered from trauma and really compare and contrast what her sense of self was like before and after recovery. So this is a quote about her sense of self before recovery. And she said, "I was running on terror, and the only way that I can describe it in retrospect was that it was a kind of animal survival psyche. My sense of self was pretty undefined and diffuse, as if the nerve endings had no stopping place. And so without a skin or without a boundary, and without the other which creates that boundary, there isn't a self." So if she really describes what we talked about in the somatic sense of self, feeling like you have no boundary around yourself. And I think she also describes eloquently that if you do not feel like you have a sense of self, there is also no other, which I think really drives the intense self-isolation a lot of our traumatized individuals feel. But she was able to move towards a recovered self. She was able to restore her sense of self. And this is what she describes, and I think it really points to the experience of the development and the restoration of the self in relationship with another. So once the self comes online, the other also comes online. And this is what she said. It just happened that there I was, established in that universe as a separate human being, not particularly unique, sort of ordinary, and with other human beings who were living their lives out too. This was all like miraculous, and I could only know it was miraculous in the absence of all the fear. I could make eye contact. It didn't hurt anymore, because it had been physically painful to make eye contact with another human being. That just was not an issue anymore. She further said, I would look at myself in the mirror. She laughed. I hadn't done that before. She laughed again. I don't know that I can say too much more about it, except that in the absence of abiding terror, a self can occur. A self does occur, and a self in relationship occurs because the other comes into view, smelled and felt and known. And then the other is known as having their own inherent self. Thank you. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Braden Terepu to you. Braden started doing his PhD with us approximately 3 years ago. In my opinion, he is a really bright young mind and the future of trauma. And he's contributed significantly to really understanding the sense of self in trauma and how the reptilian brain is really responsible for driving the default mode network under conditions of threat. So it's with great pleasure that I introduce Braden Terepu to all of you. Welcome, Braden.
Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate that. And I just want to start by saying it's been a great honor to be involved in the Boston Trauma Conference. This is my first time. And although I can't get to meet a lot of you in person, it's been great to be able to talk about this research over a virtual platform. So today I'll be discussing some different functional alterations that we see in individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. And specifically, we'll be looking at a midbrain structure mentioned by Ruth, known as the periaqueductal gray. So I'll get into it with just a little bit of an instance. So imagine you're walking on one of the many walks that all of us have probably been taking during these COVID-19 related events. And as you're walking, you might be thinking to yourself, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? When are these events going to end? And on your walk, you might be approaching a large boulder. And as you approach the large boulder, imagine as though a bear or some large predator escapes from behind the boulder and comes whirring out. So in this moment, you're going to have some internal alarm system go off. A rush of energy or adrenaline will shoot through your body. We've all experienced this to some degree or another, hopefully not in the case of a bear exposure. But what is actually going on behind the curtain with this internal alarm system is kind of what we're going to be talking about a little bit here. So if you imagine this instance, this internal alarm system is largely facilitated by different neurohormones. So neurohormones are going to be released at the level of the midbrain and the brainstem. And they're going to include different hormones, including glucocorticoids, epinephrine or adrenaline, and vasopressin. So all of these are going to be released upon sighting the bear or some other threatening stimuli, whereas the glucocorticoid is largely mediating our stress response, because assuredly you'd be in a stressful state. Epinephrine and vasopressin are more so related to physiological changes in your body that you'll be experiencing. For instance, you might have an increase in heart rate, blood pressure, your pupils might dilate. All of these different physiological changes are trying to lock you into the current situation to attend to the threat that's presented itself and hopefully plan for some form of successful escape. So this is what's happening physiologically or internally. And on the outside, we have a behavioral representation of this as well. And these behavioral representations are largely evolutionarily conserved across the animal kingdom, which means we see them in rats, we see them in primates, and you see them in us to some extent. Colloquially, we think of fight responses, flight responses, and faint responses to be largely a representation of these different innately conserved defense responses to threat. So before I go into a little bit more on this internal alarm system and how it functions, I just want to give a brief primer on visual processing more generally. So when you see a stimulus in the environment, that information is relayed through your retina to the occipital cortex, and in particular, area V1, so the back of your brain there. So V1 is a sensory processing area, and it's going to process that visual information along two separate visual streams, a dorsal visual stream, which is going to go up, and a ventral visual stream, which is going to go down. So the dorsal visual stream will go through areas V2, V3, and it'll eventually end around the posterior parietal cortex, whereas our ventral visual stream goes down through areas V2, V3, and it initially ends at the inferior temporal cortex. And with these different processing streams, these visual processing streams are trying to process is where related information and what related information. So along our dorsal visual stream, in the case of the bear, we might be thinking, okay, how far am I from the bear? How quickly is the bear moving? And how quickly can I get to some sort of semblance of safety? Whereas along the what visual stream, we're processing different details about the bear itself. So is it a black bear? Is it a brown bear? Are its teeth snarling? Different information about the fine-tuned characteristics of the stimuli. Because area V1 processes crude visual information, and then by the time we get to the end of these different visual streams, the information is processed in a very high-resolution manner. But what are the limitations of this visual processing stream? Well, the largest one is that it's very slow in the order of neural circuitry. So it takes very many milliseconds to process visual information along these visual streams, which in the case of a bear popping out of you unexpectedly might mean the difference between escaping and not escaping from this predator. So we have alternative ways to process visual and other multisensory information in the brain, and they're largely orchestrated by different midbrain and brainstem nuclei. So one alternative visual processing pathway I'll talk about is the innate alarm system. So the innate alarm system is a series of interconnected midbrain, brainstem, and thalamic nuclei, which function to transmit threat-related information very quickly in the brain. So threat-related information comes in from the outside world, or just visual information more generally, through the retina and is then relayed to the superior colliculus of the midbrain. And then instead of having the superior colliculus relay that information to all those different processing cortices in the occipital cortex, the information is transmitted to the pulvinar nuclei of the thalamus and then headed towards different frontal limbic neural cortices. So we bypass all that large-scale sensory processing in the occipital cortex to save time. But the innate alarm system has an affinity towards a specific type of stimulus, because it would be counterintuitive to have a visual processing system, the dorsal and ventral visual stream, as well as alternative visual pathways that were picking up on everything in the outside world. It would be rather chaotic. So the innate alarm system has an affinity towards threat-related stimuli or evolutionarily salient stimuli more generally. So think predators, large animals, fast-moving objects, blood, and stuff of that matter. We see activation in the innate alarm system. But in addition to detecting threat, the innate alarm system also upregulates different physiological responses. And these physiological responses are going to assist in us responding to the threat in turn. An important characteristic of the innate alarm system is also that it can process stimuli that are presented subliminally, as Ruth mentioned. So because we don't have all of this cortical processing, we don't need to have a conscious representation of the stimulus to process it along this pathway. So stimuli that are presented on the order of 16 milliseconds, for instance, will show activation and recruitment of the innate alarm system. So now I'm just going to mention a few supplementary subcortical structures that function in tandem with the innate alarm system. And that's the amygdala, the locus coeruleus of the brainstem, as well as the periaqueductal gray of the midbrain, just to name a few. So the amygdala is a limbic structure, and it's going to generate different emotional responses. In the case of the bear, we're going to largely be in a fear-related state. The locus coeruleus of the brainstem facilitates different physiological responses, so largely adrenaline and noradrenaline. And these are going to be released, resulting in different changes to our physiological state, so heart rate and stuff of that matter. And the periaqueductal gray is an interesting structure that's located just behind the superior colliculus in the midbrain. So whereas the superior colliculus largely functions to detect threat-related stimuli, the periaqueductal gray largely functions to orchestrate different defensive responses to these different threat-related stimuli. So the superior colliculus will detect this response, and the periaqueductal gray will orchestrate the defensive response in turn. So to discuss the periaqueductal gray in a little bit more detail, it has two dissociable subunits, the dorsolateral periaqueductal gray, located above this dotted line, and the ventrolateral periaqueductal gray, located below this dotted line. And the way that the periaqueductal gray orchestrates these defensive responses is by stimulating changes in our autonomic nervous system. So the autonomic nervous system has two separate branches that we may or may not be familiar with, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. So when we think of the sympathetic nervous system, a common term used is fight or flight responses. Whereas when we think of the parasympathetic nervous system, people often say things like rest and digest. And these are the different kinds of physiological changes that are stimulated by these different nervous systems. So the dorsolateral subunit of the periaqueductal gray will mediate our sympathetic nervous system responses, which means that if you stimulate this subunit, you find that you have fight or flight responses being initiated in rats associated with different physiological changes, which might be increases in heart rate, increases in blood pressure, as well as increases in galvanic skin response. Whereas if you stimulate the ventrolateral subunit of the periaqueductal gray, you see quite different physiological characteristics. You can incite a freezing response or some sort of tonic immobility response in rats, for instance, which is also characteristic of different physiological changes, the complete opposite actually of the sympathetic nervous system. So we often see decreases in heart rate, decreases in blood pressure, and decreases in galvanic skin response, which is very interesting that there's this small midbrain structure that can organize these very innately conserved defensive responses that we see across the animal kingdom. So now I'm just going to touch and pivot a little bit into post-traumatic stress disorder. So as most of you might be familiar, post-traumatic stress disorder has two separate symptom patterns. We have the hyperarousal or traditional symptom pattern. So this is the one that's more so characteristic of different movies and the way it's portrayed in media very generally. These individuals often have recurrent flashbacks where they feel the emotional state that initially occurred during the traumatic experience. They often have vivid nightmares, and they're essentially locked into a hypervigilant state where they're constantly scanning the environment, searching for threat, and they have these different hyperarousal responses associated with that. So these include greater heart rate, blood pressure, and galvanic skin response. And these different physiological changes can be seen during rest, and especially during the presentation of a threat or a trauma-related stimulus. But then there's another symptom pattern referred to as the dissociative symptom pattern, which is less common. It occurs in around 15 to 30% of PTSD cases. And importantly, they're not mutually exclusive symptom patterns. So it doesn't mean that if somebody has a dissociative symptom pattern, they can't transition into a hyperarousal state. They're more so state-related functions, but they have different physiological representations. So the dissociative symptom pattern is largely the opposite of our hyperarousal symptom pattern. We see depersonalization symptoms, derealization, and emotional blunting or numbing associated with reduced heart rate, blood pressure, and galvanic skin response. And these have been demonstrated during rest and again during the presentation of some trauma-related stimulus. And what you might have noticed between these different symptom patterns is that they have a striking resemblance to the different characteristic pathways, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. So for instance, a hyperarousal symptom pattern is very similar to what we'd expect to see during sympathetic nervous system expression, those physiological changes related in an upregulated physiological state. Whereas the dissociative symptom pattern is more so similar to a parasympathetic state. We see downregulation of these different physiological responses. And we think that we see these differences between the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system largely related to the trauma history of the individual. So for instance, dissociative symptom patterns are more common in individuals who had a trauma history of severe or chronic childhood abuse. And you can imagine that if you're in the case of being abused as a child, largely the perpetrator of such abuse is either a caregiver or somebody close to you. And in these instances, sympathetic nervous system activation or fight or flight responses during trauma might not be effective because you're largely dependent on this individual in one, and it's also difficult to escape from somebody who's of such significantly greater size to you. And then you added in the wrinkle that you are again still dependent on this individual. So instead of favoring these more physical or active defensive responses, we might see an individual favor more dissociative or passive defensive responses, emotionally shutting down. So when physical escape is not possible, maybe the individual might escape emotionally through emotional blunting. And this might be carried forward into their lives, where we see adults showing these dissociative symptom patterns. So this posits the periaqueductal gray to be a very critical feature to the psychopathological presentation of post-traumatic stress disorder, because it monitors or mediates these different autonomic nervous system responses. So now we're going to get into the research that we've conducted. So we had an experiment with 20 healthy control participants and 26 participants who met the diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder. And we had them go into a large magnet, and we did fMRI, or functional magnetic resonance imaging, when we showed them different stimuli and we recorded their brain responses to these different stimuli. So we had two different stimulus conditions. We had a trauma-related stimulus condition and a neutral stimulus condition. So for the trauma-related stimulus condition, we asked all of the participants to generate stimuli or material that were related to their traumatic memory. And in the case of healthy control participants, since they did not have a traumatic memory, we asked them to generate the material related to a very highly aversive or stressful memory that they had. And the responses to these trauma-related stimuli would be compared to a neutral stimulus. So when these individuals related the stimuli to a neutral memory, something that didn't generate strong affect positively or negatively. And importantly, we presented these stimuli below the level of conscious threshold, so subliminally. So these stimuli were presented for 16 milliseconds. And to consider, 16 milliseconds is about enough time for you to notice that you might have seen something, but not enough time to know what you had seen. And when we presented these stimuli, we found very striking differences between individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder as compared to the healthy control participants. In particular, we found stronger activation of the periaqueductal gray in participants with PTSD, this little red cluster located on the midbrain in that glass brain on the right there. So that's very interesting. We show an individual trauma-related stimuli. They don't have any conscious representation that the stimuli is trauma-related, but we see an exaggerated response of this midbrain structure that organizes and mediates different defensive states in individuals with PTSD. We have a question remaining, and that's, so we see this activity of the periaqueductal gray, but does the periaqueductal gray show different functional connections? Is it working in tandem with other brain regions, or is it functioning in isolation during these exposure to the trauma-related stimuli? So to assess functional connectivity of a brain region, whereas functional connectivity is the degree to which two brain regions are functionally related. So you can kind of think of it not as a structural connection. So it's not as though there's an axon descending from the periaqueductal gray to another brain region. It's more so related to the activity profile of the periaqueductal gray. So in our next experiment, we wanted to assess the functional connectivity of the periaqueductal gray across all those same participants. So the same 46 participants, 20 healthy controls, and 26 individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder. We extracted what's called a seed time course from each individual's periaqueductal gray, or the voxels that represent the periaqueductal gray. And what a seed time course is just, again, the activity profile. So you can imagine the activity and frequency changes over time from these set of voxels representing the periaqueductal gray. And these changes in activation are largely corresponding to the different conditions we presented, so them being the trauma-related and neutral conditions. So with each individual participant, we have the activity profile of the periaqueductal gray, and to assess functional connectivity, we now need to correlate this activity profile across all other whole brain voxels. So you can imagine the brain is a large space, so there's thousands of different correlations that are run. And when you run these different correlations, what you're looking to find is another activity profile that has regresses onto the activity profile of the periaqueductal gray with high coupling, high connectivity. So in this case, these two regions here, or these two activity plots, seem to be remarkably similar to that of the periaqueductal gray. So that would suggest that these brain regions are functionally connected or functionally coupled in some intrinsic way. So this could mean that they share some sort of communication. There may be processing the information simultaneous, but it just shows that there's an intrinsic link between the periaqueductal gray and these brain regions. So before I get into the results of those functional connectivity analyses, I just want to touch on briefly the default mode network again, as was discussed before by Ruth. So the default mode network is a large-scale intrinsic connectivity network that has a bunch of different midline cortical structures contributing to it. So when we talk about the midline, imagine as though you had a brain in front of you and you were to separate the two hemispheres to reveal the inside where the corpus callosum lies. Well, those are the midline cortical tissues there. So all of these brain regions are along the midline. They include the medial prefrontal cortex, the mid-cingulate cortex, and the posterior parietal cortices, both the precuneus and the posterior cingulate cortex. And these different brain regions are nodes of the default mode network. And they show a level of recruitment together during resting state, as was mentioned by Ruth, and also during tasks that involve some sort of internal cognitive state. So think it's not when you're casting your attention outwardly into the outside world, it's when you're bringing your attention inward. So autobiographical memory, generating different memories, may they be trauma or just episodic, and different self-related processing, we see recruitment of the default mode network in healthy control participants. And what I mean by recruitment is they show strong functional connectivity across the default mode network during these different internal states of processing and during rest. So back to our findings. When we assess the functional connectivity of the periaqueductal gray across our two groups, healthy controls and individuals with PTSD, what we found was that the periaqueductal gray showed very strong functional connectivity with the medial prefrontal cortex and the precuneus in participants with post-traumatic stress disorder as compared to controls. So this wouldn't be expected because the default mode network, again, is more so functioning during self-related processing or high-level self-related processes, whereas the midline or the midbrain and the periaqueductal gray more specifically mediates different defensive states. So we didn't anticipate to see strong functional connectivity emerging in individuals with PTSD between these largely orthogonal brain regions. And again, we elicited these responses during the subliminal presentation of trauma-related stimuli. But again, we have an outstanding question, and that is it the periaqueductal gray that's driving these functional connections, or is it the midline cortices of the default mode network that are driving these functional connections? So who's initiating this functional relationship that we're seeing between the midbrain and these midline cortical structures in individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder? So we assessed the directionality of these functional interactions. And what we found, again, during the same experiment across the same participants, and what we found was that the periaqueductal gray was in the driver's seat of initiating these functional interactions with the default mode network. So it was steering the ship in terms of these functional connections that are being elicited between the midline cortical structures and the periaqueductal gray. Also, these functional connections were shown to be stronger during the subliminal trauma-related stimulus conditions as compared to the subliminal neutral stimulus conditions. So there's something about the trauma-related nature of our stimuli that are eliciting or generating these strong functional connections between the periaqueductal gray and the brain network that represents the sense of self. So just to summarize the three previous research projects we went over, initially we found that individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder show much stronger activity of the periaqueductal gray, which might be associated with different defensive states that are initiated when you present a subliminal stimulus that's trauma-related in nature. We then showed that the periaqueductal gray shows stronger functional connectivity with the default mode network in individuals with PTSD. These weird functional interactions between the periaqueductal gray and a high-level network representing our self-related processing or autobiographical memory systems. And then lastly, we showed that the periaqueductal gray is actually driving these functional connections. It isn't the default mode network. And of course, all of these different functional alterations that we found in individuals with PTSD were elicited again during the subliminal presentation of a trauma-related stimuli. So we have some outstanding questions and some work to do moving forward in terms of why are we seeing these odd functional patterns in individuals with PTSD? Because as Ruth mentioned, healthy control participants show strong functional connectivity of the default mode network during rest, which is what you would anticipate. However, during rest, the default mode network is difficult to find in individuals with PTSD, which might lead some people to suggest that it just doesn't have the functional connectivity, or the network isn't as developed in individuals with PTSD as in healthy control participants. However, what we showed here was that when you present a trauma-related stimulus subliminally to individuals with PTSD, we do see some level of recruitment of the default mode network, at least two critical nodes of the default mode network. But instead of during rest, it's in relation to trauma-related stimuli, and instead of in relation to a default mode network node, it's with respect to the periaqueductal gray. So this says a lot about self-related processing in individuals with PTSD. Might that be biased towards more threat-related states? because the periaqueductal gray could be initiating some sort of terror-related or fear-related state, the raw visceral emotions that are associated with that. So that's why we've named this presentation, these series of projects, the hijack self, because it does seem to be the case that the periaqueductal gray has found a way to intrinsically interweave itself into the default mode network and bias its processing towards more threat-related ends. And that'll conclude my presentation. I do thank you.
Thank you, Braden, for that beautiful presentation. And your detailed explanation what really happens in relationship to the reptilian brain, the periaqueductal gray, and the default mode network. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Shireen Harisharan to all of you. Shireen completed her PhD last October with our group, and Shireen has really done some groundbreaking work in the field of trauma. She published the first study on altered connectivity of the periaqueductal gray and in PTSD and its dissociative subtype. And Shireen has also done some beautiful work on the vestibular system and the importance of the vestibular system in mediating internal as well as external experience on its way to the cortex, where it can help us regulate emotions. And this is going to be the focus of her talk today, is how, beginning with really primitive sensory information, how does that get processed throughout the brain as we reach higher levels of the brain, and where does that end up in the cortex, and how does that help us to have an embodied sense of self that is capable of knowing who we are and that's capable of regulating our emotions. So welcome, Shireen.
Hi, Ruth. I'd really like to thank you for that wonderful introduction. And just to echo what Braden said, I'm really grateful to be a part of this conference. And I really appreciate all of the work that Bessel and his team has gone into creating a virtual platform for this. I'm very honored to be asked to speak here today, and I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to continue working with Ruth and Margaret for my postdoctoral fellowship as well. And so I wanted to talk about sensory processing and post-traumatic stress disorder in particular. And Braden eloquently described the different symptom profiles involved with PTSD and the PTSD dissociative subtype. And I wanted to discuss briefly one of Ruth's first studies where she looked at PTSD and the dissociative subtype presentation. It was a study with both a husband and a wife who had witnessed, who were both in a motor vehicle accident. And in this motor vehicle accident, they witnessed a horrific scene of a child burning to death. And the husband and wife showed very different symptom presentations that I think speak well to this distinct symptom profile we see with the classic PTSD versus the PTSD dissociative subtype. Ruth put them in the scanner with no stimulus attached, and they put the picture of a child in front of them. And the husband showed hyperactivation, widespread hyperactivation of areas involved with emotional reactivity and hyperarousal and hypervigilance symptoms, whereas the wife was exposed to that same picture and showed hypoactivation of these symptoms and decreased heart rate as well, and only very little activation of the occipital structures as well. And so this speaks well to the symptom profiles that Braden eloquently described just now for you all. But particularly, I wanted to look at sensory processing, look at PTSD and the dissociative subtype through the lens of sensory processing. And I wanted to particularly look at how sensory processing helps us develop an internal depiction of the external world, and how looks particularly investigate how raw sensory information enters at the level of the brainstem and is relayed to higher order cortical areas that facilitate executive functioning. In particular, two types of sensory input. There's interoceptive sensory input that comes from within the body, as well as exteroceptive sensory input that comes from our surroundings, including visual, auditory, tactile sensory information. And this comes through the brainstem at the raw affect and this raw sensory information, and is eventually translated up into higher order structures of the cortex, including the prefrontal lobe, to say, what can I learn from this? What context can I give to this sensory information? And so just to give an overview of what interoception really is, interoception is the perception of the body from the inside. And it's the sense of the internal physiological state of the body. And it's responsible for the visceral sensations stemming from affective and emotional states. So it's that feelings that you come from within the body, that feeling of anger, of fear. It's these raw affective sensations that stem from within your biological processes within the body. And also this could be illustrated by thinking of it through the attachment between mother and child. That's a felt sense. And that's that perception of these affective visceral sensations stemming from the inside of the body. Alternatively, the exteroceptive sensations that we talk about are the perception of the body from the outside. And this is based on multisensory stimuli acquired from one's surroundings, including auditory, tactile, visual processing, which Braden talked about, as well as smell and taste. And all of these come through the brainstem initially, and then are translated to higher order cortical structures. And so what we wanted to do was we developed a theoretical framework for sensory processing to really illustrate this cascade of sensory transmission from the brainstem to give the phenomenology, experiential aspect of sensory experience, and this eventually relate to the insula for awareness of sensory experiences, and then multisensory integration of the prefrontal cortex to give context to a sensory experience. And through this theoretical framework, we wanted to look at PTSD. We wanted to look at PTSD through this lens. And how is this impacted in PTSD and in both the symptom, the classic PTSD and the dissociative symptom profiles that we see. And so first, if we look at the foundational aspect of this hierarchy, we start at the base, which is the brainstem sensations, which Braden talked about as well, and the interoceptive sensations. And again, these are the visceral sensations stemming from within the body, this raw affect that stems from within the body that lays the foundation for how the external world is interpretive and also for how multisensory integration occurs at higher level areas of the cortex. And so Braden also talked about the periaqueductal gray, and this is a critical brain structure for the foundational primary process emotional symptoms that generate raw affective sensations. And Ruth also talked about Jaak Panksepp, where he talked about the PAG and its integral and critical role in the primary process emotional systems involved with at the PAG in generating that raw affect, including play, fear, rage, panic, seeking, care, and lust. And these emotional systems are key for sensory processing and interoceptive processing at the level of the cortex. And so in periaqueductal gray connectivity during rest, then this is no stimulus applied. We just looked at its connectivity during rest. We saw widespread dorsolateral and ventrolateral periaqueductal gray connectivities with regions involved with emotional reactivity and defensive reactions in PTSD patients. And this finding was really staggering because we looked at a seed region of both the dorsolateral PAG, which Braden mentioned is involved with these active defensive responses and fight or flight responses, and the ventrolateral PAG, which is involved with passive defensive responses. And in the controls, when we looked at its connectivity during resting state and that functional connectivity during resting state, the connectivity was very localized. But if you look at the PTSD non-subtype and the PTSD dissociative subtype, this was widespread connectivity with regions involved with emotional reactivity and defensive posturing. And so we saw the PTSD show connectivity with regions like the insula and the precentral gyrus involved with premotor activity and active fight or flight symptoms. And we saw the same presentation in the dissociative group as well. But in the ventrolateral PAG, we saw an increased connectivity with regions linked to depersonalization in the PTSD dissociative subtype. And this would be indicative of the passive defensive responses. And we saw, for example, an increased connectivity with regions like the temporoparietal junction, which really helps discriminate between self and non-self, which is a theme of what Ruth and Braden have talked about today as well. And so this lays the groundwork, I think, of a theoretical hierarchy of sensory processing and the theoretical framework for sensory processing. You see in PTSD, we see widespread whole brain connectivity with the PAG, with areas involved with reactivity and defensive posturing. And that really speaks to those raw those affective sensations. These are coming through the areas of the PAG, and there's disrupted connectivity in the PTSD and the PTSD non-subtype group. And so these felt sensations really can alter the trajectory of neural transmission and how the exteroceptive sensations and multisensory integration is also conducted as well. And so if we progress in this hierarchy to talking about exteroceptive sensations, exteroceptive sensory information informs the relationship between oneself and one's surroundings. And so, as I mentioned, it really looks on focusing on acquiring multisensory information from the external environment, like auditory, visual, tactile information, and it uses that it enters the brainstem and is thought to relay to these higher order cortical areas. And it's really critical to note that this interoceptive information and exteroceptive information work in tandem, and they are both relayed to the cortex. But the exteroceptive information, it very depends heavily on how the interoceptive senses are perceived. And as we showed, it was disrupted with PAG connectivity, but how can we illustrate looking at interoceptive connectivity and interoceptive sensations in tandem? And so we wanted to look particularly at the vestibular system, and Liz Warner and her group and her SMART program group have done so much work in studying the vestibular system and really nailing down the functions associated with it and how it can be used in trauma as well. And so the vestibular system is thought to be critical for balance and equilibrium, maintaining your gravitational awareness of one's position in space, the relationship between self and surroundings, how you navigate through the physical world, and allows for safe movement in space. It helps define where we are in order to move in our surroundings. And the baseline of this and this interoceptive and exteroceptive sensory information comes through the brainstem vestibular nuclei and is eventually relayed to higher order areas in the cortex. And in particular, the vestibular nuclei relays information to what is called the parieto-insular vestibular cortex. And this can be broken down into the posterior insula and the temporoparietal junction. The posterior insula is a critical relay point for interoceptive processing, and the temporoparietal junction is a critical relay point for exteroceptive processing, and this outside the body versus the perception of what's inside the body. And these are thought to work in tandem to facilitate multisensory integration at the level of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex to help facilitate knowledge of where you are in space and will help define how you navigate through the physical world. And I in particular wanted to highlight our findings involved with the PTSD dissociative subtype that experiences depersonalization and derealization symptoms, where there's an altered sense of oneself and its relationship with their surroundings. We saw that the vestibular nuclei connectivity during rest in PTSD, in the PTSD dissociative subtype, it showed connectivity with the posterior insula for interoceptive processing, but there was no connectivity with the temporoparietal junction that's involved with exteroceptive processing. And it really shows that these exteroceptive and interoceptive processing both need to be used in tandem to facilitate multisensory integration at the level of the prefrontal cortex, and that without both exteroceptive and interoceptive processing present, if they're both disrupted, then it can really inhibit relay to the cortex for multisensory integration. And so this limited connectivity with regions involved with exteroceptive processing may reflect a compromised ability in the PTSD subtype to gather exteroceptive input from one's surroundings. And again, it speaks to the PTSD dissociative subtype, and Ruth and Braden have alluded to this, but it's when I don't know, or when I don't have a sense of self, I don't know where to move. I cannot move. That relationship between knowing where oneself is in relation to the environment is so critical for navigating through the world and understanding what's going on around us. And so that incoming information from the brainstem is critical for understanding awareness of sensory experiences at the level of the cortex. And this brings us to, moving beyond a phenomenological, experiential level of a sensory experience, but instead to an awareness of sensory experience. The insula is a key node in the convergence of this brainstem, exteroceptive and interoceptive sensory information. And this can create an interoceptive inference, which means an awareness of a sensory experience. And it eventually starts at the posterior level for interoceptive awareness of a bodily state. And as you move more anteriorly towards the anterior insula, it helps identify emotional states involved with it, and also a sense of time as well. And Bessel's done a work studying the anterior insula as well. And so in the trajectory of sensory transmission that we're discussing with these three critical areas of the brainstem, the insula, and the prefrontal cortex, the middle, the insula, is a key node for receiving sensory information from the brainstem and aids in the transmission to the cortex to carry out higher order executive functions at the prefrontal cortex, such as emotion dysregulation or emotion regulation. And the prefrontal cortex is critical for emotion regulation. And that is very important for studying PTSD and trauma, where it's a disorder that's characterized by emotion dysregulation. And the lack of emotion regulation in PTSD is really sustains and perpetuates symptom profiles. So targeting emotion regulation as a symptom, as a clinical treatment is important, but understanding the role the insula plays in this in PTSD and the dissociative subtype is important. So what we did is we looked at the insula subregion connectivity during rest, and we looked at it in healthy controls, in PTSD patients, and the PTSD dissociative subtype patients. And what we found is that the anterior and posterior insula in healthy controls showed increased connectivity with higher order areas involved with environmental monitoring and emotion appraisal, such as the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Alternatively, the PTSD groups did not show this pattern of connectivity. They did not show that connectivity with frontal lobe structures. And instead, the PTSD group showed increased connectivity more subcortically with subcortical structures that are thought to sustain the hyperarousal and hypervigilance symptom profile that Braden described earlier. As well, the PTSD dissociative subtype showed increased insula subregion connectivity with structures involved with implicit neural processes and including implicit memory. And it's really interesting that the dissociative subtype shows this implicit neural processes, but these explicit awareness processes in the dissociative subtype are not coming online. And so there's clearly an effect that the insula, the connectivity, the insula connectivity in the PTSD groups is altered, such that this information that is so important, the brainstem information that goes to the insula and the insula relay to other higher order cortical areas like in the frontal lobe and the prefrontal cortex, we don't see that in PTSD. So it can set up an altered capacity for executive functioning and emotion regulation in the PTSD groups. And so that could be a critical target for that. And the insula is a key region or a key node that may be affected or compromised in relaying sensory information to the higher order cortical areas. And so I want to focus on, the dorsal prefrontal cortex is thought to be critical for multisensory integration, and it gives context to the sensory experience. So we talked about the phenomenology of sensory experience and the awareness and how that comes through the brainstem and it goes to the insula to give awareness of a sensory experience. But how do we get context to that sensory experience? And the dorsal prefrontal cortex is thought to be critical for multisensory integration. And the dorsal attentional network and the default mode network are thought to work in tandem to facilitate activation of the central executive network to carry out these higher order executive functioning tasks, including emotion regulation. And so this gives context to the sensory experience and allows goal-oriented action and emotion regulation. And so as I mentioned earlier, there's a study by Dixon that really talked about how the dorsal attention network and the default mode network really work in tandem to facilitate activation of the executive control frontal parietal network involved in executive functioning, including emotion regulation. And the dorsal attention network, that's typically activated through sensory motor processing and interpreting sensory information from our environment, including visual processing and visual eye movements, as well as the default mode network with which Ruth and Braden have talked about, involves introspective processing and self-referential processing as well. And so as Ruth showed earlier, how she really illustrated how in PTSD, there's a decreased capacity for self-reflection and self-referential processing in PTSD. In control groups, they show an increased capacity through the activation of the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex, an increased capacity for self-reflection. In contrast, the PTSD group, upon self-reflection, in response to a traumatic reminder, a traumatic memory recall, there's a decreased activation of the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex and a decreased capacity for self-reflection. And so particularly, I want to emphasize again that bring together that, you know, the dorsal attention network, and that will be activated by the sensory motor processing. And so eye movements is an example of that. And the clinical treatment that uses eye movements is EMDR to help process traumatic memories, as well as the default mode network, which is involved with that introspective processing and that key convergence of both of those networks to facilitate executive functions such as emotion regulation. And so in a study that was that we worked on, and Bessel was really gracious to help us interpret a lot of these findings, and as well, we saw that with simultaneous eye movement and traumatic memory recall, if these two occur simultaneously, it can initiate a neurobiological mechanism that may facilitate emotion regulation. Activation of the dorsal attentional network through eye movements with simultaneous traumatic memory recall recruited areas involved with self-referential processing, including the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex and the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex as well for emotion regulation, as well as the precuneus. We saw activation of the dorsal attentional network recruited these self-referential processing regions, as well as these regions that are so critical for higher order executive functioning, such as the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. And this has critical clinical implications for EMDR because it lends itself to a potential neurobiological mechanism that may help facilitate this activation of both sensory motor areas and sensory processing areas. In tandem can bring online self-referential processing areas and regions involved with emotion regulation. And it's thought that this activation of the dorsal attentional network and this convergence can really help facilitate top-down reappraisal of a traumatic memory. And emotion regulation through top-down reappraisal may assist with the reintegration of traumatic memories and really help facilitate that the attunement between mind and body as well. And so this reaches the apex of the sensory processing hierarchy known as the embodied self. And Ruth mentioned this, alluded to this as well, the restoration of the self, and how reintegration of traumatic memories can lead to an embodied self where mind and body states can be attuned. And sensory processing offers a really critical lens through which this could be studied. And so really these findings really illustrate that if sensory processing is disrupted at the brainstem level in PTSD, this disruption may have cascading effects for one's capacity for emotion regulation at a higher cortical level. And these findings really obviate the need to incorporate both interoceptive and exteroceptive processing, and looking at it through these lenses can really help direct treatment for individuals with PTSD and its dissociative subtype. And I'd really like to thank all the members of our lab and Dr. McKinnon, who's also with us today and will be sharing her findings as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ring, for that really eloquent talk. And I think it's so important to see post-traumatic stress through the lens of sensory processing. I think that'll be an important paradigm shift in the future that'll really allow us to develop more and more adjunct treatments for this disorder. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce my close colleague and friend, Margaret McKinnon. Margaret is an associate professor and associate chair of research at McMaster University. And Margaret is very passionate about her trauma work. She's done a lot of work in autobiographical memory and social cognition. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Margaret, and I really look forward to her talk.
What I would like to talk about today is the self in relation to others. And we all know that our self exists not only embodied within ourselves, but in the context of other individuals. And I think many of us feel the dearth of those relationships or those connections right now during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think many people talk about struggling with loneliness, or a lack of connection with others. And I think at all times we need to think of the self as it exists within the social world in relation to other people and other individuals. So I'm going to start by sharing, let's see if I can do this slide. So this slide really acknowledges both our team and the many individuals that have come together to create and to develop this work, but I think it also illustrates in some ways the concept of how we relate with others in the social world. So the concept of social cognition is very relevant here, and it addresses things such as how do we understand and interpret emotions in others. So for example, looking at this image, we can certainly see a great deal of happiness and probably connectivity as well in this group. And part of that connection forms through the ability to recognize the emotion in other individuals that you're interacting with, and even to understand and perhaps interpret some of the thoughts that they may have in their minds. Social cognition is also very important for empathy, so being able to be empathic towards others, as well as also at many times to take on their emotions. So we often talk about in social cognition the contagion of others' emotions, taking on the thoughts or the feelings of others as we read their minds and interact with them. Social cognition is a very important concept when we think about how a child develops over time. We know over the course of development, and I think this photograph illustrates this very beautifully, that mothers and fathers interact with their infants and they mirror one another's expressions and images. So we see here in this image that the mother and the child are essentially engaged in a reciprocal relationship where they're mirroring or imitating one another's emotions. And over time, that child learns as well to recognize emotions. So to recognize, for example, that his or her mother is expressing sadness or joy or fear. And the child, him or herself, also recognizes those emotions in themselves. And part of that ability to recognize emotion in oneself and in others is central to the formation of a sense of self. And from that sense of self, we form memories of ourself over time that allow us to form a consistent and hopefully a stable view of ourselves. So for example, the belief that from past memories that we're kind, or that we may be sympathetic, or that we may be fearful or anxious. Those memories form in part who we are, as well as our memories of others. And we certainly know that in trauma, these social interactions can be disrupted. So for example, when a parent is unresponsive towards a child, where that opportunity initially for mirroring or for shared interaction is disrupted, and we would expect here that over the course of development, the development of abilities such as theory of mind, the ability to feel empathy, to mentalize others' thoughts and feelings would be disrupted. And we would expect that to continue from childhood into adulthood. And thus, we might argue that the ability to engage in social relationships with others, our social cognition, may form one of the mechanisms that may be involved in the intergenerational transmission of trauma. So where we know, for example, that children that grow up in households that involve trauma or a lack of interpersonal relationships or connection with the caregiver may in turn have similar relationships with their own children. And that inability to form a social connection, to read the thoughts or the minds of others, to recognize emotions in oneself and in others may contribute to that intergenerational transmission or difficulty interacting with one's own children after a course of developmental trauma. As Ruth had mentioned as well, we know that social cognitive abilities, or the ability to interact in the world, relies not only on emotional processes, but also cognitive processes and their interaction together. So we certainly know that in PTSD and trauma-related disorders, we see disruptions in cognitive abilities such as working memory, attention, executive functioning, or planning, and these interact with our ability to engage in emotional processes. So for example, to recognize emotions, when that ability to pay attention is disrupted, we often aren't able to recognize emotion, or when we have difficulties with executive functioning or regulation, we may experience impulsivity in our relationships, where we may blurt out or say things that we don't necessarily mean, but we don't stop to think about what the consequences of blurting that information out may be. So I thought I would start and go back and sort of think about how do individuals with PTSD conceptualize these difficulties with interactions in the social world? Because as theorists or as academics, we can certainly talk about what our views are, or as clinicians, but what do individuals with PTSD themselves say? So recently, Ruth and I and some of our colleagues asked about 90 public safety personnel, so firefighters, dispatch, paramedics, what sort of disruptions did they feel they experienced as part of their PTSD or their trauma-related illness? And I think it's really interesting here to observe that many of the difficulties that they felt they were experiencing really were part and parcel of interactions in the social world. So they talked, for example, about disruptions in their identity, so in their sense of self, so who they were as a mother or a father. So as an example, a firefighter who might attend a call and make a decision not to go into a burning building that had children inside because he or she recognized that this would imperil the lives of the other people on their crew. Well, that's certainly a disruption as a father, to think that I would allow those children to die, as one example. And that can give rise to a sense of moral injury or the guilt and shame that may drive some of these trauma-related responses. So we certainly know that many individuals with PTSD don't suffer from just a fear-based disorder, or in fact not a fear-based disorder at all, but rather may experience symptoms of guilt and shame that drive their PTSD. And when we looked among these first responders, I think they pointed very poignantly towards the guilt and shame that may accompany some of the things that they had done in the field. So as an example, having to decide not to go into a house where you knew almost for certainty that the children inside would die. And that can give rise to tremendous shame, difficulties with shame. And if you were ordered, for example, in other cases to stand down, so if you were the individual told not to go in, you may also have a sense of betrayal or anger towards that authority who's ordering you to do that. I think taken together, as well as we look at the emphasis here on relationships and alterations in relationships with the family, with friends, with the public, and with coworkers, again, these point towards the individual self as interacting within a complex social world that can drive some of these trauma-related symptoms, but also alter the individual's interactions, or the self's interaction with the world, with family, with friends, with coworkers, and with others through this social cognitive interaction that I think has been captured here. So what we sought out to do, I would guess this was about 10 years ago, is we thought that we would start to look at some of these social cognitive abilities in individuals with PTSD. I'm going to talk today about a broad range of individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder, and these include prominently women with a history of developmental trauma, so women who experience sexual or physical or emotional abuse or neglect during childhood, as well as members of the military and veterans and public safety personnel. And what I think that this work will illustrate is that disruptions early on through developmental trauma can profoundly alter interactions in the social world. And these alterations can also occur in adulthood when trauma is experienced during adulthood as well. So I'll talk today about theory of mind, or the ability to understand and interpret others' emotions or feelings, about empathy, about the ability to recognize emotions, and finally about moral judgment. So having to reason within the world about very complex, tricky dilemmas, much like those that are being faced right now by healthcare professionals who are responding to COVID-19 and having to make very difficult choices in the face of very little knowledge about what to do. So to give you an example of the tasks that we used very early on when we looked at theory of mind in individuals with PTSD, this is simply an example. So it's an online sort of reasoning task, and we say that Ellen's hockey team has just defeated Brad's hockey teams. The teams were evenly matched, but Ellen's team worked harder, and she won. When Brad sees Ellen, he says, "Congratulations on your victory. It's too bad that our goalie was so ill." And so when we ask individuals with affective conditions like PTSD or depression to reason about these dilemmas, we might ask them, for example, why does Brad think his team lost? And we can mentalize that Brad felt his team lost because the goalie was ill, because it wasn't really their fault. And we can also mentalize, how does Ellen feel when Brad says this? So that, for example, may take away her sense of accomplishment or her sense of victory by him saying this. And these theory of mind tasks come with both low and high cognitive demands. So when someone's suffering difficulties with working memory or with attention, it can be really difficult to reason, for example, what does Ellen think Brad is thinking when he says this? Or how does Brad think Ellen will feel when he says this? So this is essentially sour grapes, and Brad wants to take away from Ellen's sense of accomplishment. And it can be very difficult when you have difficulties with cognitive abilities to interpret the social world as well. And likewise, when our thoughts and our feelings, and particularly our feelings, are being driven by anxiety or shame or guilt, this can also disrupt our cognitive interactions as well, or disrupt working memory or executive functioning abilities, and give rise to things like impulsivity or poor planning. So we looked initially at this task in individuals with major depressive disorder, and I want to acknowledge very clearly that I'm a clinician, but I came from a strong experimental background where we often didn't look at the effects of trauma in neuropsychiatric conditions. And I want to really acknowledge that, because I think it's a huge mistake in the literature surrounding depression and anxiety disorders and schizophrenia, and really any other neuropsychiatric condition that many of us tended not to. I certainly didn't in the beginning of my career, to look at the influence of trauma. I think this is really an ignored dimension of many of these conditions now, although it cuts across all of these conditions. So we looked initially many years ago at theory of mind in patients with major depressive disorder. And what we found was that individuals with depression had difficulties with that second order theory of mind task. They couldn't mentalize the influence that Brad thought his comments would have on Ellen. They couldn't understand that that would take away from Ellen's sense of accomplishment, and that's what Brad wanted to do through this. They could reason about first order, so recognizing simple emotions, so to speak, but they couldn't engage in that cognitive complexity that was involved in that interaction between cognition and emotion. But we got smarter over the years, and I started to collaborate with Ruth, and I'm forever grateful for that. And we started to look at the influence of trauma on social cognitive functioning. And what I'm showing you here on the screen is two different tasks that we used initially among women with a history of complex developmental trauma. And we asked these women to reason through a task that was developed by the FBI to interpret the ability of potential agents to reason about social interactions. And we used this same task for women with a history of developmental trauma. And what we found, I think very interestingly, is these women had a particular difficulty relative to healthy individuals in recognizing kinship relationships. So when they watched videos of parents and children interacting, they could not tell who was the parent and who was the child. And I think that really speaks to that parentification that often occurs in PTSD and trauma-related disorders, where the child essentially becomes the parent. I think this really resonates with our clinical experience when we work with individuals with a history of developmental trauma. We also asked these same women to look at pictures that depicted eyes, and these eyes showed a wide variety of emotions. So it might be jealousy, rage, joy, connection, and they had to recognize the emotions that were being depicted through these eyes. And again, relative to individuals who did not have a history of trauma, these women were much slower at recognizing complex mental states. So they could recognize what we would say are the basic emotions, such as anger or sadness or fear, but they had more difficulty recognizing complex states like jealousy or betrayal. And what was really interesting here is that dissociative symptoms seem to impact upon this recognition. So in general, the women were slower, but those who had a showed higher our elevations in dissociative symptoms were much slower and had less accuracy in recognizing these emotions. So not being present in themselves and not being present or connected to the world around them seemed to make it even more difficult to recognize emotions that often occur within the social world. I think that's really important for us to think about as clinicians, to think about how, when we see an individual with dissociative symptoms, how might that be impacting upon their ability to relate to others? And even as clinicians, how might they recognize the expressions or the feelings that we're conveying through our interactions with them? We then went on to look at the recognition of emotions that were portrayed through voices. So again, as we travel through the social world, we need to hear and be able to identify the emotions that others are signaling through their vocalization. So for example, when a child is experiencing fear, or a child is expressing sadness through their voice or through their cries, a mother or a father needs to be able to recognize what emotion that child is signaling through their voices or through their verbal communications. And here we found that these women who had a history of developmental trauma were slower to recognize the expression of fear, the expression of happiness, and the experience of sadness, but interestingly, they did recognize anger. And I think that fits with their developmental histories, having interacted likely with caregivers who expressed anger through those interactions with them. And that sense of, as Braden talked about, that immediacy of that defensive posturing of immediately recognizing anger and being on guard for that expression, I think is really conveyed here through these behavioral findings, where these women were slower to recognize fear or happiness or sadness that could be expressed, for example, by their children, but they certainly recognized anger, I think, through that defensive posturing. It was also interesting here that the more severe the history of childhood trauma, the longer it took the women to recognize these emotions. And again, just the presence of dissociative symptoms, the difficulty connecting with yourself and the world around you, really seemed to impede further the ability to recognize emotions. And that's, again, something for us to think about as clinicians. So we next turned our attention to empathy. And as all of us know, empathy is really critical to the ability to infer and then to share in the feeling states of others. So for example, when a child is communicating to a parent that they feel hurt, or that another child has somehow said something that was very distressing to them, the parent needs to be able to take on a sense of empathy for that child, as much as the child over time also learns to feel empathy for others. So for other children on the playground who might be hurt or who might be having a really bad day, a child learns to be attuned to the emotional responses of others and to form empathy over time. And that empathic ability is really central to the ability to engage in pro-social behavior. So we know that animals like rats can engage in an altruistic way and assist others, but empathy goes beyond that to being able to connect with and have a social connection with another and to really take on their emotions and to feel a sense of connection with them. And that ability to form social relationships and to engage in high order social functioning relies in strong part on empathy, as we see illustrated in this picture here. So I'm going to apologize for the graphs here, but I want to come to the central point here, is that we looked at empathy, again in women with a history of complex developmental trauma. And what we found, and I think this fits with the theory of mind findings, is that these women had difficulty taking on the perspectives of others. So if someone else, they would say, I have difficulty recognizing when someone else is in pain. The amount of concern that I feel for that individual also may be a bit lower than in people who don't have a history of trauma. But very interestingly, and I think this is the canary in the coal mine, when women with a history of developmental trauma heard about other people's experiences. So if, for example, if someone had just lost a child, they would take on the distress of others. So they described almost being contaminated by others' feelings, and that boundary that normally exists between self and others, which can be protective in many cases, has been eroded, and these women would take on the feelings of others and experience distress from hearing about others' experiences, where normally we would be able to put some form of boundary in between ourselves and others. And we observed this as well. I'll just tell you that we had also done studies earlier on in individuals with depression and with bipolar disorder, and we did not look at trauma history, which was unfortunate, but what we found again was that boundary between self or others was eroded, and individuals tended to take on the emotions of others. And I think that's a tremendously important finding. And again, when we asked individuals with PTSD to describe how they might interact in the social world, I think it's really important to consider their experiences as well. So this is a response from a first responder who said, you know, he had difficulty having empathy for his spouse's problems at home because he was taught in that setting. So among first responders, and I think also among healthcare professionals, you're taught to crush your feelings and your empathy because you need to get through the job. And it becomes a bit of a stretch for individuals to do that. And when you almost have to be able to come home, walk through the door, and turn off that suppression of empathy or responding to interact with your family. But many individuals, at least who are involved in these professions, because they're taught to turn it off, they have difficulty connecting with their families and showing that empathic concern. And that also can give rise to a great deal of personal distress as well. So thinking about, and for example, what might happen to others, if you've had a difficult situation yourself, if you've experienced trauma, you might often imagine horrible things happening to others. And that can be reflected in family relationships. So in parents, as we know, who are often overprotective of children, as part of that parental bonding, that they may be overprotective. And often that can stem from the traumatic experience that they themselves have had in the past. We saw that expressed by our first responders, but we've certainly heard that as well from men and women with a history of developmental trauma. And I want to make the point here that it's really interesting to observe that our experiences during childhood feed our adult experiences. So we know that among women with a history of developmental trauma, we saw already that their ability to recognize emotions, to experience empathy, to read the minds of others is altered well into adulthood. And I think we would argue that comes from a disruption in that developmental process of learning about social cognition, about engaging in theory of mind, bringing online empathy and a sense of self. And that same disruption that is experienced in childhood can also impact memory. And we've done a lot of work on that as well to show that alterations in the bonding that occurs between parents and children can actually lead to disrupted autobiographical memories in parenthood. They can predict the ability, or sorry, in adulthood, they can predict the ability to remember events that are encoded or events that are experienced during adulthood. Again, that past history influences on memory, as well as the ability to interact with the social world. And those two processes, I think, are tied very intimately together and really give rise to a sense of self in an individual. Really interestingly, we then went on to ask women, again, the same sample of women who had a history of developmental trauma, to engage in reasoning about complex moral dilemmas. So an example of that would be that you're on board a boat and that boat is about to sink and there's 10 people on board, but if one person offers to get off, the boat will likely be able to stay afloat for long enough for the rescuers to come. And so a really interesting moral dilemma is to say, you know, if someone were to offer to sacrifice their lives to save the lives of others, would you be willing essentially to push that person overboard and to take their lives because you would know almost certainly that they would drown? And so we asked individuals, or women with a history of developmental trauma, as well as individuals without a history of trauma, what they would do in this situation. And what we found, I think very interestingly, is that the women, when they reasoned about this, they were also asked to give the reasons for their choice. And to start with, the first thing that we observed is that women often said, you know, I would, instead of pushing someone else off that boat, I would give my own life. I would sacrifice myself because I deserve to die, was often what was said. So there's that both that that sacrificial element of believing that I deserve to die, I'm dirty, I'm shameful, I should be the one to go overboard. But there were also other reasons that were given by these women that differed than what we saw in individuals who didn't have a history of trauma. I'm going to highlight just a few. So these women also talked about the need for interpersonal approval, so for the approval of others for the decisions. And we didn't see those same reasons given in individuals without a history of trauma. They talked a lot about the physical consequences, so they could again take on the distress of another, what they might experience when they were drowning. So they felt essentially what the others might experience. They took on that personal distress. They also again displaced responsibility from others onto themselves by saying that they would sacrifice their own lives. And this really contrasted with what we saw in individuals without a history of trauma, who talked more about maintaining their own status, about what the normative expectations were of what we would do in these situations, but how pro-social intentions and the greater good were important. So they really used, I think, standard Western frameworks to make decisions, whereas I think the women with a history of trauma, I think it was more personal for them, that they took on the guilt and shame of themselves and place that into the situation, but they could also understand and really take on the emotions of what someone else might experience during a traumatic situation like drowning. In some ways, I think that can be difficult, but it also gives them an advantage in terms of being able to empathize with others, because we don't want to come all from a deficit perspective or what's wrong, but also what strengthens people as well. So I'm going to move on now to talk about moral injury. And moral injury really is the signature wound of service. So when we talk about the experiences of military members, of veterans, of public safety personnel, and now as well healthcare workers during the current COVID-19 crisis, we talk, I think, a lot about moral injury. And moral injuries are really situations where one has to decide often between wrong and wronger. So an example of that would be in Italy, where decisions were made about who would receive the last remaining ventilator. Would that be an older individual who was quite healthy, or a younger individual who had an uncertain and unknown cancer prognosis? And there's no right in that situation. It's really a decision between wrong and wronger. And often when individuals have to violate their normative values, so their morals or their ethics, they may experience a sense of injury. So for example, many physicians dealing with the current COVID-19 crisis talk about how the lack of knowledge they have and not knowing what to do for them is a form of moral injury, because their ethics and their morals tell them that they should be using the knowledge they have to save lives and not to lose lives. Similarly, when there's a lack of personal protective equipment or a lack of tools needed to treat these individuals, there can again be a profound sense of betrayal in healthcare workers, and again also in military members and veterans who feel that their organization hasn't supported them adequately or given them the support that they need. And that can give rise again to a sense of betrayal and essentially a re-traumatization, where they may be reliving those experiences from the past that also involved a betrayal by someone who was trusted or who was meant to care for them, their family. So Ruth, I think really gave us a very eloquent quote before from an interview that she and Paul did with a veteran who talked about his experiences surrounding moral injury. And Ruth and Paul asked this veteran, what would it be like if people were to see inside of you? And he said, it feels really scary. I feel like they're going to see a stain on my soul. I feel a sense of shame about that situation that I experienced at Vietnam. And I also feel shame about some of the things that I witnessed and I didn't do anything about. And an example was watching idly while they threw a grenade in a hole with a guy and knowing full well what the outcome of that was going to be. And so you can think of this person as a brother, a father, a son, who his sense of self-identity is being challenged. he stood by in a way that he probably never thought he would until he got into that situation. And that can give rise to profound alteration in the sense of who you are. It really becomes, as Ruth said, that stain upon the soul. And I think this as well gives sense to a sense of disconnection with others. So he says that if somebody found out about me, they might run. I've been in a PTSD group, and when I looked at some of the other guys in the group, it was like looking into the eyes of a baby who hadn't been in Vietnam. They were just so innocent. And so when individuals with PTSD interact with people who don't have those traumatic experiences, they may see others as being babies. They don't want to harm them. They don't want to tell them about their experiences. We certainly see this in group settings where military members, veterans, and public safety personnel are combined with civilians, and they don't want to talk about their experiences because they feel they'll harm someone else by doing that. And that can cause them to hold back on what they probably need to talk about in treatment situations, but also in family relationships where they go home and again, they feel that their family can't understand their experiences. And this can also drive that sense of disconnection with other individuals. I think it's really interesting as well that this person said, I wish I could get my innocence back. That's something I wish very often. So again, his sense of self has been altered, and he wishes he could travel back in time and reconnect with that self that still had that innocence within him. We've also heard about that from public safety personnel, and they talk about the incremental moral injuries that occur over the course of service. And over time, it's not just one thing, but that incremental burden that can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. And very small things can give rise to, again, to a sense of moral injury when they can occur continuously day over day after day. So as I mentioned earlier, moral injury is really a personal action or inaction that transgresses your sense of self, who you think you are as an individual, and what you believe your ethical values and morals to be. And that could be being involved directly in that action. One could witness it, or again, one could fail to prevent it. So for example, witnessing someone else being sexually harassed or sexually abused and not stepping in and doing something about it, where again, that absence of action can also be morally injurious or alter your sense of who you are, where you always thought you would be the person who would step in to help. So Anthony Nazaroff was a graduate student who worked with Ruth and I several years ago and is now really a successful PTSD researcher in his own right. And he went back and he looked at the relationship between guilt and shame in PTSD and moral injury. So we know that one of the most common reasons for seeking mental health services for the US VA is an experience of guilt and shame. So when people come to attention in the VA, they often talk not about fear, but about that sense of guilt and shame that they're experiencing. We certainly know that guilt and shame are related to suicidality, so suicidal ideation, as well as successful suicide in military samples. And we wondered if part of that guilt and shame was being driven by moral injury. And so Anthony went back and he looked at the literature to ask this question. And what he found was that when people were exposed to or involved in what they considered to be atrocities, this really did lead to the onset of guilt symptoms. As well, he found that when people perceived themselves to have violated their own moral standards or that they felt betrayed, this was again associated with an increase in PTSD symptoms, depression symptoms, and interestingly, as we saw in that quote, they tended to pull away from their social support systems. So when people felt that they, like that veteran, had a stain upon their soul, they would pull away and we would see a decrease in their social support systems, where we know that social support is the most important factor in the prevention of PTSD when someone has experienced a traumatic event. And we also found, again, that guilt symptoms, not surprisingly, were associated with increased PTSD and depression symptoms. And so what we argued in this work was that really the relationship between a moral injury and the onset of increased symptoms of PTSD, depression, or suicidal ideation was really related to those symptoms of guilt and shame. It brings us to mind for all of us, again, as clinicians, how we really need to focus not just on fear, but on guilt and on shame, which can drive a lot of that presentation and can hinder the interaction with others in the social world, but also cause us to condemn ourselves. So the self who we are currently, and then our inability to connect with that self in the past as well. So we wanted to look a bit more closely at moral injury, again in individuals who had engaged in military service, who were either currently active or who were veterans, and we're lucky to have access to Canada's only inpatient treatment center for PTSD. And what we did is we asked these military members and veterans about their experience of moral injury. We really wanted to look at what were some of the risk factors for the development of moral injury in this sample. We gave them a series. So what we do when individuals come on to the unit is we give them a research grade clinical assessment. So we ask them questions that help us to characterize them clinically, but also will provide us with information that we can use within a research setting. So we asked them about their experience of morally injurious events or their exposure. We looked at their difficulties in emotional regulation, which I think go back to that question of social cognition. So can you recognize emotions in yourself? Can you label, for example, anger is really stemming from a sense of underlying betrayal or shame? And then can you develop strategies to assist you with that? We were also very interested in exposure to adverse childhood experiences, because we certainly know that among military members and veterans, there are much higher rates, both in Canada and the US, of childhood exposure to traumatic events among military samples and veterans. And how would that again relate to the risk for moral injury in this sample? So I don't think it's particularly surprising that when individuals had endured symptoms of moral injury, these seem to relate to their symptoms of PTSD. So a higher level of moral injury was related to a greater level of avoidance symptoms. I think again, going back to avoiding people, perhaps people who would be able to see that stain upon your soul, higher rates of depression, higher rates of stress, and also higher rates of emotion dysregulation. And this is more of a trend, but we did find a relation between emotional dysregulation and moral injury, such that higher rates of moral injury were in a trend, that sort of trend towards being associated with higher rates of emotional dysregulation in these individuals. We also looked again at the relation between adverse childhood experiences and moral injury. And here we see in this same sample, much higher rates of childhood adverse experiences than we would see in a general Canadian sample. So as an here, for example, about 50% of the individuals are the military members and veterans who are undergoing inpatient treatment for PTSD had experienced emotional abuse during childhood, and about 4 in 10 of them had experienced physical abuse, about 3 in 10 sexual abuse. So really high rates in this sample. And what we see, I think what was really interesting is that having had a history of emotional abuse in childhood was related to higher symptoms of moral injury. So individuals who had experienced more emotional abuse in childhood endorsed that they felt that they had been involved in more transgressions, that they had violated their moral or their ethical codes. They also felt that they had been betrayed by institutions meant to support them, and primarily that was the military. So feeling that the military had not offered them the support or the care that they needed, despite the military having become their family, often in cases where they didn't have a family structure to begin with, and that profound sense of betrayal that occurred when they didn't receive the supports that they expected. And we can relate this back to that sense of guilt or shame, that I'm dirty, I'm not worthy. When someone orders me to do something I don't want to do, again, that makes me feel that sense of a stain on my soul, a lack of self-worth that I think plays out in this relationship between emotional self-abuse, or rather emotional abuse by others, and then the onset of moral injury, as well as the sense of being betrayed by a family system that you feel should be supporting you. So when I really think about these results, and Ruth and our group, and Rakesh Jetley, who's a senior psychiatric advisor to our Surgeon General in Canada, we've talked a lot about these findings. And we would say probably that moral injuries and situations where one has to violate one's own moral codes can really reenact or bring to mind schemas from the past. So schemas of being betrayed by the family, schemas of being dirty or unworthy, much like we saw in those women with a history of complex developmental trauma who said, I would throw myself over the boat, I'm the person who deserves to die. We see that again coming out through the moral injury scenarios that people experience in combat. And we would argue that it really does increase sensitivity to moral injury. As well, it may be the case that treatments that target emotional dysregulation may assist us in helping individuals who are experiencing moral injury. So learning, for example, to recognize emotions in oneself, so that anger is a secondary emotion stemming from a deep sense of betrayal, and how can we assist people in regulating that anger that they experience, or that impulsivity, or whatever may be driving the interactions that they're now having with other individuals. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. And I just want to conclude by thanking our team, so Ruth, Paul, the graduate students and others, and also our many funders, including prominently the Canadian National Defence Forces who have funded this work. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Margaret, through that beautiful journey through social cognition. All right, so it's my great pleasure to introduce Wendy D'Andrea to you. Wendy is an associate professor at the New School in New York, and I really am a fan of Wendy's work. I think it's incredibly clinically informed, and she really gets to the heart of the matter in post-traumatic stress and related difficulties. And I'm really looking forward to her talk because her talks are always enlightening. So welcome, Wendy.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you also for bringing your wonderful students. And I have entitled my talk Self Under Fire, Self, Other, and Regulation in Complex Trauma. You see my name here as well as the primary contributors of data to this talk today. First of all, the most important things always goes to my lab, the vibrant creative group of individuals who really bring their heart to this work and who definitely sustain me and keep every day moving. And you see in these pictures, we are participating in representative lab activities. Okay, so the themes that I'm going to explore today are first thinking about, I'm going to sort of circle through thinking about the self as it exists in relationship to parents, to oneself, and to society. So within the trauma field and within the complex trauma field, we often are very focused on the dyadic unit or on the family unit. And I want to start to expand that outward to think about how these folks are, how our traumatized people, non-traumatized people, people of all walks of life are interacting with the world at large, or what the world at large is sort of giving them in terms of feedback or input. I want to then start to unpack how we think some of these impacts and disruptions of sense of self may develop. And the three areas that I'll focus on here are around the development of shame, around the development of body awareness, which we think of as not just body awareness as a dimension of awareness of the body, but as a larger proxy for an individual's ability to attune to their own self states. And then also to identity in two different ways. One, in terms of individuals' identity stability, identity formation, but also in terms of their identity as we think about folks who come from traditionally marginalized identities. And then I want to think through and bring that back to the self and relationship and think about how all of these disruptions may then, or alterations or adaptations may then play out in adult intimate relationships. So I'm going to start with, let me say one thing. When I used to do theater, I was always told you're never supposed to start a talk with an apology, but here I am. And this is to say we have a little less emphasis on some of the bio data today than I would really love to be bringing, for the simple reason that we are in, our lab is in New York City, in the US epicenter of the coronavirus crisis. And since March, we have not been able to get into the lab and don't have great structures in place for being able to take that data out of the lab. Having to do with IRB things. So you'll see some data that we were lucky enough to get processed and out the door before we got there, but otherwise some of this is a little less of the bio data. That said, the good news is this is all completely fresh off the press material that hasn't seen the light of day until today. So starting with, I'm going to start with the intersection of trauma and discrimination. And there are a few reasons why I'd like to start here. One is that this is a high needs group, folks who have who come from marginalized identities and who have experienced oppression are at increased risk across the board for negative outcomes, from suicidality, mental health diagnoses, and physical health problems. Between 2 and 4-fold increase in incidence across the board, depending on what domain you're looking at and what dimension of experience an identity that you're working with. I also think there's something really important here that we need to capture. And that is around the conceptual overlap of any sort of interpersonal trauma and the experience of discrimination and the perpetration of oppression. And this is fleshed out a bit in the minority stress model, which very much parallels some of our cumulative trauma exposure models. And what I think why I think this is relevant, particularly for talking about self. I think this is relevant because I think what happens in both interpersonal trauma, particularly parent-child trauma, and in discrimination, is the inability of the perpetrator to tolerate the individuation, the otherness, the difference, the separateness, the defiance, the assertion of autonomy of the person who they're perpetrating against. And so I think in that way, these two forms of violence are ways of, are violence particularly upon the person's self, not just on their body, but on the fact that they have an identity. And so that's part of why I want to weave these two things together today. As I do that work, I want to look at how attachment and trauma intersect with discrimination. How do they accentuate or attenuate it? Putting this in the frame of the ecological systems model from Bronfenbrenner. A note on language before I move too far forward today. So I feel I will use the word minority periodically throughout this talk. I use that word because I'm talking about the minority stress model, and that's what it was named in 2003. I want to note that it might really not be the best word, because if we're globally taking together, lumping together people of color and folks with queer identities, they probably are not numerically minorities. So a more accurate term would be people who have experienced oppression, or people who have people who hold marginalized identities. So I'll move between those ways of talking today. Okay, so I'm going to start with a study in this area that got us rolling in this direction, and this was really initiated by my doctoral student, Scott McKernan, who you see in the upper right corner. This study is some archival data that was collected with Greg Siegel. And I will tell you the sort of backstory of this, which is that this is a large biological data set. So this is a place where we have some nice biological data. And we did this study, and we have, as you can see, 240 participants. And at the end of the day, when we looked at the composition of the sample, we didn't just have a large representation, larger than in most biological studies, of LGBTQ folks, but we also had a fairly large representation of folks, people of color as well. So this sample was sort of surprisingly diverse by neuroscience standards. So the aberrant person in this sample would have been a cis-het white person of the middle class. So not to mention the cis-het white people without trauma histories. We had a hard time finding anyone without trauma histories. So sometimes what happens when your PI team is all of a specific racial and ethnic background is that you miss data collection, and we missed the opportunity through our first run of this grant to get in-depth good data on discrimination and experiences of discrimination, which is something we're now going back and collecting. So I'll be able to speak to that next year. What I can tell you now is a little bit about the question of how sexual and gender minority status contributes to trauma symptoms, how that intersects with or goes above and beyond trauma exposure, and whether we see similar symptom presentations in SGM, sexual and gender minority, and straight cis folks. And this gives us a little bit of insight into the question of how it is that discrimination may function in terms of its impact on identity. So here we're looking at about 240 participants. We're looking at the below questionnaires. What I want to highlight in the IASK is that it has some elements around affect dysregulation, tension reduction, self-harm, but it also has some key components there around disruption in terms of one individual's sense of identity. So identity impairment, sort of a lack of sense of identity, and susceptibility to influence. So we think about that as sort of a diffusion of identity, and then PTSD symptoms and the CTQ for childhood trauma. So first, in terms of reviewing the overall symptoms, one thing that we see here critically is that SGM, so in the graph on the left, what you see is looking at cluster B, C, and D symptoms in terms of PTSD symptoms, IASK tension reduction activities. And then if we were to continue with all of the other subscales on the right, the graph would follow the same pattern. So sexual and gender minority status contributes independently to symptoms. It contributes independently of CTQ severity. So both SGM status and childhood trauma are contributors to symptoms here for complex PTSD symptoms, as well as traditional DSM PTSD symptoms. But those things roll out cumulatively. So while SGM status, just holding an SGM identity alone, contributed to symptoms, which we think is perhaps a proxy for experiences of discrimination, from there, having both childhood maltreatment and discrimination leads to increased symptom burden. Another important element here is that folks with SGM identities also had higher CTQ severity across the board. This is an incredibly important note. You know, when we first looked at this data, we felt extremely uneasy because there are old kind of nasty psychoanalytic theories that suggest that it's parents who influence their child's sexuality, and that was really not the route we were wanting to take. What we believe this speaks to is that point around oppression and marginalization that is then happening within families early on, that we think that folks who have a propensity towards childhood maltreatment may be the ones who are also then likely to play that out if their kid is expressing any sort of autonomy or different from the parents' wishes, which may be played out through the kid's expression of their individuality through their sexual identities. So rather, sexual identity is a risk factor for maltreatment. And that has been played out in other parts of the literature as well. In terms of looking at how this plays out with symptom profiles, this is a two-step cluster analysis, and on the left, you see the most contributing symptoms to the symptomatic, on the left of the left, symptomatic cis straight folks. On the right, the left side of the right-hand graph on the screen, those are the symptoms which contribute the most to symptoms in folks who are sexual and gender minorities. And so what you can see fairly quickly here is of the symptomatic folks who are cis and straight, affect dysregulation, difficulties with employment, and PTSD-like and affect dysregulation-like symptoms are what are driving the fact of people being symptomatic here. What you're seeing on the right is a different picture. SGM folks' primary symptoms are driven by identity disillusionment and identity concerns overall. So those are the most prominent symptoms. Those are the symptoms that rise to the fore, whereas the PTSD symptoms are maybe less central. And this may be reflecting some of the intersection of maltreatment and discrimination. Okay, if we're moving this into the biological field, these folks all, as I said, participated in a large biological study, and they were put into scanners. And while they were in the scanner, they had listened to a few different types of stimuli. So they first sat there at rest, And then they listened to scripts that they had generated before that day. One of the scripts was intended to be neutral. So by neutral, described your last grocery trip, describe your commute. And one was intended to be a recollection of criticism. So some way someone has talked to you that felt hurting or critical, hurtful or critical. Now, first of all, between patients and controls, there is a dramatic difference in the two types of scripts here. So we use contrast with REST as well. The neutral scripts for trauma-exposed participants were fairly unhappy. They were not terribly neutral. And in the criticism scripts, the difference in the scripts between someone who was trauma exposed and not was dramatically different. So someone who was not trauma exposed had something more like someone complaining to them about not picking up their socks. Someone who was trauma exposed had major threats of abandonment and obliteration in their critical scripts. So just keep in mind that people are not reacting to entirely the same stimuli here. That said, when we are, I'll back up to that first bullet point in just one second. When we are looking at how people are reacting to criticism, everyone shows some degree of reactivity relative to REST. So we're seeing that's in figure A on the top, some degree of reactivity. And in figure B though, what you're seeing in criticism relative to neutral, and then this is for trauma exposed versus not trauma exposed. What you're seeing here is actually deactivation. And this deactivation is strongest in areas of in networks that are associated with sense of self. So this picks back up on Ruth's initial points around the precuneus and around alterations in the hippocampus. And so connecting oneself to a past, to a future, envisioning oneself in space and time. When people are under criticism, particularly if they're traumatized, all of that goes off. Now, that's strongest in the self network, but if you look at graph C, this is neutral versus criticism across participants. It's true across the board. It happens in arousal networks, in pain networks, in sensation networks, where we show no reactivity in sensation networks, during the criticism task, among executive networks, very minimal activity, pain networks. Across the board, we're seeing decreased reactivity. And this finding is driven, everyone in the sample had the same pattern, control or not. So under criticism, everyone's brain just takes a break. This happens more among our trauma-exposed participants, and then adding identities historically associated with marginalization increases that a degree to which people are shutting material out. That takes us back to the first bullet point on this, which is that folks who had SGM status, and this also actually follows through to people of color in the sample, have exaggerated parasympathetic activity. So that is a little different from how we often think of the connection between parasympathetic activity and health outcomes, because we know that this is a group who have worse health outcomes. And on the other hand, we think of parasympathetic activity, resting parasympathetic activity, as protective. So what we think is happening here is that these folks have had, because of their experiences, their cumulative adversity, paralleled by complex trauma experiences or maltreatment experiences. What we think of is happening here is that they have learned how to completely shut themselves off, and that parasympathetic, exaggerated parasympathetic activity is an index for the ability to go stone cold in order to protect oneself under the face of threat, just like Braden was talking about earlier. You can hear my dog in the background. All right. Okay, so we're moving this then into the world of specific attachment field literature. The person who spearheaded this work is Christina Panis. Christina Panis and I collaborated on this work, but she is in the Miriam and Howard Steele's attachment lab. And Christina's area of interest was particularly in transgender and gender nonconforming folks, and looking at how attachment played out as a buffer or as an accentuator of internalized shame within this group of individuals. So Christina recruited 96 transgender and gender nonconforming individuals, 32% of whom were non-white identified, and looked at their experiences of discrimination, rejection, victimization, non-affirmation, internalized transphobia, and so on, and looked at these separately for in family settings as well as in community or other settings, at work, at school. Looked at the primary attachment styles questionnaire. This is a continuous measure of the degree of security in attachment, and then the reflective function questionnaire, which gives people a degree of classification, degree of intensity or severity on attachment classification. So security, insecure, ambivalent, insecure, avoidant, disorganized. So it breaks down the attachment styles then, as opposed to just secure or insecure. And what Christina has found in her work, first of all, mirroring the CTQ findings in the first sample that we discussed of transgender folks, 44% had disorganized attachment styles, again, really pointing to the likelihood that there was probably quite severe maltreatment in the families that may have been connected to people's gender expression. And attachment security, the more secure someone was, the lower essentially their experiences with gender identity discrimination was. The more the person had disorganized attachment, the more they experienced gender minority stress and especially internalized discrimination. This also is followed through with the other two insecure attachment styles, but the largest piece here is accounted for by disorganized attachment. Within this measure, the reflective functioning questionnaire, it gives you two separate dimensions of difficulties with reflective functioning, which is part of what feeds into the attachment classification that we consider, which is hypermentalization, so a sort of intellectualized style, a way of over-examining people's motives in a way that actually is very distancing, versus hypomentalization, where the self and other people are undrawn in the person's mind. They're just not alive to other people. There isn't curiosity. The findings between attachment insecurity, and gender minority stress were largely accounted for by this having, keeping other people and keeping oneself out of their mind. And then looking at how these relationships play out, attachment security moderated the relationship between rejection outside of the family and internalized transphobia here, which is a proxy for shame. So folks with high attachment security didn't have a particular relationship between their rejection and their internalized shame. It didn't buffer that relationship, but low attachment security, like the CTQ cumulative examples in the SGM sample we just discussed, low attachment security really facilitated the ability of rejection outside the family to create internalized shame. So we see this setup of a vulnerability where in the absence of a secure base, the outside world, the blows of the outside world become more impactful. Okay, and moving this into a third sample, here trying to flesh out a little more about the understanding of how discrimination affects the self and affects experiences of shame. This is again Scott's work, who is, I think, going to be a real leader in this area. So I'm very excited to see how his work plays out. And what he is examining here is how discrimination and shame mediate and moderate the relationship between trauma, discrimination, and repression, and subsequent symptoms. So here, 32 folks of a sample of 107 were mixed SGM sample, 31 were people of color, 16 belonged to both groups, and then 58 cis-het white people. Looked at their daily experiences of heterosexism for folks who identified as SGM, experiences of racial discrimination for folks who identified, major experiences of emotional discrimination for folks who identified as people of color, and sort of what we call everyday discrimination. This is closer to more like microaggression work, whereas major experiences of discrimination would be like police harassment, getting pulled over, getting fired from jobs. The internalized shame scale, and the International Trauma Questionnaire, which gives divides into complex PTSD and PTSD symptoms. So first, again, we replicate our findings that SGM folks have more childhood trauma, more PTSD, more complex PTSD, and now we're extending this to more shame as well. There weren't differences between the racial minority group from the cis-het white group. I am not willing to put money on the fact to say that that's a less distressed group. I want to stay open to the possibility of measurement questions there. And we're replicating the finding here that sexual and gender minority status predicts complex PTSD separately from childhood trauma and cumulatively from childhood trauma. Here, PTSD was most strongly, race was a predictor of PTSD symptoms, but less so of complex PTSD symptoms. Discrimination was associated with all symptoms, and again, we see that cumulative effect. And for both groups, SGM and racial and ethnic minorities, shame accounted for the relationship between childhood trauma and symptoms. And for both, discrimination did not account for symptoms when accounting for shame. So here, what we see is primarily shame being a driver of symptoms, and the creation of the vulnerability of shame starts at home. And so I think what that starts to lead us to is a little bit of a different understanding of the texture of discrimination that people may experience on the basis of their identity, where home may be a relative safe haven for people of color whose families may be able to help them develop pride in their ethnic and cultural backgrounds, despite what the world out there says, which is not to say that internalized racism does not exist. But here we're seeing a slightly different pathway of targeting that may be happening from within versus outside the home. So if we put all of this together, we think of discrimination creating fear as well as internalized shame. We see this in the playing out of discrimination with PTSD as a primary pathway. And discrimination is also laying out, setting the stage for shame, which then may in turn increase complex PTSD, particular self-related symptoms, but that these symptoms aggregate and are most impactful when in the context of maltreatment. Okay, so I'm going to move into some of our more experimental work, which may be relevant to questions of social level oppression, but may not be so prevalent in what we're discussing at this moment. This study is one from Nicole Corey. This was funded by the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation. And this is a study that I went into with some trepidation. And we decided to go ahead with it after doing a bit of pilot testing, and in part because Nicole is an exceptional clinician and a very grounding presence. So keep her in mind as the experimenter in terms of who is present with people as they're doing this study, because that may have something to do with our results. One of the pieces we wanted to be able to explore was the interplay between shame and dissociation, following on some of Michael Doherty's work that shame and dissociation are closely interrelated, but that we haven't clearly addressed the question of whether dissociation evokes shame, because it can be an experience that people feel some embarrassment about, or whether shame is the evoker of dissociation, in that in traditional defense models of understanding shame as an overwhelming emotion that leads to shutting down. So we wanted to be able to address that question, and particularly to use pupillometry and eye tracking, so we could separate with eye tracking the avoidance from looking at oneself from the cognitive shutting down that we would see. So pupil is an interesting measure, because if someone's pupils aren't moving, it means they're not processing information. So we have a mobile, extremely strange device I wish I had a picture of, that basically is a riding helmet with a thing that looks like an anglerfish dangling over here, and which is a little tiny mirror and camera that if someone, they can detect where someone's, not just where someone's eyes are looking, but how much their pupils are constricting. So more wiggliness in the pupil equals more processing of information. Flat pupil reactivity equals everything is shut out. The pupil data forthcoming, we'll have to share those next year. So the overall study design is such: 50 female identified participants, all of whom had identified having childhood interpersonal trauma, complex trauma. Created neutral and shame scripts. They were, with the shame scripts, very carefully instructed to avoid things that were not the biggest shame in their life. A moment when they said something and like, this is bordering on the, on the border between shame and embarrassment, but stuff that was not like their deepest, darkest secret that they would never want anyone to know, but a time when they, felt stupid or said something out of turn, or something that wasn't going to be totally overwhelming, hopefully. So they were carefully instructed in that regard. Created neutral and shame script, and then those were played back to them while they were in front of a mirror looking at themselves, or while they were looking at a blank screen. The hypothesis was that if you listened to shame and had to see yourself while you were listening to something shameful, that it would evoke dissociation. So that was the hypothesis we were going in with, that it would become difficult to see oneself and process this information. People were pre-tested for their emotion regulation, style, symptom, dissociation, and so on. Pupil was measured throughout, eye tracking measured throughout, and then dissociation was measured after each task phase. So at baseline and then 4 other times: neutral, mirror, neutral, no mirror, shame, no mirror. Okay, so here was a surprise. This doesn't happen often, I guess it happens not totally, rarely, but we were completely wrong. Completely wrong. These all are people with trauma histories. We've coded the narratives. There's some degree of stability around the amount of shame that an external coder would say these are likely to evoke. Standing in front of the mirror and listening to an experience of shame evoked less dissociation. In fact, people reported a sense of relief. People reported a sense of feeling grounded. People reported a sense of release, of coming to terms with the thing that was so scary to them. I will say there's one caveat to that. If the person's primary emotion regulation style was avoidance, forget it. If they said that what they did was avoid any situation, looking in the mirror was impossible. Looking in the mirror with shame just shot dissociation right up. So there's a caveat there if you're thinking about, don't move too quickly to working with this clinically. Okay, if the person, what we think is going on here, and this follows, by the way, this mirrors, no pun intended, some studies by Michael Schober, where he has found that if people are on something like a Zoom call but have their own picture visible, they actually make more risky disclosures than if they don't have their picture visible. So this is not a trauma person, this is a communications psych person. So it mirrors findings that have been elaborated as well. What we think might be going on here is that the presence of seeing oneself, if one can actually engage in that task and see oneself, lets the person separate what they're seeing from what they've internalized about themselves. So they can look in the mirror and see things like, I don't look so bad, I don't look so awful, I am actually a grown-up, I'm taking up all that space in the mirror, there is nobody else here except for Nicole, my parent is not actually here. So the mirror, for folks who could tolerate it, had a grounding capacity. I don't know what exactly to do with the folks who don't, this doesn't answer that, but this does speak to the where we may be trying to get someone to in terms of their ability to tolerate themselves. Okay, and for our last study today, I'll close out returning to the biology and then connecting to some of the relational work that I foreshadowed. This is Nadia Nieves' dissertation. This is hot off the presses. This is going to be defended in about 3 weeks. The title of her dissertation is actually called I Want to Rock With You. We have a convention in our lab of naming our studies after puns or sometimes songs. So in this extremely ambitious project, Nadia's primary question was about how awareness of your own body influences your relationship with other people. So Nadia's question, or her hypothesis, was that body awareness, here we're thinking about interoceptive awareness, would facilitate romantic satisfaction, as well as manifest in the ability to synchronize with a partner. I'll talk more about this in a minute. And then she also thinks about how trauma would interact here. She hypothesizes that having body awareness would be an accentuator of the ability to connect for traumatized people. And this is consistent with much of the theory that we've laid out before, that when you can't feel yourself, you can't feel someone else. And when you can't feel someone else, sometimes you can't find yourself. Or when feeling someone else perhaps is overwhelming, then it's hard to feel yourself, connect to yourself. This is sort of similar to the Bowlby. There is no such, Bowlby, I hope. There is no such thing as an infant quote. Maybe that's funny, I don't know. Don't quiz me on that one. This study has 51 couples who come into the lab who are wired up for physiology and who do a whole bunch of stuff. The couples we know, we recruited to have a variety of different types of trauma exposure. So where both partners had significant childhood maltreatment. where only one partner had significant childhood maltreatment, or where neither had significant childhood maltreatment. We self-report their trauma, we get information on their symptoms, we get general relationship satisfaction, and then throughout, well, I'll say something about that in a minute. Here we used the interoceptive heartbeat discrimination task. Now, heartbeat discrimination is different if you follow the interoception literature. The traditional task that has been used before is something called the Chandri task, and it's where you sit for a minute quietly, and at the end, or a set period of time while your heart rate is recorded, and at the end of that set period of time, you guess how many times your heart beat. Some people guess at it, some try to actually feel their heart beating in their chest. There are two different ways of doing it. Both have slightly different interpretations, but are usable in terms of interpreting someone's interoceptive accuracy or awareness. They mean slightly different things, but it's not relevant here. The heartbeat discrimination task is a newer innovation in this. And it is a complicated and interesting task. So basically, the person is played a series of 5 to 15 tones in different rhythms and in 2 different conditions. In one, the tones are somewhat random. And in the other, the tones are actually happening in response to the person's heartbeat. So the tones are evoking the heartbeat is feeding into the tone production machine, and it's then producing the tones itself. So the person's job is then to listen to the random tones, which are still rhythmic, versus the tones that are actually matched to their heart rate, and say which is their heart rate and which is not their heart rate. And then they do what is referred to as a confidence rating, as in, how sure are you about that? And this is going to become relevant in a moment. This is counterbalanced with the order of doing a rocking chair task. So the rocking chair, these people do their interoceptive task all by themselves. The rocking chair task involves the people then coming into the lab together. And they are instructed to sit across from each other in rocking chairs. And they are instructed to try to synchronize. So it's directed synchronization. And we measure then 3 things. The time it takes them, we have a preset number of rocks that have to happen simultaneously in order to count as a period of synchrony. So we can measure how long it takes to the first synchronization, how many times they fall out of synchrony, and how many times they get back into synchrony. Those measures tend to all entirely correlate, so don't take that too seriously. They say the same thing basically throughout the study, but want you to know they're there. Then this is done 3 times, during a neutral conversation, during a conversation, or during neutral, no talking, during a commute conversation, which is intended to be neutral, and then a chores conversation, which is intended to be a mild evocation of stress. If you follow the couples literature, chores conversations are not mild evocations of stress. That said, this is not the same as a hugely conflictual area, we hope, in a relationship. So here is what we wind up looking at here. So first, just the overall effects of what is happening in this task and the relationship between body awareness and synchrony. So we also have, by the way, I should say, a self-report measure on people, what we call interoceptive sensibility, on how much people pay attention to their bodies overall. So people who pay attention to their bodies, when people pay attention to their bodies, accurate body perceptions facilitate synchrony. If people don't value paying attention to their bodies, they don't think of themselves as bodily mindful people, it actually causes a problem for their synchrony. So being able to feel their bodies then causes a problem for synchrony. And I don't know if this is an artifact of distraction, or like if they don't feel their bodies because it's unpleasant for them to feel their bodies, and then that causes downstream disruption. Similarly, this is super interesting, one's own interoceptive accuracy predicted their partner's marital satisfaction, not their own. And then this might be my favorite in the baseline study, the baseline main effects. Being confident about body awareness and being wrong is bad news. If the person was confident that they had good body awareness and they were wrong, that was related to poor symptoms, to poor relationships outcomes, to the ability to synchronize, everything. This mirrors some of the alliance literature, where if therapists think the alliance is good and they're wrong, their patients drop out. So this is, I think, a kind of cute finding. In terms of what we're finding in the trauma history, This is a different task that has frequently been used with trauma. In this task, there was not an effective trauma history on interoceptive accuracy. We don't know if this is just too hard for too many people, but overall not an effective trauma, but how interoception functions is very different for trauma. Here is something interesting as well. Interoceptive accuracy is not predicted by one's own trauma history, but by their partners. So in other words, having a traumatized partner, or the more traumatized a person's partner was, the more disrupted that person's own body awareness was. So there's a crossover effect that we see here. Okay, and then in terms of what we would predict exactly around trauma and synchrony, childhood trauma exposure severity impeded synchrony. PTSD and dissociation also impeded synchrony. The relationship between symptoms and synchrony is moderated by childhood trauma severity. And again, mirroring some of the other findings, within the traumatized folks, relationship satisfaction was determined more by their partner's trauma history than one's own. So we think again about this trauma history has this sort of contagion effect. And I think this resonates a bit with what Margaret was talking about in terms of intergenerational transmission of trauma. We see that in parent-child dyads, but I think we're also seeing this in adult dyads as well. Okay, here are two other pieces that I want almost at closing here. How body interoception functions within trauma. So this is tricky because we all have this goal of wanting to facilitate. I feel like it's become common in the field of wanting to facilitate body awareness for traumatized folks. But then we have to think about what is happening in context and the fact that people have disconnected from their bodies and from themselves for very good reasons. So we need to think about how we move and structure the body awareness that they move into. So first here, trauma moderates the relationship between interoceptive accuracy and synchrony. This is over on the top image. And so what I want you to be able to see here. So blue is folks with lower trauma exposure, green, the thing with the green endpoints, that's higher trauma exposure. Interoceptive accuracy is along the bottom with these higher numbers representing more accuracy. And here, baseline synchrony, this happens with all the synchrony measures, but this is baseline synchrony and how much time they spend in synchrony. So for the traumatized folks, they synchronize more if they have less body awareness. Meaning, so think about this in self terms, they can connect to another person when they themselves are less aware of themselves. And as their body awareness goes up, the less they can connect to another person. So if you follow this out from what trauma may be like for folks, self and other may become a zero-sum game for traumatized people, awareness of self versus awareness of other. You can do one or the other, but not both when you're living with trauma. We see this functioning in this total opposite direction for low traumatized exposure folks, such that that interoceptive awareness facilitates synchrony, or perhaps synchrony facilitates interoceptive awareness. We can't really be sure in our folks with low trauma histories. So the relationship works as expected in people without childhood trauma exposure. Playing this forward into the relationship of interoceptive awareness and relationship satisfaction, there just isn't a relationship between relationship satisfaction and interoception in folks without a trauma history. Here, though, the more body awareness that traumatized folks have, the less happy they are in their relationships. Now, the thing we have to keep in mind here is reality. Maybe the relationships are actually worse, and they are just more aware of it because their bodies are more aware of it. It could also be that being very aware of oneself has an inhibitory effect on relationship satisfaction. It makes it difficult to connect to another person. But again, keeping in mind that the directionality between synchrony and interoceptive accuracy is not clear here. Whether interoception is impeding synchrony or synchrony is impeding interoception, we can't be sure. Okay, the good news. We'll end with the good news. These are not actual numbers. This is a schematic of a graph. That's why there are no arrow bars. Everyone was happier after the task. Traumatized or not, everybody really enjoyed just sitting in a rocking chair and talking to their partner. That's great news. Everyone has an increase in their positive emotion. Everyone has an increase in their connectedness to their partner. Some folks felt more numbing and more negative affect when talking about chores, which is not surprising. The effects aren't as strong in traumatized folks, but it still had the same directionality as the sample as a whole. In conclusion, what we're seeing is that complex trauma is associated with disturbances in self-organization. Folks who experience discrimination may experience this burden cumulatively. Experiences of discrimination are related to symptoms which are mediated by shame, and this is particularly strong when attachment is disrupted. This brings us back. This is not, I should make sure to give credit where it's due, to trauma and recovery, where we connect interpersonal trauma to political oppression. And so the take-home point here is the attempted obliteration of the self happens in families and happens throughout society. So I think the more we can draw on these parallels, the more equipped we are to address family trauma, and the more equipped we are to address oppression. Seeing oneself while discussing a shameful experience can be grounding and reduce dissociation, but not for the folks who are primarily avoidant. And trauma can make it difficult to synchronize. Feeling your body when you're traumatized might make it even harder, and it might make synchronization even more complicated and difficult.
All right, Wendy, thank you so much for bringing our attention to discrimination, oppression, and marginalization. I think it's something we need to think much more about when we study and think about trauma.
I think what Wendy just said, my reaction is the first definition of PTSD was an experience outside of the realm of normal human experience. And what we're coming up here right now is how trauma is ubiquitous, is pervasive, and how reality and how we grow up matter on everything. So we have really come 180 degrees from where we started. And that means that we need to reconsider a lot of stuff. And I hope we'll have some time to think about it after this conference, during the conference. Also, many of your presentations fit in beautifully with what Tanya Singer will talk about in interception, what Tronic will talk about, what various other people talk about. So there's a very surprising congruence between everybody, but I think we need to have more time to really digest all of this.
All right, thanks, Bessel. Okay, it's my great honor to introduce Paul Fruin to all of you. And Paul and I go way back. I remember first getting an email from you, Paul, years ago asking to work with our team. And then Paul did his PhD with us. And since he's become an associate professor at Western University and a really important person in the trauma field. Paul has recently published a fabulous review on the self. And so I really look forward to hearing what you have to say, Paul. Welcome.
Thank you, Ruth. And for the mentorship, as you mentioned, I really began in my trauma career under your mentorship, forever grateful. And let me also thank Bessel as well for inviting me to yet another conference. It's been actually a decade now since I first published on the first neuroimaging study of self and in trauma populations, and have been visiting Boston for so many years. Thank you for your resilience in holding the conference despite this global pandemic, while doing it in this format that allows us all to participate and yet be safe. And so thank you, Bessel, as well. And of course, to all the presenters, it's humbling to have to present last after hearing such great talks. I've learned so much from all of you, worked with all of you, and forever grateful for this community that we have together as researchers, clinicians seeking to promote the recovery and the resilience of so many people who have experienced trauma. So thank you as well also for all your work. And let me turn to then this presentation that I've prepared, which, as Ruth has said, will speak to the recent review that we conducted, which is titled Neuroimaging, the Consciousness of Self. And I'll also speak to some data that we're talking about the use of a new technology, virtual reality, and its possible application in trauma therapy, trauma treatment. So I'll title this presentation Kinds of Self. And this is because when we talk about self, of course, we have a variable, a construct that is multifarious. There's so many different dimensions, so many different kinds of reference that we might be speaking to when we refer to something like the self as if it is a singular concept or construct. Really it isn't, and we've heard different aspects already today. And the first part of my presentation will speak to a few different aspects, but really the neurobiological underpinning of these different aspects as identified through primarily neuroimaging methods. And so we can think about at least 4 different aspects or dimensions of self-referential processing, which just means the kind of cognition, the kind of experience that is taking place when a person encounters a stimulus that is referential to themselves. It might be their name, for example. It might be a picture of themselves. It might be someone they know or some memory that is resurfacing that draws them back to knowing that, hey, that's part of me, that refers to me. And so there are different dimensions, and we can talk about verbal versus nonverbal dimensions. We can talk about the self in the singular as referring to, for example, one body, as compared to several bodies as a collective, as a community. We can talk about positive versus negative aspects or emotional conditions of the self. And we can also talk about the self when it's focused on a specific task at hand, responding to a certain stimulus, a certain question about oneself. Or we can think about the self as a sort of operating in the background of experience, including while we're in so-called resting state, not required to engage in any specific task and just allowing one's mind to wander and one's experience to sort of percolate. And the first part I'll talk about is this distinction, though, between the self in its verbal versus nonverbal aspects. And we have heard actually quite a bit about the nonverbal aspects from Wendy in the preceding presentation and others. And a nice study that really looked at this very directly, the verbal versus nonverbal dimension, was this study published about 5 years ago now by Damasio and his colleagues. And in the verbal task, we would be presented with different words. Often the words were more or less of a neutral tone. They weren't obviously the kinds of words that Wendy might have been referring to when those words might be sort of shaming in any way. These were relatively neutral, referring to different roles that we might find oneself in. I might be, for example, a professor, and I might hold that as a significant role for my life. Even more so in my case, I might identify as a father, as a son, and this even more so would be meaningful to me. But these different roles are words that we can write down with letters, and we can ask a person, now, how do you feel when you think about yourself in that role? And we might have a positive or a negative response, but the role itself is potentially independent of that, is potentially neutral. And on the nonverbal side, instead of referring to words, concepts that can be written down, we refer to embodied experience. How do I feel inside the body? We might refer indeed to the heart rate, as we heard from Wendy, as one interoceptive measure of the inner body. And we can also refer to the outer body, as we heard from other presentations, like really highlighted by Shireen. How do I feel in my arms, in my legs, in my face, in my core structure? And each of these dimensions of self then can be referred to in the present moment and evaluated. How do I feel? How do I think about this aspect of myself in the present, that is right now? And in the study by Damasio and colleagues, they highlight that certain brain regions were more active when the person was reflecting on the verbal experience. How do they feel in that life role? Really, the default mode network, especially highlighted by Ruth and others earlier. discuss these cortical midline structures. And we really see in Braden's presentation highlighted significantly that these structures are often active during this verbal dimension of experience, more so than the nonverbal dimension. As compared, the nonverbal dimension does activate some of the other regions in the parietal cortex that some of the presentations highlighted, as well as in the insula and in the upper regions of the parietal cortex at the midline. And so we see in this kind of study that there are very different aspects of self. If we refer to this kind of conceptual narrative self that can be put into words, articulated in words and concepts, we have part of the brain, the cortical midline, very active. As compared when we direct experience, direct attention and awareness to the body, whether it be the inner body or the outer body, then we see other brain regions mediating that experience, be it the insula or be it the temporal parietal junction. And so in this particular paper, this review that Ruth referred to, and actually on my title slide is the reference, it's published in open access, so viewers of this presentation can go to that article and get all of the details. We conducted several meta-analyses using a tool that's freely available online as well, the NeuroSynth measurement tool. And we can compare, using meta-analysis, the kinds of brain regions that are active when the task is self-referential processing, which in the literature typically refers to the verbal aspect, as compared to interoceptive processing. In our paper, we actually highlight the verbal aspect as introspection and the nonverbal aspect as interoception. And in the meta-analysis, we also see in the green for the verbal aspect, the introspection, and the red, the nonverbal aspect, the interoception, that the brain can be compartmentalized into these different neural networks. The cortical midline structures, both in the front and the back of the brain, referring to the medial prefrontal cortex and the posterior cingulate precuneus, are more active during introspection as compared the nonverbal processing of the body from the inner to the outer body. These tend to be more active during these experiences in the insula. But we also heard so much from presentations like Margaret and Wendy before me about the importance of looking at social cognition and the self not defined as a singular person, but really as a collective, as a community. When I think about myself, I don't just think about one person, this person with the name Paul, but I also think about other people, be it my partner, my wife, be it my children, be it my parents, my family of origin, be it the people with whom I work with, many on this presentation, of course. I see many of your faces on the Zoom, and I feel connected to you, of course. It's wonderful to be part of a team of people working to try and help people who have experienced trauma, primarily here through the methods of science and discovery and learning to try and come up with new assessments, new interventions that will be of help. And so the collective definition of self is important to be mindful of. And also in this review, we highlight that the verbal self aspect and the social cognition theory of mind tasks that are typically used to look at other referential processing and self in relation to other. We do really see, for example, at the bottom, in green again is the verbal self, but now in red is the social cognition, the theory of mind tasks, or the reference to, is this word descriptive of me? And now, is this word descriptive of my best friend, of my mother, of my father? All dimensions of experience that are highly relevant to understanding trauma. How do I understand myself in relation to the other people in my life that I hold to be important, that have had influence over me, good or bad? And we can see many of the same kinds of systems active when we're thinking about the other in reference to the self, and the self in reference to the other. And this is key then to understanding both the self and the other. It's really a relationship, and we can't really understand the self without understanding the other, as we heard in the context of attachment, in the context of romantic relationships, and all sorts of traumatic relationships that we may have experienced in our history. Another aspect of the self is really to view the self as positive versus negative. And of course, in so many mental health problems, trauma related in particular, we see that the self, rather than viewed with esteem, rather than viewed with integrity, rather than viewed with virtue, is instead seen to be something that I want to get away from. I wish I didn't have. I wish I could be better. Why am I so bad? Why am I so ugly? Why am I so damaged? We've heard so many narratives in the previous presentations to this effect. So this valence dimension, this emotional dimension, is important to understand. And in the review as well, we can highlight actually that so many areas of the brain that are active during the self-referential processing in green are actually also active during reward tasks. So typically, when the self is brought up, when I look at myself in the mirror, if I have self-esteem, as described in the tasks that were used by Wendy, and we've done some of the similar kinds of research, looking in the mirror, typically for most of us is going to be a good thing. It's actually going to engage the reward system. It's something that we want to see. Ah, there I am, and I feel good about myself. But of course, this is the kind of experience that tends to be absent in the complex trauma survivor. They want to hide away typically from the mirror. When asked to look into the mirror, it's not going to be a good thing. We want to turn our gaze. We don't want to look at ourselves eye to eye. And the evaluation that comes up when tasked to do so tends not to be a positive one. Look at how awful I am. I am awful at the core. And so this kind of an experience is important to understand. Typically the self is positive, but the self tends not to be positive in, of course, our complex trauma survivors. And we see this valence dimension also overlaps. But what's very interesting is whereas the self invokes both the anterior structures in the cortical midline, the medial prefrontal cortex and the anterior cingulate, it also activates the back of the head, the posterior cingulate. As compared, the valence dimension in the reward tends to not activate the back of the head, the posterior cingulate, but only the frontal dimensions. And so this evaluation tends to seemingly take place in the frontal lobe as opposed to the posterior. And finally, we have this broad dimension of task versus rest. I can ask you to do something as part of my study. I can ask you to look in the mirror. I can present you with a word and ask you whether it describes you or not. And I can look at the brain states as you engage in these different tasks that I set before you. But it's often the case that we're going to be doing these very same kinds of things, but more so in the background of experience. So this is the foreground of experience when I ask you a specific question and ask you for the answer to that question. But that's the foreground. In the background, I might be asking myself these very same kinds of questions as I stand waiting for the bus to come by and it's late and my mind wanders and I go to the past and I go to bad things that happened earlier in the day or yesterday or way back to my childhood when those awful things took place. And so at rest, the rest typically is a non-neutral experience in the complex trauma survivor. When they're not specifically tasked with doing something, they are engaging in a task in which they might be reminiscing about a terrible experience, recent or deep in their past. During the resting state, in our meta-analysis, we do show that the areas engaged in task-focused self-referential processing are also very active during this resting state where people's minds are allowed to essentially just wander to wherever they wish to go. And so we've drawn all this together and we've highlighted several different regions of the brain that are active during self-referential processing. We've talked about the cortical midline, the anterior and the posterior. We've talked about the temporal parietal junction, the parietal lobes, and we've also talked about the insula and some other areas of the brain. In earlier conversations we've had with Braden, for example, we've talked about some of the lower midbrain structures as well. Shireen talked about this as well. These areas of the brain, however, won't be the focus of the present talk. So I want to stress that actually when we look at self-referential processing, the first regions of interest that people tend to think about are the anterior structures, the medial prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate. But really, we want to bring to mind that much of self-referential processing actually occurs at the back of one's mind. And so here we're highlighting different regions of interest: the dorsal posterior cingulate, the ventral posterior cingulate, the precuneus, and the anterior superior parietal lobe versus the posterior superior parietal lobe. And in our meta-analysis, we show different regions that are co-active with these areas of interest. In particular, it is interesting to point out, for example, that it is only the ventral posterior cingulate and the precuneus that correlate negatively with the insula. We've been differentiating in this talk then the difference between the verbal and the nonverbal aspects. The nonverbal often thought to be underpinned, for example, by the insula, which is negatively correlated by this node in the precuneus and the ventral posterior cingulate, which correlate to the verbal aspect. And in the task, what we're going to be able to show are different patterns of correlation as well. For example, in the superior parietal lobe, we see the anterior structures correlating largely unto themselves, correlating primarily only with other areas of the brain correlating down to the posterior cingulate nodes, as compared to the direct correlation between the posterior superior parietal lobe and the posterior cingulate. And so throughout this review, we're able to highlight different regions of interest and different parietal lobe structures and how they correlate to different other regions of interest. For example, here shown in the insula, correlating with the anterior temporal parietal junction, whereas the posterior temporal parietal junction shows no correlation with the insula, but only with the medial prefrontal cortex. And we can also show actually that the parietal lobes and their relationship to the medial prefrontal cortex is primarily mediated by the posterior cingulate cortex and the precuneus. So we start to identify different neural networks and how they relate to different self aspects. Actually, now turning to the evaluative function that typically takes place in the medial prefrontal cortex, the anterior aspects of the default mode network that were discussed by Braden, we can find different specific aspects of the medial prefrontal cortex showing different patterns of correlated activity in the resting state. And with this, we can show not only the correlations with different areas within the medial prefrontal cortex, but actually across the brain in several different seeds that I'm highlighting here, including in the anterior cingulate cortex, the temporal parietal junction, and the insula. In effect, we were able to provide some conceptual case for a quadripartite model of the medial prefrontal cortex, essentially seeding 4 different aspects within the medial prefrontal cortex. We have actually in the ventral medial prefrontal cortex what we're going to call an emotional self, and also another aspect, the default self, in a slightly more superior region and slightly more anterior. Each of these lower regions, in red for the emotional self, in orange for the neutral self, we think about as a bottom-up or background experience of the self. This self-experience is always happening. This is important to stress. These representations are always processing, always being processed. and they provide a sense of the self from the ground up or in the background. As we are tasked, however, to orient, I ask you a specific question about how you feel right now or how you think about yourself. We move into the more superior dorsal subregions. In yellow, we've highlighted an aspect that we believe partly underpins an observing self from a third person perspective. And finally, in the frontal eye fields, an executive or central executive aspect of the self. I want to conclude this conversation on the self by bringing to mind some different aspects that the review really draws and highlights. We can talk about a top-down notion of the self and a bottom-up notion of the self. Really, from the bottom up, we have different aspects, and one is really coding for the inner body experience of the self. And we've got as a paradigm example this interoceptive accuracy or experience that Wendy really discussed. And this definitely does include processing with the insula in mind. And then we also have, and that was in aqua, but in green, a representation of the outer body, part of which may be coded for in the parietal lobe, the lateral parietal lobe, and particularly in the right hemisphere, but both hemispheres are involved. And this is processing the outer body structure. For example, a representation of how I feel in my shoulders, in my arms, in my legs. But then we have, particularly in the left hemisphere, and it's actually very interesting that in the resting state, the left versus right parietal cortex seem to be underpinning different self aspects. And so in the left hemisphere especially, we can see this conceptual aspect. And so I'm highlighting different words in mind. Am I naive? Am I silly? Am I smart? Am I humble? As I reflect on these things, as I introspect, surely the left hemisphere parietal lobe, in the inferior parietal lobe that is part of the process that underpins this. And now finally we have, as compared in the bottom, compared to these background processes that are always active, that are always representing, we have this top-down process where we can engage in attention, which we can engage choice, which is really engaging free will. What do I want to focus on right now? And I would say that in psychotherapy and in other different interventions for trauma, this is where we're really working. We're working with the observing self. We're drawing attention. We're helping the person focus when they feel that they can't focus themselves, that through the bottom-up processes, they're drowned, they're scattered, they're disorganized, they can't focus where they want to, they can't direct their attention. And Margaret's intervention that she discussed is very much helpful in this regard, as is other interventions such as mindfulness-based therapies and others. Of course, all of the kinds of interventions that Bessel discusses in his text all have at least as one common element the direction of attention towards a purpose, towards a chosen focus, the exercise of free will, I would say. And these are effected in these upper areas of the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex, which provides an association between the neural networks that are involved in self-referential processing, as we heard from Braden in the default mode network, provides also an association to other networks like the central executive, where we are effecting cognition in a purposeful, determined way. So here I want to really suggest that this kind of integrative conceptual framework might provide some assistance to bring together the different kinds of aspects that we have heard about through the different presentations. And it really, if it's helpful to think about a figure ground model. We can look at this stimulus and we may see two faces, looking eye to eye, or we might see the vase. Of course, both aspects are always present. And so what is in the foreground versus what is in the background? And at rest, we have all these different self aspects continuously being processed in the here and now, in the present. But choose to focus, choose perhaps to see the vase if we don't want to focus on the faces because they are too threatening, or choose to see the vase when tasked to do so, when required to do so, when work or school or relationship requires me to focus in this way on this here and now and get something done. When I'm required to focus on the vase, I can see it. I can use my attention. I can direct my attention and awareness through free will, through the upper brain regions of the dorsal medial prefrontal cortex. So finally, we have a verbal, we have a non-verbal aspect, we have different aspects that we've heard of in this presentation and all the preceding. And these can be integrated because they are always present in the resting state. In the blue, we see the areas of the brain that are active, not more so during resting state, but nevertheless active. And in red, we see the areas of the brain that are more active during resting state than, for example, other tasks. In the verbal self-referential processing, we see much commonality with the resting state. In the non-verbal self-referential processing, we see the insula active, and this is also active during resting state. And so resting state may be one place, one time, one kind of state in which the verbal and the non-verbal are integrated. And I would say that in trauma and in recovery, verbal and non-verbal aspects are certainly present, certainly need to be present in recovery. We have to deal with the identity, the narrative aspects that we heard from Wendy. We also heard in so many presentations on the non-verbal aspects, the bodily sense of self, and each have to be engaged and each have to be a part of the recovery process. Now, without time, I won't be able to discuss the notion of virtual reality and its potential, but I want to just very briefly note that this also could be an intervention that could be relevant. And what we're working on in this case, and I invite any of the audience to look up the paper that was on the title slide, we're trying to work with different self aspects as well through this virtual reality medium. What we can have in psychotherapy is often the use of imagery. We can ask a person to remember. We can ask a person to imagine. And they might close their eyes to do so, or they might sort of disengage from inward and bring up associations as we are asking them to. We might ask them to look at a computer screen at a stimulus, and as our viewers are probably doing so, they're probably doing it looking at, for example, a laptop screen or so, and so it's in two-dimensional format. But now we can actually engage all of the senses more fully as through VR. And this might be also a medium in which we can engage with meaningful stimuli. We can craft different kinds of experiences that are relevant to engage different aspects of the self as well. Emotional aspects, temporal aspects, spatial aspects, different senses of meaning. And so we're trying to use this technology as well and exploring the self in different ways, as we've heard in the other presentations. Virtual reality may also be one way in which we can engage the self in tasks that are meaningful and that may have value for psychotherapeutic intervention. One way in which we're doing that as well has to do with actually doing meditation practices while together in reality, as a group, as a physical reality and as a physical group, but also as we are, for example, today as a virtual group. We can engage nevertheless in communication. We can feel together nevertheless, even when we're interacting in this medium through video and the internet. But imagine if we were doing so that through VR in a way that would actually feel a little more close together, as opposed to interacting with the two-dimensional laptop screen that I'm staring at now. I might put on a VR headset and it would be more like being right there with you. right there sharing in this conversation a little more close, even though physically apart. So virtually close, even while physically apart. And in this particular situation of the pandemic and the COVID-19, these kinds of interventions, these kinds of uses of novel technologies are being shown to be something that we need to engage in order to still feel safe and still feel together. And so this is something that we're exploring. It's probably a whole nother talk that I won't get into more than this, but I look forward to talking to you about this perhaps at another time. Again, thanks so much for listening to me today. And this has been really humbling. So much good work is going on. I'm quite confident that if we continue to work along these lines, we are going to be able to provide some help. And this is what we're hoping to do, as we have so many people suffering from complex trauma and the effect it has had on their sense of self. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for your sophisticated understanding of the sense of self. And so this brings us to the end of this fabulous afternoon. I feel really inspired, and I want to thank all the speakers for their incredible depth and breadth and bringing such an increased understanding to the sense of self in traumatized individuals. And I so look forward to our discussion. And I think it'll be really important to really reflect on what we've heard today and really peel away at each layer. There's so many layers here, and really understanding that in more detail, I think will be incredibly fruitful to progress this important field. So thank you to everyone this afternoon. It's been really wonderful.
Well, this was a very intense day. If all of you have heard the morning and the afternoon and are ready to go on, you're a better person than I am. It takes a lot to pay attention. Thank goodness that this program will be online for 30 days. You're very much encouraged to think about it, to contemplate it, and to join us sometime later on in June. I don't think the date has been set yet, to spend another afternoon really going over all of these issues, because it took these investigators who looked like they just did this in a minute. It took them years and years to get to their results. And I think it will take people who are listening to years and years to sort of grasp the total implications of what we see here. Also, there is a networking session after that I encourage you to sign up for. And I've had numerous questions, and we'll just go into some of them. One of the more interesting ones, they were all interesting, but one of the more interesting ones was in response to what Margaret McKinnon was talking about, the issue of empathy, which is a very fascinating issue in our field. And somebody says, I feel like my trauma enhanced my ability to empathize. Are we sure that development of trauma and empathy and cognition are really that related? What's the basis for this? It's a very good question. I bet that many people in this audience, maybe among some of the panelists, have quite their own trauma history that may have, I sometimes like to say about my incest survivor patients, that they were trained to take care of other people. They were trained to read other people's effort. And they're sometimes extraordinarily gifted to pick up what other people feel and what other people need. So let's start with that as a group for a second.
Bessel, I really appreciate that question. And I want to thank the person who raised that important issue as well. I do agree very strongly that people who have a history of developmental trauma learn to be attuned to others, to be very sensitive, and to pick up even minute cues from others. I think the empathy is almost embodied. I think people take on the pain of others when they have a history of developmental trauma. So when they hear about someone else's distress, I think they can mentalize being in that situation. And I think also their body responds with that sense of empathy and concern, and really many times can experience what they're hearing about. And I think that's a tremendous ability. It's a gift, but it also can be difficult to struggle with when you need to separate yourself from someone else's pain so that you can maintain your own self-integrity.
I think there's a whole range. Some people just don't feel anything. And other thoughts about this?
I have a thought about it.
Yeah.
That that often someone can feel another person's pain so intensely that they actually become reactive to it as if it's happening to themselves.
I agree.
So when a mother sees her child crying or sees her child hurt, if she's been traumatized, she might become angry at her child for expressing it because it feels it so intensely.
Thank you.
I was thinking something similar, which is to have empathy, you have to have two people. And one of the things that can happen is that someone can become so empathic that they merge, and then there's no space between to see someone else's perspective. I think similar to what Leisha was saying. And then there becomes a difference between what someone can do, their overall capacity, and then what happens when they're stressed or when they're in a particularly activated situation.
Yeah, really taking on the other, right? So taking on their pain or their anger. And it's Lydia, I really liked your conceptualization, Lydia, around how that may engender also anger. If you feel that pain, you can also become frustrated and intolerant of that. It's difficult to tolerate any emotions for many people, right? So taking on someone else's is also something that you need to learn to tolerate as well.
But
And put that boundary in place.
These things are never linear. Huh? It's never one adaptation. There are some people I know who are extremely attuned to other people who have very good boundaries at the same time. So it's not one or the other.
Yeah.
Being able to distinguish between yourself and the other at the same time that you're being empathetic is the thing that's hard for some people.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And I think that brings us back to the sense of self, right? And
Right.
if you feel like you have no boundaries around yourself and you don't know where you begin and where you end, right? It's very hard to know what's my emotion and what's the other. And I think that's exactly what leads to, traumatized individuals often experiencing the emotions of others and not knowing, is this my emotion? Is this the other person's emotion? And I think that's really important to be aware of.
Yeah, I agree, Ruth. And I think if you have a history of trauma yourself as a therapist, often you can take on that pain, and I think there's a drive to care for that person that might suppress their own strengths, right? So instead of letting someone, go forward with what they might be very well capable of, I think that instinctive protection instinct comes out, and that can sometimes be interfering within the therapeutic relationship. So I think it's really important to be aware of that.
So the next question that I think we cannot avoid is several people asked about what do you think about what you guys talked about this afternoon and its relationship to the polyvagal theory? So all of you have met Stephen Porter, all of you are familiar with it. Stephen will be giving a keynote tomorrow. And we've oftentimes thought about these things. Any thoughts about how to explain that to people?
I think that links really well. And I think when we think about the innate alarm system, so, picking up sounds, visual images, not detail, but, just brief, visual images, sounds, as well as sensations at the level of the brainstem. So the brainstem can see, it can hear, and it can feel without involving the cortex. So it can react really quickly, like Braden talked about, those innate reflexive responses. And the innate alarm system communicates with the vagal system. And so that's where the sensory input enters from the outside, and it also enters from the body. And, they have dense connections with the vagal system. And so I think it's a beautiful way both those systems can communicate. And I think we really need to be aware of that.
When Jaak Panksepp was still alive, I oftentimes tried to get him into a dialogue with Steve about how these two systems that were about 2 millimeters away from each other in the brain actually were talking to each other. And I think you guys are probably better equipped to make that link than people have been before.
I think there's also something about our habits of attention. And when we have habits of attention that that give us cues of danger all the time, it's very difficult to differentiate when we're actually safe and when we're not safe. People who are traumatized have attention that's directed and focused on danger, danger, danger. And so how to slow down enough to actually emerge in present time and not be replaying something from the past subconsciously, and being able to notice where is my body right now in spirit.
Yeah, and Lydia, I agree with you, and I think part of that focused attention is both conscious and non-conscious. So there could be danger, quote unquote, happening that doesn't reach the level of conscious awareness, but that defensive posturing, as Shireen talked about, is always there, right? There's always that scan of the environment, and maybe below conscious awareness, but it's always there, being postured for danger to happen for many people, not everyone, but for many people.
In this regard, Wendy's findings about being able to interocept, because if you cannot interocept, you are at the mercy of your polyvagal system, I would think. But once you can interocept, you can actually bring these higher cortical levels to bear to actually begin to regulate these issues. Any thoughts about it, Wendy?
I think it's a step-by-step process. I think what our data with folks who are fairly treatment naive and fairly reactive are showing is closer to that interoception. They haven't yet harnessed what interoception can do for them. Yeah. And drawing from another study that I didn't present here and can go into more detail in.
You presented too few studies in those few minutes you had.
I'll have to talk faster next time. That I'll present in another year, but we've got recent analyses on, is that it's what you said, Leisha, is exactly right, that people are constantly scanning and taking this information in. But then what happens? And so what we've shown in other studies is that then people come in very similar to the component of the polyvagal theory that talks about that complete passing out. And so people don't mount a threat response or a protective response, or the protective response they mount is to go completely still. And so it's not that they don't notice, it's they notice way too fast, or not maybe too fast, but that the noticing actually winds up inhibiting their response.
Yeah, and I also wonder if you bring these regions online cortically, when you have that ability, as Bessel is talking, to interocept or make that interoceptive inference, that's when you can bring online that social engagement system that Porges talks about. And that's what you might want to be targeting. And you have this at the PAG level, this parasympathetic and the sympathetic vagal systems going. And when you're bringing on those cortical structures, you allow that social engagement system that Stephen Porges always talks about targeting to bring online in trauma patients.
So might we at some point discuss how we could do that to get these things to change?
Yeah,
I think that deserves a much longer period in our longer conversation. I think to introduce neurofeedback at this point will give it short shrift. And you could mention neurofeedback and do that.
Yeah, it would make me feel a lot better since here I am. And, it's interesting because when I started, and this is just a brief bio note, when I started doing neurofeedback, which was 24 years ago, there was no paradigm that supported neurofeedback at all. We just had the experience over and over again that we helped people organize, so we felt more organized, those of us who had trauma, and we're doing it for ourselves. And now here we are in the last two trauma conferences, particularly this one, the paradigm that underlies why neurofeedback is helpful is presented. And I just wanted to underline that, that we start this practice without having a clue, particularly I didn't have a clue, of why this would work. And now, 24 years later, we start to see the research that shows why it works.
Right.
So, that's just, it's wonderful to have lived long enough.
Isn't it?
Yes.
I just want to say one more thing, though, about witnessing as a very, very important part of the process of harnessing your default mode network and harnessing the ability to be consciously aware of what your habits are. And that when you're doing mindfulness with somebody who's guiding you and observing you at the same time, or somebody who you can reflect back your experience to in real time, then it becomes less of a dream state that's in the background and something that you can become aware of and explore in a different way.
I think there's tremendous power in giving people words for their experience, right? To have the words to describe something that's happening within your body or happening around you that previously you couldn't give words to. I think there's so much power in that.
A kind face and a warm voice. You need that polyvagal system accompany that witnessing piece.
Right, they can be comfortable even if the person who's having an interoceptive experience is having a difficult time with it. If the person who's witnessing with them can model confidence and comfort with their discomfort or comfort with the unknown, that's very important.
And even at the basic level of belief, right? So many people have experiences and aren't believed by their therapists, right? So to have the ability for someone to hear your experience and to believe you, I think is tremendously powerful as well.
And also have belief in you, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
A few other questions. One very close to my heart. Can the presented material explain or help elucidate why sometimes soldiers feel less alive when they're no longer in the theater of war, or women feel less alive who have grown up with alcoholic husbands, fathers, when they're not hooked up with dangerous guys, or when journalists come back to the Harvard program in journalism and feel completely out of sorts and feel only safe when they go back to Sierra Leone, maybe, etc. And of course we can, and maybe we should say something about it still, because that's really a very big contribution that was being made today.
Braden, do you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, I could potentially take a stab at that. Well, it's a pretty profound idea. And like, if you're experiencing a certain set of environmental experiences repeatedly, you would imagine that this fluid state that you have for your sense of self might become a little bit biased towards a different certain set of experiences.
Very biased.
Exactly. Especially when you take the case of military. Not only is there such a constant fear of life and death, but you're also building these strong social relationships with the individuals that you're around. And that's oftentimes when these individuals come back to more safer conditions, you might see that this sense of self has now been not misconstrued, but altered in such a profound way that you find yourself navigating closer and closer to more risk averse or to more risk prone behaviors, substance abuse and stuff like that, that might supplement your sense of self in a way that it's akin to that previous experience that you've now become a little bit more wired towards.
I think you as well.
The neurobiology of trauma that I know of, it's written by me. It's called Inescapable Shock, Neurotransmitters and Addiction to Trauma. And it's actually the very first thing that I noticed when I talked about PTSD is how people became very alive when they went back to their trauma. And I think you guys are really, really hitting that and maybe beginning to offer some ways out of that also, because it's a huge issue of part being traumatized. Let's go to the next question.
I thought that Ruth talked to that though, right? Did Ruth speak to that? I thought Ruth spoke to that.
Oh yeah, she did.
About that the default mode network comes online under conditions of threat.
Yeah. Okay. So threat becomes alive. We see this, and I think it's such a danger in therapy if we push people to tell that story over and over again, which is a very popular form of therapy. I think it's a complete misunderstanding about trauma, because the issue is not the trauma. The issue, you cannot be alive when you're not into your trauma. And so I think what all of your work really is beginning to elucidate is how do we help people to feel alive right now and while not feeling victimized and not feeling hurt and not feeling in danger. And I think the sooner the field gets that, the better it is, because it's a huge issue in what we work with. Let me
Bessel, can I say one more thing? I think part of this, though, is that people cloak themselves, right? The true self, because they're so afraid of bringing harm sometimes to others, right? That when they look into the eyes of someone else, as Ruth and Paul captured so eloquently, they'll see the stain upon my soul, but also that you might harm them by telling them, your
yeah.
truth, right? And so I think that self is often cloaked consciously as well, right? Because people feel they can't bring their true self forward.
We saw the beautifully illustrated Michael Mithofer's case this
Mhm.
morning with the MDMA, actually. It's a very good illustration of that, yeah.
Mhm.
But let me raise another question. Richard Schwartz, who will be talking tomorrow morning, who many of us, including me, think has an extremely valuable method. And he says, he asserts that the self is present and unaffected by trauma and can be accessed readily in an IFS session. What do you guys think of that? It's a very complex issue because the assumption of an abiding self is a very interesting assumption.
I'd like to say, Bessel, if I can, Dick Schwartz, person I greatly admire, and his therapy and the theories that generate this approach are quite excellent and very well founded in terms of some of the concepts I think that we were presenting on in our session. When Dick might refer to the self, and you mentioned an abiding self, in my language, when I showed the quadripartite model of these 4 different states that really can be mapped to different regions in the medial prefrontal cortex, I think he's referring to this higher observing self in my language, which really looks at the self from a third person perspective. It's able to kind of somewhat gather a little bit of detachment from the current present moment experience, often highly emotionally colored, and observe and just kind of take stock. And with this little bit of separation comes a capacity to make some decision, to make a choice about what might be the next experience. Sort of this idea of free will that I was sharing, that otherwise is sort of determined reflexively, emotionally by these lower brain systems that Ruth and Braden and Shireen and others have discussed. So as Dick is really referring to the self, of course, his therapy describes so many different self states, ego states, all emotionally colored, but there might be this higher order observing or abiding state that can sort of gather all together, plays this listening role, and is able to sort of integrate and effect change in a volitional free will capacity. So those are some of the ideas that that came up for me.
Wendy.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Paul, because it takes me back to the beginning of our conversation where we were thinking about like what is necessary for empathy, and it feels to me like a parallel process, and is, as the model is called, internal family systems, it's that same process of you need just maybe one hair of separation in order to be able to self-empathize and to feel yourself and to not just be completely in it, the blended, I think, as you would say. So it's interesting to see that apply outward and inward.
And even when people have out-of-body experiences, you often hear them describing that they feel empathy for the person that they're looking down upon. And so even in a dissociative context, you can get that, which is absolutely beautiful sometimes.
Yeah, I think part of the point of that is to develop, part of the internal family systems is to develop empathy for the different parts of self. So empathy for that small child, empathy for that adolescent who suffered trauma, and to integrate. By having empathy, you can integrate those parts of self, because there's no one true self. I think there are parts of self at different historic times, in different moments, with different people. And part of that needs, I think, to be recognized, and developing empathy for those parts of yourself.
It's interesting. I don't know how many of you saw the psychedelic pre-conference this morning, but the cases presented there very much were cases of people coming into some self states to observe all the pain and the hurt, etc., in an IFS way. And it's really intriguing. And I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg, but in the psychedelic world, we very much have an IFS model of therapy, actually, of that the self can access all the different earth parts. and psychedelics certainly make that possible, as can neurofeedback, as can hypnosis, of course. There's more ways to get there besides drugs. I have a very tricky question, but very important one. Acute sleep deprivation impairs emotional information processing, executive functioning, emotional regulation, etc. Can someone comment on circadian rhythm sleep treatments that may have potential to mitigate symptoms of PTSD? It's a very important question.
This is important, and I'd love to just make a brief link to what you were just saying, Bessel, earlier about altered states of consciousness produced by different drugs or perhaps sleep deprivation. We in effect an altered state that seems to be perhaps opening to potential for intervention that otherwise would not be there. And I think it's very interesting in the case of MDMA and other interventions that this emotional self aspect, this ventral medial prefrontal cortex response in, for example, the reward, as well as even in the negative affect regulation, is diminished, is suppressed to a certain degree, while actually enabling these higher self states, this evaluative abstract sense of self that can observe and that can just pay attention. These states of the self are preserved. And I think this can also provide a model, not just for the psychedelic treatments, but also for other altered states that can be affected by other means: meditation, yoga, neurofeedback, sleep deprivation. So many different ways that one can seek to briefly effect an alteration that the person now is more open, able, ready to engage in the psychotherapeutic aspects.
One way you can think about all mental illness is stuckness, locked in, looping, that the same circuits are playing all the time. And so if you, whatever way you can interrupt that allows a positive reorganization or positive a plasticity, yes. I think is something to be considered. Because I don't think that with neurofeedback, generally speaking, people go into an altered state. They go into states maybe unknown to them, but they're not typically altered states. They're much more self-regulatory capacities that they gain. It isn't so much that they open to another reality as a result of self-regulation. Although, of course, there's a completely other reality when you move from being dysregulated to being regulated, but not in the typical way that people talk about altered states.
Any other thoughts about circadian rhythms? It's a big topic, actually.
Yeah, no, I think that the sleep patterns is also, you have to think about it in terms of the autonomic system regulating that as well, right? And I think that the fact that the autonomic system governs the circadian rhythms, and also on top of that, and Margaret can speak to this as well, during sleep, you consolidate memories, right? You consolidate your experiences from the day. And when you don't have that, it can really contribute and perpetuate those emotion dysregulation processes that you see in PTSD as well. So I think that autonomic dysfunction contributes to that.
One of the very earliest papers written by Chester Perlman and Greenberg in Boston was about sleep interruption insomnia, dream interruption insomnia, being at the core of PTSD. It was published like 1972 or something. Everybody dismissed it. Today, I think it's one of the most important papers ever written in PTSD.
Because if we think about some psychotropic medications, they actually disrupt that consolidation of memory, right? There isn't that opportunity for cycling through the day or unearthing things that were bothering you or on your mind. So I think that's important to recognize that psychotropic medications can in fact interfere with that important process during the evening or during the night.
Well, this will be a final question, an important one, but it won't stump the group. And that is, do you think the absence of a sense of self can lead to lack of realization that your body belongs to you and lead to destructive tendencies or not caring about anything? take it away, because that is really an important point. Like,
I think it's the part of
everybody
your,
in that
yeah.
position. Yeah.
Can I reflect, Bessel? So I think maybe this is a part of self, right? So there are these different parts of self, and maybe the child that you have never been able to protect, you allow danger to come upon that child state, but you learn to have an adult state that is able to protect the self-destruction. I think that's one possibility, and I only put that out there. I have
I've had a great interest in self-mutilation always. Like, I don't do it myself. You know, how does that make people feel better? And so as a resident, I collected all of the self-mutilating patients in the hospital at a time that you didn't have IRBs yet and all that, etc. So we became sort of friends. The older they became friends in a state mental hospital. And they all talked about that they cut themselves and burned themselves in order to feel something.
Yeah.
Inside,
Yep.
and it somehow changed their internal state. And almost everyone said it allows me to feel alive, and I finally feel something. And this issue of not caring, I have another association to it. When I read Vince Filletti's studies on the ACE study, and I look at all the things that go wrong with ACEs, almost every one of them has to do with lack of caring for your body. Smoking, overeating, taking drugs, doing self-destructive things, it means you don't care for this little creature that lives inside of you, and you want to take care of it. And I think that's very much based on not having feelings inside of loving and caring towards your body.
And I think, of course, that was very protective at the time of the trauma. And I think that brings us to the internalized voice of the perpetrator, right? You're bad. You deserve to be heard. You deserve to die. And at the time of the trauma, that gives you a sense of hope and a sense of control, right? Because if you can only change, wow, you know, things will open up and you can get out of this situation, as opposed to, oh my God, there's nothing I can do. Whatever I do will not be successful because it's all in the hands of the perpetrator. So I think really getting at that internalized voice of the perpetrator, helping the individual to see how that was protective and how we need the strength of that voice in the present to help the person to heal, I think is absolutely critical to make that shift in self-compassion.
Wendy, you want to say something?
And I think we can't forget that some of those behaviors, people may see them as protective. So to make yourself less attractive, to make yourself people be less aware of you, for people who feel threatened by that attention, some of those behaviors can feel, though they are not, they can feel helpful or protective.
I want to say one thing about the intensity of the nervous system being tight and vibrating when somebody is uncomfortable and they don't know how uncomfortable they are, but they're literally vibrating or shaking or trembling with their intensity, an act of self-harm can bring that to focus and localize it in a way that they can have a direct relation to it, and it takes it out of the whole rest of their system. They can respond to that hurt in their body instead of whatever's going on internally that they don't know how to harness.
And I think you're interrupting those loops again that Sigrun was talking about. It gets you out of that loop. But Wendy, you were going to say something.
Sorry for my Zoom timing is a little off. Yeah, I think Bessel, with what you were saying, Matt Knox's work has documented that there's a split between people. Numbing is central to self-harm, and people self-harm either to numb or to get out of numbing, and those are the routes. And self-punishment gets brought in there, but the two primary things both revolve around numbing. On the topic of people's own feeling about themselves, this is sort of a different angle, but it kind of speaks to the initial question that we found that folks who report in their interpersonal problems that they often are overly dependent on other folks to make decisions for them or give themselves away, like are overly nurturing, who take care of themselves before others, are the ones who have difficulties with interoceptive accuracy, who can't perceive themselves well. And it's what the process is a little unclear. And this is similar in our synchrony data. The more, synchrony and interoception didn't function the same in the traumatized group. The other thing we found with this around interoception and sense of self, this is a one step removed from the relational work, is that folks who have low interoceptive awareness and low interoceptive accuracy in their perceptions also have a really difficult time bringing their stories alive for other people. And so back to like what we sort of talked about at the beginning about the importance of communication of the internal states, that becomes challenging when people aren't feeling their body states. But we also do show that in some situations, when you actually literally let a person see themselves in front of a mirror, for some folks, not for everybody, it's going to depend on what they're bringing into the situation. It can both improve their interoceptive accuracy and improve their narrative communication. And those two things happen simultaneously. So those
I had association to that. I thought it's fascinating that people don't dissociate when they look in the mirror, which of course is what we're all doing these days as we're Zooming. And I hear a lot of complaints about Zooming, but at the same time, I'm impressed that there is some new preciseness and another dimension to our interactions when we do therapy over Zoom that is not worse than before. It may actually in some ways be better. And I was very intrigued.
Why it's uncomfortable, which is why we hate it, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Let me just, I want to piggyback on what Alicia was saying, which is, you know, about this impossibility to do anything else but self-harm. What else is there to do? The discharge of state, of the buildup, of the tension, in some people have described, and I think is accurate to describe, as close to a seizure. And so there has to be some sort of discharge because so much is pent up. And then there's a release, and that it doesn't work because that over time builds up again, and then the same mechanism is used. But it does work. I mean, that's the problem is, as with all things, that negative behaviors, when they work, like drugs or self-harm or alcohol or whatever, it only works for when it works, but it works, you get reinforced to use it.
Yep, yep. Wow.
Braden?
Braden?
Yeah, I could weigh in a bit, I guess. A little bit stepping outside of my comfort zone, but in terms of, I like to think about it kind of in terms of synchrony between you have this cognitive representation of the self, which is largely cortically represented, and then we also have this more reptilian brain, as some speak, and it's more so your autonomic nervous system and all these different physiological sensations. And I think a healthy state to be in, a healthy sense of self, is when you have high attunement between the two. So your cognitive representation of yourself has that interoceptive capacity. So we understand our physiological responses and can contextualize them in some respect. And then you take the case of individuals who are traumatized or just have some level of dysregulation between these two different representations of themselves. You can kind of think about it in terms of signal to noise ratio. So in this case of self-mutilization, maybe you have to increase the signal so much to have that signal registered at the level of cognition so that you can kind of use that to then find some sort of bridge between the two. Whereas in the case of going back to the sleep dysregulation, that's when you're putting your body into, so if you have disturbed sleep, commonly you have this autonomic dysregulation. So that's almost like an increase in the noise. So it's going to be more difficult to become attuned and to have that interoceptive capacity because the noise ratio is up. So what you want to do is to try to increase the signal and decrease the noise to allow the individual to find some sort of way to understand their own physiological sensations. So then you can transcend them in some mindful kind of way.
But that's what we find in neurofeedback over and over again. If you calm down the noise there, the self comes online. That is the one thing that the neurofeedback clearly does, is that you start getting language for yourself, you start getting self-experience once you calm that back to your brain down.
Well, that's pretty good. I would say that's pretty good.
And I think that awareness of body can drive decision making, right? So at a conscious or unconscious level. So that pit in your stomach, that sense of disgust that you feel can drive the decisions and drive you towards or away from things. So being aware.
Well, the top-down approach, as you become aware, the bottom-up approach is you quiet sense. And psychedelics can do that. Neurofeedback can do it. It just calms down that arousal, that's fear brain. And then your brain can start working and you wake up. Angela, are you online? I see her. I'm going to make my final statement. There may be people who caught everything you guys said and don't need to watch the tapes again. I'd like to meet those people. The rest of us probably ought to see it a number of times before we gather again. And I hope we'll put something, how to access all this stuff. But I'm very much looking forward to having this discussion with all the questions that are coming in, because this is all extremely important for the field. And whenever I hear any of you talk, I go like, see you next year in Boston. And I hope we can see each other alive. But in the meantime, I hope we'll have an afternoon sometime this month where we can really dig deeper into all this stuff. So thank you enormously.
Thank you, Bessel.
Thank you.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
Amazing.
We did.